Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Atlanta Motorsports Park for the conclusion of Prodigy Week. 2 fascinating days. Prodigies have been put through their paces in fitness, media training, and getting up to speed with a Radical SR1. And today, it's all about the lap times. Our junior Kanky party alongside with Brian till Jen Moxley will be down in pit lane as well. But Brian, you've got your coffee in your hand. It's cold here today.
I was going to say, you said 2 fantastic days. I'm going to go with 2 fantastic days and 1 freezing day because literally it is below freezing right now. Unseasonably cold. I do have my coffee. I'm holding on to it because it's warm. I'm drinking it because it's warm. But, yeah, it's going to be an action-filled day. Once we get out on track, and we're going to spend a little time warming things up before we get out there, once we get out on track, it's going to be all about taking what these drivers have learned, specifically in the car yesterday, but some of the other things that they've learned throughout, the data that they looked at yesterday, the videos that they looked at, and they're going to go apply that. And literally, you know, we always say this to young drivers and drivers that don't have a lot of experience, they're going to have the discipline when they go out there because of the temperatures to kind of back off where they were yesterday and then build the pace back up. Don't be in a hurry to go fast, right? And that's going to be difficult, I think, for a lot of these guys.
But I think let's talk about yesterday, right? The first time we saw the drivers in the Radical SR1s. Now, these are 12 Prodigies, sim racers for the most part, with some real-world karting and racing experience mixed in here and there. But they never really have experienced a track like the Atlanta Motorsports Park or the Radical SR1. And Brian, you were quite impressed by the car control that was being shown off.
I was shocked. I mean, I was impressed, but I was shocked because I thought there's going to be a steeper learning curve than this. But obviously, I mean, we've seen it before, programs that took sim drivers and turned them into real race car drivers, but they did it over a long period of time with an immersive kind of education in real-world motorsports. These drivers have gotten a lot of information in a very short period of time. So the performance that I saw on the racetrack yesterday, I was surprised by and impressed by. It was really, really strong.
And I think the thing that really impressed us as well was lap times. They were all in the same sort of bracket, and Raiden Nichols had shaken down the machines that they went and tested in eventually. He did a 124, mid-124, the fastest time that we saw, a 125.8, only about a second off the pace.
Yeah, I mean, and you look at that and you go, okay, it's a relatively short lap time, so maybe, you know, a second is a lot. Well, no, it's not around a racetrack like this. This is truly one of the more technical racetracks I've seen. It's 2 miles long, not way long by any stretch of the imagination, but the technical challenges it brings to a driver are substantial. And to watch them get past those challenges, meet those challenges, and be as close to Raiden's time as they are, that's impressive to me.
We've talked about cold conditions. You've got your coffee in your hand as well. But the tires, this is something that we touched on a little bit yesterday. Tire warming, brake warming. We saw a bit of that from the drivers, but today, that's going to be tested.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely key. You want to bring the tires up to temperature kind of gradually. You don't want to shock them. The good thing is most of the tires have been kept indoors overnight, so they're going to have some good temperature in them anyway. But when you get out on a cold racetrack, and obviously with the ambient air being very cold today, they're going to cool back down pretty quickly, so you're going to want to maintain the temperature in them. We always see drivers weaving back and forth. That's all well and good, but a lot of straight line brake release is good because that puts temperature into the brake system, which in turn puts temperature into the metal wheel, which then in turn puts temperature into the air that's in the tire and brings the pressure up and the temperature up from the inside.
And these are hand-cooked tires, of course. They're not slicks. They've got a little bit of tread in them as well. Let's go down, though, to the pit lane. Let's check in with our conditions with our pit lane reporter, Jen Moxley.
It's cold, Brian and Arjuna. I know that you're right there, but it is chilly out this morning. I'm here with Matt Fastenacht, and Matt is going to talk to us about racing Prodigy, but also why the tire safety is important.
Well, my first thought is yesterday was so exciting to bring these drivers from all around the world from these gaming platforms, especially the mobile phone platform, which are one of our winners went fastest yesterday. So this has been a huge success. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do when we really try to compete today and go a little bit faster. The pressure is going to be on today. The other dimension of this is it's a lot colder today. That changes everything. Cars need to work at a certain temperature, most importantly the tires. So we're going to talk to them about how to warm up real race tires. I'm not sure if it translates on the games, but it's critical here because you need to get those temperatures up. We're going to talk about swerving around to get a little temperature in the tire, but the most important thing is getting temperature in the wheel. And the way you do that is by braking. So we're going to talk to them about going out, getting the tires a little warmed up, stay off the curbs because that could be damaging, go out, get some heat in the brakes by going up and speeding up, and then slowing down. Speeding up, then slowing down. And that creates heat within the wheel that heats the tire up. Critically important. If that tire is not up to temperature, it's going to feel very slippery, and it's very hard to go fast.
And it's going to be disconcerting for the drivers after they got some confidence yesterday in the SR1s on the track. They had multiple runs, the lead and follow, and then on their own. They were able to read the telemetry, read the data, and now, okay, we're throwing all the chips in the air with this cold weather here in Dawsonville.
Yeah, welcome to racing, by the way. And the temperatures are going to change again. As the sun hits the track later, the conditions will change. They're going to have to adapt to rapidly changing conditions, maybe every lap.
Matt, communicate to the audience who's watching just how many experts and the level of expertise that Racing Prodigy has brought in to ensure safety, to ensure the data is being read at the highest level of motorsports.
Yes, we have some tremendous people here, starting with Primal Racing School, who knows these cars and this track inwards and out. They put thousands of people through what we're putting these drivers through, learning how to drive this track, learning how to drive this car. We've got engineers like Kent Stacy who are experts at setting up the cars. He's going to talk about it later, but these cars are set up identical to the weight, to the pound. If you have a 200-pound driver or a 100-pound driver, we've figured out how do you ballast that car, because that makes a big difference. So in fairness and having the cars be the same, we've got people supporting that, and all the crew and people changing wheels, checking everything, the brake bias, checking everything between every session, make sure the cars are all the same and they're safe. We've got coaches, people from Formula One, people from NASCAR. We've got Boris Said, and we've got coaches that are running at the highest level now who are winning Rolex 24 and championship drivers, future NASCAR drivers. And there is one of our cars. So at every level, whether it's mechanics, whether it's engineering, whether it's coaching, whether it's data, we have the best people here. And of course, we have the best media people like you.
We have tons of crew people behind the scenes, and the medics, the mental health. Dr. Ashley is here. It's fascinating to me to see the Prodigy Pass winners be so supported, because let's say they had the financial backing to do something like this on their own. They would be on their own. Yeah. They would have the facility staff for sure, but they wouldn't have this insight, this wisdom that even you bring to the conversation that you can have with them in the break room and in the car on the way to the track. What are some of the questions drivers have been asking you about today's weather, or have they not even thought about how it will affect the car?
I'm guessing they're wondering about it, but I'm not sure they completely grasp the importance of it. This is a huge temperature change from yesterday. I'm not sure that translates in the simulator. I'm guessing a lot of these people run sort of sunny days at 73 degrees on their simulator. They probably don't often say, hey, turn the temperature way down. So that'll be an interesting conversation. But to your point about what we're trying to do here, we're trying to support them in every way. This isn't about making them great race car drivers. It's about training them to be better thinkers. We're going to support them in learning about everything to do with managing their career, their finances. Whatever we can do to support this community, we're going to put into it. Because I went into racing, I didn't know anything, and I had to figure it out by networking. We're going to create that network and that community to support them in every way to be excellent at this whole activity, not just driving on the track.
It's been enjoyable being the roving reporter and interviewing the guys after they got their media training. And this morning, Nathan Saxon said, I've really been thinking about my interviews, and I watched myself back on the YouTube stream from yesterday, and I gave them some more pointers. And the guys at the table, Gustavo Ariel was saying, oh yeah, that makes sense, and I can do this and I can say that. And it's interesting how the professional driver has evolved so quickly to be a brand. They have to build their own brand. They have to build Racing Prodigy's brand. They have to build their sponsors' brands. And you all are giving them this really feet to the fire, immersive experience in every capacity.
Yeah, we're trying to get them to be excellent right away. All of our learnings from all the experts, from you to Brian Till and Arjuna up in the booth, all the way down to our superstar drivers, we're all available as mentors to try to help them be as good as they can be as soon as they can be. And that's what Racing Prodigy is all about. We're trying to open up motorsports for all and make it possible for anybody who has the intent, the skills, and the abilities. We're looking for prodigies and making them great.
Beautiful. Thank you. All right. So the cars are starting to come out here on the track. Arjuna, maybe you can speak to the sim experience with the temperature and the tires, because Matt and I are still learning what the actual sim experience is like. And the drivers didn't mention how they compensate for the temperatures in their games. So Arjuna, weigh in on that one.
I'll just speak from my iRacing experience more than anything, where the coldest you will ever see the track temperature is about 18 degrees Celsius, 65 degrees Fahrenheit. You can get it up to as warm as 70 degrees Celsius, and I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit other than scorching tires down to the material they were made of.
But what can you get it down to?
That's the question.
Yeah.
18 degrees Celsius is not that cold compared to what we have today.
I mean, here's the thing. We keep saying it's going to change the way that the car handles and this, that, and the other. Why? Well, one of the reasons is we talk about tire temperature. A cold tire is a stiff tire, right? The sidewall is hard. I mean, you can see this at home. You can walk outside and take your fingernail and stick it in your tire on a day when it's freezing. It's like trying to stick it into concrete. If you do that after you've driven it for a while around the neighborhood, and you'll come back in, you'll touch the tire, it's warmer, put your fingernail in it, and now it's a lot softer. The same is true of the sidewall of the tire, and the sidewall of the tire is a suspension component. Right? I mean, it's a spring rate. And a lot of teams, certainly advanced teams, Formula One, IndyCar, NASCAR, all of that, they can tell you what the spring rate of the sidewall of the tire is. That's all factored in to the setup of the car. And if that spring rate is stiff because it's cold outside, I mean, I know I wake up in the morning and at my age, my joints don't work the way they did. It's the same way with the tire. It's stiff and it's not going to handle the same. That you're not going to get that compliance out of the sidewall of the tire. It's not going to bend like this and compress. It's going to be very rigid until it gets warmed up. So you've got to get that taken care of. Then the compound. We hear a lot about compounds. The compounds are designed to work at a certain temperature. That's back to how soft is it. That temperature, you want that tire to be soft enough that it grabs the pavement. You don't want the super soft compound on a really hot day where it pulls it off like a pencil eraser being drug across sandpaper, but you're looking for that perfect balance. And when it's super cold like this, that compound is hard. So all of a sudden you have less grip, right? The sidewall is not there. It's not soft. It's not giving you the spring rate that you need. The compound of the tire itself is very hard, so it's not gripping very well. And then you got to think about this. Driving a car is a game of weight management. You and I talked about this yesterday. So if you have less grip overall, when you brake, you're not going to be able to transfer as much weight to the front end of the car, which means all of a sudden the brake bias that you set yesterday when you had heavy straight line braking, moving a lot of weight to the front where you wanted more front brake bias. Well, this morning, at least, when the temperatures are cold and you're not getting that same transfer of weight or energy under braking, the brake bias is going to need to be turned to the back a little bit to keep the car in balance. So it's not just going out there going, hey, it's cold out here. There's a lot to it. The engine, the transmission, all of that stuff needs to be warmed up gradually. You need to be empathetic to the equipment that you're driving, right?
It's not just a computer with zeros and ones at the end of the day, is it?
It's not.
I often think when it comes to the cold temperatures, the main difference that they're going to be feeling is obviously force feedback in sim racing. That's where the majority of the feedback comes from. But because it's derived from the tires itself, if the tires aren't up to temperature and they're, stiff, as you say, you're not going to feel as much feedback. So maybe the only thing the drivers are expecting is to not feel much when they go out on track.
Which isn't a bad thing, because that's the experience, like you say, that's the experience that they have. Think back to interviews yesterday when the guys got out of the car. What were their first comments? Oh, my God, the G-loads, the acceleration, the cornering, it's crazy. Well, guess what? It's all going to be diminished today. And the biggest thing, I believe that every one of them has the ability to go do it, but they need to know what's coming. And really, what you just said is probably the best advice. You're back in a sim. You're not going to have all those loads you felt yesterday. What we saw in the final round with each driver yesterday was they left pit lane and immediately attacked. If they have that mindset this morning in their first session, we may have to go pick people out of gravel traps, because that mindset, that focus, it has to be changed today. It has to be changed this morning.
And let's talk quickly about the run plan for these drivers in the morning. So we're going to start by sending them out behind the BMW in probably about an hour's time or so. we're still expecting the temperature to drop before it starts to rise again, so that's why there's a bit of a delay in the morning's activities. They'll get maybe 4 or 5 laps to build up the temperature, as we're talking about, and then after the cars are in a stable condition, we're confident the track is ready to be pushed on, we'll send them out for qualifying. Average lap time is what's going to count. They'll get 18 minutes out on track.
Go fast, but be careful, right? I mean, but I like what we came up with, what the organizers came up with, as far as putting the BMWs out there. What these drivers don't know yet is how to build these cars up to temperature. You heard Matt talk about it. I've talked about it. You've talked about it. So what we're going to help them do is control the pace so that they can spend the time and the focus on getting the temperatures that they need. Then it's going to be almost like a race. This pace car is going to pull off, and it's go time. And now they're going to have to flip the switch, right? I've got it warm. Do I have it warm? Maybe I should spend a couple of corners making sure that I've got what I thought I had yesterday before I really lean on it. So this is going to be a test. It was always going to be a test of speed. This is going to be a test of discipline today too, because there's going to be one lap that matters, right? And it doesn't matter if it's the first one or the last one. And if it were me, I'd look for it to be the last 2.
You want to build up over the course of the session. You don't want to be slowing down. And that's something we saw from Lawrence Beerton yesterday in particular. The 737 pilot brought that methodical approach to the final session. He was the driver that was able to break into the 125.8s. He was the driver that I think impressed quite a lot of people. But after the knockout stages, after this qualifying session that we have, we're going to keep moving things on. We'll start eliminating drivers. We'll talk more about that later. And it's going to close by sending 2 drivers out, obviously in pairs, a lead driver and a chase driver. If the chase driver is able to catch up to the driver in front in the allotted time, the matchup is over, the driver behind wins. They don't have to actually make the pass, they just have to close.
They just have to close. And so it's going to be one of those things that speed and consistency, we worked on both of those yesterday, right? We had that last session with it was all about consistency. If I've got somebody behind me, if we're running identical lap times, if I make a mistake, guess what? They just closed. So I can't let them do that. That's going to come off of both speed and consistency. You could be rocket ship fast. What if you're half a second faster than the other driver for 3 laps, and then you spin and you lose 2 or 3 seconds, and before you get back going, guess what? They closed. And now is the match over? You got to be careful about that. So it's speed and consistency. And all the while, guess what? The pressure just continues to build.
I think I expected a few more, I don't want to say incidents yesterday, but mistakes out on track, and we had just 2. And one of them was, let's be real, caused by a driver being quite tall, not physically being too comfortable in the car and just mixing up the pedals, which is something that happens. That's something we'll talk a little bit more about, though, as we work through the rest of the day. Let's head back down to Jen Moxley and see where the drivers are.
Arjuna and Brian, the drivers are actually in the room right behind me getting a little recap before, and they're dropping all their bags off and getting prepared, recap, before they come into the driver room. This is where they did their media training. This is where they have their daily meetings before everything gets started. You know, safety is of utmost importance, and so safety conversations are always a part of the driver meetings, but they also get their performance reports, and this is Garrett's, and you know, it's multiple pages, and they have the neurocognitive, they have the upper body, they have the neck, they have the cardiovascular, and this is something they're reminded of every morning. That pit fit assessment they did on the very first day of Prodigy Week was to give them a baseline of where they are, and now that they've been in the cars for a few days, you know, they're going to start feeling those aches and pains. They're going to start noticing that endurance and the importance of it. And you may remember from yesterday, Dominic has a huge bruise on his back from the kart. He said it's actually pretty common when he goes karting to bruise on his back. Dr. Ashley had to patch him up a little bit. And so as jet lag sits in, as the sleep pattern sits in, as the stress, as the emotional burdens and the worry and the excitement, the adrenaline and the exhilaration, as all of that starts to take its toll over the past couple of days, today is an important day to assess where they are, do check-ins, and make sure they have everything that they need so they can perform safely and perform well on the racetrack.
Thank you for that, Jen. And of course, I think this drivers' meeting is going to be very important because we are talking about some of the information that the drivers need to absorb. But who better to learn from than Ken Stacy himself?
I mean, the guy is a genius engineer. He's worked with some of the best in both open wheel racing and sports car racing. he too was a very good race car driver. He had some injuries that kept him out of the cockpit, kind of moved him into the engineering side of things. So he understands what he's talking about. He's been there, he's done that, and now he understands deeply the engineering side. He's run programs that developed race car drivers, so he is in very familiar territory here, and he knows what information needs to be imparted, and he's going to do that. It's really interesting, though, listening to what Jen was saying. Sitting at dinner last night, looking down the table, I could have probably picked out 5 to 10 different emotions. You could just look at certain drivers and read their faces. Some of them were tired. They were just exhausted. Some of them had kind of an emotional fatigue, let me say, where they were like, I thought I would do better. You could tell that the wheels were turning and they weren't particularly pleased with their performance yesterday. And it was really interesting to look down the table. I don't know if you saw the same thing.
I think I won't say which driver you mentioned
Right.
in particular at dinner, yeah, but it was interesting seeing the range of emotions that the drivers had. In particular, they looked drained, but not as drained as they did on Monday evening, because that was the really physical day for them. I think yesterday was where the emotions started to play a bit more of a part.
Yeah, I think we went from physical fatigue to mental fatigue. They got here, and for the European travelers who had to travel a long way, 17-hour flights and such, they got a good night's sleep, right? They got exhausted physically, and then they got a good night's sleep, and then they arrived. And then all of a sudden, it was like, go to work in the car, drive the car, look at the data, review the video, drive the car.
No gas, no brakes.
No.
Yeah.
And so there was that physical side, but the sleep patterns were back kind of where they needed to be and all that. But now it was where do you measure up where you thought you were going to measure up? What do you need to work on? Just trying to the range of emotions and what these drivers are going through. It's hard for me to imagine. I mean, I go back to, I remember my first driver school a long time ago before you were born, Arjuna. But I can tell you, Mark Walikachuk was my first driving instructor. It was at Jim Russell Racing School at Riverside Raceway. Yes, some of you will need to look up Riverside Raceway because it no longer exists. But and it was a green Formula Ford, and I think it was number 15. I would have to look at it. But that was in 1982, and I remember it. Why do I remember it? Because it made such a mark on me, and it really started my career, that 3-day racing school. And for these drivers, that's what they're going through right now. And it does leave such a mark. I can remember it. 30 years from now, they're going to remember this.
I still remember my first lap in that Lemons car that I did.
Yeah.
I will never forget it. It's imprinted on my memory, and it just changes the way you think about racing, I think. And in particular, one driver today is going to have a very special day.
Oh, yeah.
It's Garrett Lowe's birthday today, and
That's
he's going to be
right.
jumping into that Radical SR1.
Happy birthday.
Not a bad day to celebrate, is it? It is still cold, though, as we mentioned, so we're going to go to that drivers' meeting in just a couple of moments' time. It was also, I must say, very fascinating. Listen to you and Kent kind of talk about some of the old-school racing stories and some of the ways
leather helmets and stuff. No, it wasn't quite that bad.
Well, the ways that you used to be quite inventive to get speed from the car.
Well, everybody's always inventive. That's what motorsport's about, right? Pushing the limits. But here's the thing. I do want to say this. Everybody that's watching, you may not have had a chance to drive a race car to be in this situation and feel the emotions that we're talking about, but you have. You've done something in your life that has made a mark that you'll always remember, whether that was a sporting event, a school event, something in your life, a professional event or whatever that started you on your track to where you are. You'll remember it. It makes the hair on your arm stand up. Mine is right now. When you think about that, and that's what every one of these 12 Prodigy Pass winners is going through over the last 2 days and one more day of today.
And quickly, before we throw things down to that drivers' meeting, let's just remind you, 7 of these drivers are winners of Prodigy Passes courtesy of the Prodigy Racing League esports tournament. The other 5 drivers came through the Prodigy Search Selection Committee. They submitted a video application to a judge panel, including the likes of Linus Lundqvist, Bobby Labonte, so many top-level sim racers and top-level drivers as well. And they were given their chance to come here and show what they're all about. Make sure you're following us on social media as well. The plan and the goal is to do another Prodigy Week in 2024, building to the real dream, a real-life Prodigy Racing League with all of our sim prodigies showing the real world what they are all about. More tournaments coming up. don't forget to be a part of it. And I want to give a quick shout out as well to the Prodigy Racing League. Jerome and Arno behind the scenes doing a lot of the admin for the Prodigy Racing League tournaments. Let's throw things down, though, to the drivers' meeting. Let's see what Kent Stacy is going to tell the drivers about these cold conditions.
Okay, I did a Instagram story by myself in the cold this morning, so I'll do one now, okay? Are you ready? Good morning from day 3 of Racing Prodigy Week, and we're in the media room where we're doing the driver's training. Look how happy and excited they are. You guys are so quiet. Okay, shout if you're cold. So today is going to be about qualifying and competition. I'm going to be trackside. The drivers are going to be in BMWs in the morning. Hopefully they'll be in the Radical SR1s very, very soon. Who's going to win today? Who's going to be at the top at the end of the day? Guys! Okay, let the coffee hit and I will keep updated throughout the day. I'm sure we're going to get a little bit more adrenaline and a little bit more fire. But also, this is kind of just a really chill and quiet crowd. I'm probably one of the loudest people here, other than the SR1s. You guys, man, we gotta have a party.
Maybe you should all do this fitness test again.
That one was. We're passing the mic for the speakers.
Thank you. Can we have a couple minutes, or are we on now?
Yes, it is on.
right, good morning, everybody. What a great couple of days so far. You guys have kept the car on the track for the most part, certainly kept it off the wall. We appreciate that. A lot of smiles in this room now, certainly a lot of smiles over the last couple of days. I think you guys are learning a lot, at least that's the feedback that we're getting. Really appreciate all the help from all the coaches. So we've got many of our coaches in here this morning. Dr. Whitson, I know, has been checking in with you guys to see how physically you are doing. I think for the most part we're in pretty good shape. So appreciate all the preparation and all the help from Jim Leo from Pit Fit Training before getting here. All the help from Racers Physio, from Dr. Whitson, with the maintenance of you guys. So we've got a little bit more of a special day today. We've been building up to more of a pressure situation. So you guys have done the autocross, you've done the kart racing, which was a lot of fun. You've done your physical fitness assessment, your media training, you've done your sit-down interviews, you've been on track, you've done onboard video review, you've done data review. Well, we've got more of a challenging day today that we've got to manage because of a cold front that's come in. It doesn't normally get down to 0 degrees Celsius or 32 or so Fahrenheit, but it has now. That puts some challenges on the race cars and some restrictions on us. So with of course safety in mind, we're making some modifications to the day. In racing, that's certainly not unusual. So we've got Kent Stacy, I'm going to bring up in just a minute, our engineer, going to explain more about what we're dealing with today. Now, it is going to be warming up, of course, throughout the day. The sun will be out, so that's really good news. Track temperature and more will rise, and then more pressure will build because we're going to have some competitions in a different fashion today. So I'm going to share about the competition. In an hour, we're going to give you guys a printout. We're going to get through this training. Don't want any distractions with any papers in front of you guys for this meeting. So you're going to be out in practice this morning once the temperatures allow for it. We predict that'll be within a couple hours, and it could be 9:30 this morning Eastern time. So if we are able to get you guys out at 9:30, we're going to do it behind BMWs. We're going to do it to pace you and to help build up to speed because the tires are going to be very cold. Again, Kent is going to share more about this. The only thing that we can achieve today is, with this first session, is a car in the wall. Nothing else. We're not going for that, so please give the racer in front of you plenty of space. Give the BMW, if you're following behind the BMW, please give it plenty of space. We're only going to put you out for this first session for a total of 10 minutes. So you may get 4 laps. I would say 4 flyers, but they're really not flyers. It's more to give you a sense of the car, the temperature, the tires, and how things are getting up to temperature or not really getting up to temperature. After practice, we do anticipate another hour has passed, and at least from the start of practice, and then we're going to do qualifying. We believe at that point that we're going to be able to release you without any restrictions, but we will release you with words of caution, again, to be shared. So you'll go out, not for 20-minute sessions. We're cutting it to 18 minutes, just a couple of minutes saving. We're going to try to do the turnaround times a little bit quicker. So instead of 10 minutes, we're going to try to get it down to 8. But if it takes us 10 minutes to do it right, we're going to do it in 10 minutes. You're going to go out for that 16 minutes of green flag qualifying. First couple laps, guys, please take it very easy. Get the tires up to speed. It'll take more than a couple laps. Again, others are going to weigh in on this. So we're going to then set really the last chance qualifying and then the tournament bracket for this afternoon. So we're going to determine who the bottom 8 are based on timing and scoring. Those bottom 8 we are going to organize for LCQs, last chance qualifying, starting around 1 o'clock Eastern, depending on, again, when we are done with qualifying in the morning, because track will be cold for 60 minutes. So qualifying LCQs are going to be 12 minutes. 12 minutes total, so about 10 minutes of green, maybe 9 minutes, and we'll explain in more detail later. So the bottom 8 will have competed by circa 1:45. Then what we're going to do is we're going to save 2 of you. There's going to be different track conditions, different situations. One of you will be saved by the fans, who will be paying attention to all of your times and may even have a better idea than a few of us at this very moment on how well you're doing, at least on your times. Then the judges, who certainly know everything on your times and on your driving style and how well you're improving, are going to save a driver as well. So if you're in the bottom 8, 2 people get saved. That means 6 no longer are competing in radicals this afternoon. Your day is done. The top 4 from qualifying this morning are safe, and they will compete in the tournament bracket later this afternoon. So we will have 6 compete. The fastest 2 from qualifying this morning will have the first round bye. You will not have to run in the first round of the tournament. You will await the winners of the previous 2 races, which let me qualify that. It's more of a chase. We are not racing wheel to wheel. And I'll get into that in a moment. So seed 3 versus 6 will be the first round, and 4 versus 5. The winners of those 2 will compete against 1 or 2. And then the winners of those will move into the final. So we'll have the fastest 2, at least today, compete around 3 o'clock Eastern, perhaps 3:30, depending on how many people we pull out of the kitty litter. So what we've got to do is make sure that everybody who is competing in the tournament bracket knows that they're going into the car next, has all their gear ready, no delays. Our turnarounds from these head-to-heads, these chases, are going to be 2 minutes. So 2 cars will be on track. So when 4 versus 5 or 3 versus 6 compete, you're going to go on track for approximately 12 minutes. We're going to separate you with BMWs by approximately 10 seconds. You are to hold that 10-second gap. We'll green flag it. The faster of the 2 drivers is going to start behind. His job is to catch the first car. If you close within a second, competition's over. You move on. If you actually catch and pass that driver, you're eliminated, because that's not the deal here. You are not to actually catch and pass. There is no wheel to wheel. Not today. That'll be next year. So, any questions so far?
What happens if 2 drivers from one car advance and may race against each other?
We will move 1 driver to a different car. You're going to have 2 warm-up laps. We're going to caution you that you're in a new car. The brakes will feel different. The characteristics of the car will be slightly different. So we're giving you an extra lap to start to adapt to it. It creates additional pressure and additional concern. When talking with the judges about it this morning, Randy said, we're going to do our best to prep you. We're going to do our best to have everything as equal as possible, but that's racing. The cars have been tested by Raid and Nickel yesterday morning. We've got data on all of them. Our 4 cars are extremely tight. They may pull the same lap time, but they may pull it in different ways, slightly different ways. And again, you may be able to brake at the same rate, but the feel of the brake may be a little different. So that first corner, that first lap, it's your opportunity and your responsibility to get a sense for it and to feel it. We know all the cars are safe. We know all the cars are fast. but it'll take a little bit of adjustments. Any questions so far? Any further questions? Marco. You will keep your same set of tires. So we will be moving tires with you. Yours are marked. So as we are moving people from car to car and session to session, your tires will stay with you. Okay. So Kent Stacy is going to provide a little bit more information. He's the expert, particularly on the cars, on warming them up, on making adjustments when you get into a new car. So Kent Stacy.
Thank you. Hey guys, assume none of you guys have really run in cold temperatures, maybe in your street car in the snow or cold temps, but you probably realize the tires just don't come up to temperature and the car is very skaty and very slippery. And we don't want to, there's no reason to go out and spin out, lose the car, or have problems. So we need to build up to that. When the track temp is down, these are race tires, which are soft compound, and it needs to heat those tires up to gain grip. So there will be no grip when you go out. You'll just notice the car will slide everywhere. We'll be behind a pace car, so you just do a couple laps behind the pace car and just build the car up slowly and just get comfortable with it. And as the day goes, we'll come up with ideas for getting the car ready for the temperature. You want to say something?
Well, yeah, Kent here is like one of the #1 guys in the country. And I don't think in sim you ever deal with like a cold tire, or do you? You do? Okay, good. So you have some experience with that. And this is a big change from yesterday. And among other things, you're going to find that your brake bias on cold tires, it's as if it moved forward. Because when the track has less grip, you have less weight transfer. And at the same bias, it's going to be more likely to lock the fronts. You've got to balance yourselves between using the grip that you have to try to generate some heat and not overdoing it and flat spotting a tire or spinning out. And the safest way to warm up your tires is accelerating and braking. And easy at first, and you work it, and you work it. The winding around when they're ice cold, that's dangerous because you can go right around like we've seen guys do in the Indy 500 on a cold day. Kent is super sharp on setup, and it'll be interesting to hear as he tells you a little bit about what he's dealing with to make sure these cars are as good as they can be. And also in terms of the cars, this whole Prodigy Racing is bending over backwards to bring you the best car that you can have. But guess what? The racing world's not perfect. And you're so lucky to be here, and you're so good. You're going to get what you got, and you make the most of it. And you got to have a little luck, too. And it's all part of the racing game.
Thank you. Yeah, he made a great point. Prodigy has done such a great job getting these cars so close. It's not often you guys get your own tires. The cars are all within 1 or 2 tenths of each other, very, very close. So it's a great opportunity as far as that goes. So with the rest of it, we're going to wait for the temperature to come up, and then I think we're going to go look at the car, and we'll talk about elements of the car to help you guys better understand how to tackle the cold temperatures. And I think that's going to hopefully happen pretty soon. I don't know where David went. Grab him. What's that?
We're going to do that soon.
Okay. So hopefully we'll get around a car. I'd like to explain to you guys a bit about what the elements of the car, like with rake, sway bar, adjusting wings, and you guys can learn a bit about that on a real car, what actually happens. And we can even go over brake bias, which we discussed yesterday. See if we can get somewhere.
Yeah, but don't mess with the brake bias.
Probably not for today. I think we just stick with what we got. The main thing is keep it on the track the first hour or so.
Yeah, and David mentioned when we go out behind the BMWs, we're kind of babysitting everybody. Oh, when we go out behind the BMWs, we're really kind of babysitting everybody because that's a great opportunity to get in trouble for no benefit. It's not qualifying. It's just giving you a chance to feel the cars out a little bit in cold weather. Because when you go out for qualifying sessions, it's going to still be cold. It's not going to be as cold. And I don't know these Hankooks real well, but I watched Raiden's in-car videos yesterday, and he was working those tires when it was 55 degrees Fahrenheit. And so I expect at this temperature that they could be just like ice, you know. There could be no grip at all. And in qualifying, too, I don't know exactly what David intends, but if you wreck the car or put it in the gravel, that's probably going to be the end of your day. So you guys have got to do, what we do in professional racing, get all you can get, but not have the big mistake. You got to walk that wire, find that fine line of getting the speed that you can get without going over it and screwing something up. And that's the way it'll be your whole career. And I'm sure I'm talking down to you because I was struck. I think I was talking to Dominic about how many races he's done. Where's Dominic? Yeah. Weren't we talking about that? I was kind of bragging about how I'd done 700 races, and he brought up his record. He says, well, I have almost 700 wins in sim. And I've got to remind myself how much you guys have raced. And forgive me if I'm talking down to you, but maybe there'll be some tidbit that pops up here or there, because to be the best you can be, you've got to always be open to learning and getting better. And I think the fact that you're here, I think you already know that. Yes, I see a hand. Yeah.
I don't have a question, but I think it might be beneficial to discuss ways to test the limits of the car while it's cold out, and why heating up the brakes, or how heating up the brakes and the wheel and the tire and everything at the same time would be beneficial. So my name is Nick McMillan, and I won the 2013 GT Academy. So I've been where these guys are. So I thought from sim to real. So I thought it might be beneficial if you go through some safe ways to test the car, test the limits, the brakes, what the traction's like at a slow speed, so they can get up to speed quicker and understand what that limit feels like in a safe environment.
What, you weren't listening? I don't think this is working, is it? Testing. Oh, it's on the live stream. Where's the camera? Where's the camera? Hey, how are you? Thanks for reminding me, Jennifer. That's hilarious. I don't hear it here. And that's a really good question. And again, I think you guys already know a lot of this from sim. I'm so impressed at how you people have adapted to real cars. And cold track conditions are a prime opportunity to ruin your weekend. And this whole weekend, the main object is to get to the end of the race as a winner. And in order to finish first, you must first finish. You got to get there. But at the same time, you got to be quick. So when you come out of the pits, number one, when you're leaving the pits, we're going to be leading in the BMW, but the BMW is on street tires. And street tires adapt far better to cold temperatures because they have to do everything. Race tires aren't like that, and every tire is different. I don't know this Hankook very well. Some race tires adapt to cold temperatures far better than others. Some are just like ice. And in this temperature, one of the things Prodigy Racing did was they took all the tires inside last night. So at least they're warm overnight. They didn't get frozen. Some tires, once they get cold enough, they're never good again. And the cars were inside too. So that's good. The sun's coming up. That's good. We're going to generate a little bit of track temperature. That'll help. And the best way to warm tires is accelerating and braking. And as you come out of pit lane, again, be really careful in that corner on pit lane. It's really tight. And that would be, and the guardrail's right there on driver's left. And so leave room. Don't be right on the tail of the car ahead of you. In fact, in your races, I'm going to tell you this now because you guys are probably going to race your whole lives, and maybe you already know this, but don't tailgate the pace car if you're on pole. That drives me nuts when I see guys doing that. You're pole. You do not need to be right on the bumper of the pace car, or in this case, leave a lot of room so you can accelerate and brake and accelerate and brake. Feel the grip you have. You start out real gentle, and then you add a little more and a little more, and maybe a little bit of wheel spin. If you're not getting a little bit of wheel spin, you don't know where the limit of grip is. But if you overdo it, light them up, you can spin it right into the wall. Like I mentioned, we saw drivers do, like top guys do at the Indy 500 when it was surprisingly cold one year, way back when. Top guys. But you use what you got with a little bit of power and then a little bit of brake and a little bit more and a little bit more, and build them up, and watch out for that front bias. It's going to tend to want to lock the front tires quicker and easier. The wiggling back and forth is not as effective. That's better for cleaning tires, but it's better than nothing too. Once you feel confidence, you got to be very, very careful, but you can't stay very, very careful. Find out what you got and then use a little more, and see if you can generate temperature. I don't know how it's going to turn out. If they start feeling really good, go for it. Stay close enough to let the BMW know that you're good with where you are. And if you're hanging way back, the BMW drivers are going to think that you don't have grip and you can't go at all. So it's all a matter of balance, just like life, isn't it, David?
I agree, Randy. Thank you very much, Randy. I hope our live streaming audience got a kick out of that. All right, any questions, guys? So what we're going to do then is we're going to bring you down to a race car. Ken Stacy's going to share a little bit more, talk a little bit more about brake bias and some other features on the cars. So we're going to move down in just a few minutes. So group one, same as yesterday. Those 4 drivers, go ahead and get into your racing suits. So head out right now. The other 8, stay here for just a couple minutes as those 4 are changing. And then all of us are going to go down to the pit lane in just a few minutes, and it's going to be a little chilly, but we're going to do a little bit more review of the car with Kent Stacy. So for the 8 that are remaining, so the first 4 guys, go ahead and get changed. And after we do the car review, then group 2 and group 3 will change at that time. All right, so what questions do we have, guys? And if you don't ask any questions, I'm going to put you on the spot. All right, Garrett. Oh, by the way, it's Garrett's birthday today, 22.
That was last year. We're 22. So my question was, you said the gap will be 10 seconds from first car to second car. Is it whoever gains? So if second car gains more time on the first car, is that who wins?
Ultimately, who wins? If
Okay.
The car in front gaps after that session, then and obviously we'll see that on time and scoring. We might be able to see it visually. That is the driver that moves on. The other driver is out.
Okay. So essentially it's just 10 laps or whatever. Whoever has the fastest 10 lap total.
Yeah, it'll be fewer than 10 laps, but that's correct.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we're about a minute 30, minute 26 and change at the fastest here with this vehicle, this track, as you guys know. So maybe just one last note, and I'll share this with the 4 who aren't in here. This has no bearing on whether you're drafted next year. And let me maybe rephrase that. Please don't worry or be concerned that if you're not in the top 6, that means you won't be drafted next year. Or that if you win, that you will be drafted next year. People have come into this event with various levels of experience. Our job as a team and those who are drafting, they need to look ahead and see who is the better investment. If somebody's got 1,000 laps and is only a half a second faster than somebody who has 5 laps coming into this event, and the person with the 5 laps, which I think there's somebody in here who had 5 laps in a car on track, that was the extent of it. If that person is showing phenomenal progression, which is happening here over the last couple days, the judges and our scorecard and the GM will very well see that that person may have more potential. they're more likely to pick that individual than the driver who was quicker and who maybe has hit a ceiling. There's a lot of other considerations than your lap time. We've been testing quite a bit of them. So there's a lot of factors that go into this. Testing you under pressure is certainly one of them. Dr. Nick Molinaro has spoken with each of you, and I think maybe not Jan, because Jan learned of this on Saturday. We started and we flew him out on Sunday morning. But after this, with Dr. Nick, his job is to assess how top tier or elite athletes perform under pressure. If you go out under pressure this afternoon and you find the wall, you might have been pretty fast, but do you perform under pressure or do you buckle? And that'll be a big data point for someone who's drafting. It's a little bit unfair, perhaps. Anybody could have an off in a given corner under non-pressure situations. And our data points are pretty limited with you on track under pressure. However, we work with the information that we have. People will be making decisions, but most of you will not make, right, the top 6, and then you'll start being eliminated fairly quickly. And some of the competitions may not be that close. We anticipate they'll be pretty close. But again, it's just a data point. So keep the car underneath you. Don't get too down on yourselves if you guys are in the bottom 8, and then don't get saved. And then if you get eliminated, which everybody but one person will, it's just another competition within a competition. It's just another set of data points for us to look at. And we don't forget everything else. All right, so make sure you have fun. Keep your spirits up today. And remember, you're on camera. All right, we'll see you guys in the hallway, and then we're heading down.
And so as we get things ready to send the drivers out for the lead and follow session, a really interesting drivers meeting there, not just with the conversation, of course, that the drivers were listening into, but some of the questions they were asking as well.
I think the questions were great. It shows you that they've got a mindset of strategy. How do I do this? But I think David Cook just laid out the best strategy, and it's so difficult. You're at a racetrack in a race car. What are you supposed to do? You're supposed to go fast, right? I mean, so everybody wants to go fast. They want to be the fastest. But he just laid it out, and that's what you've got to keep in mind. You've got to go do your best and keep it on the island. Be impressive in the media stuff. Be impressive on the racetrack. Be impressive in your growth. All of that matters. He said, there's going to be a bunch of you who don't make the top 6. No, there are going to be half of you that don't make the top 6, right? Half the field isn't going to make the top 6 as far as speed goes. And yeah, there will be one person that walks out of here as the fastest person. It doesn't mean they're best. And I think you and I talked about this yesterday. I'm a firm believer in there are fast race car drivers and there are good race car drivers, and the two are not mutually inclusive. I've known a lot of people that are really fast in a car and tear up a lot of equipment, and consequently watched careers come to an end really prematurely based upon their speed. They were really fast, but they weren't thinkers. They weren't big picture drivers. And you've got to understand that. It was really funny. We were talking at breakfast this morning about championships and what's the average finish in a series that will win you a championship. And it's somewhere between 3rd and 5th. And I don't think you show up at a racetrack to finish 5th. You don't show up here to be the 5th fastest person. You want to be the most impressive. You want to be the best at everything, right? But in reality, you want to be really good at everything. You want to win the championship. And it's the same way. You go into every race wanting to win it, and then you change your outlook as the race progresses, right? As you get moved to the back, as your brake bias isn't right, or you flat spotted a tire, or the engine's a little flat, or whatever, and you begin to change the goalpost. I said this yesterday. If you finish 3rd in a 3rd place car, you won. You won your class.
And not everyone can be Max Verstappen, be in the best car possible, win every race. Look at Alex Palou in IndyCar this year. Solid third and fifth position finishes. That's what got him to the championship. We've seen that in sim racing as well. But I think that maybe the more important point from that message was that you got to remember it's about the progression, the evolution of these drivers. Again, some of these drivers have been in real racing cars before. We expect a bit more from them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think every driver is different in that road to get to the top kind of thing. We've seen drivers over the years. I've raced with drivers. You've certainly seen drivers. They're not that impressive in the beginning. You know, they're back there, and then the next weekend they're up there. And then a month or two from now, they're up a little bit farther, and their plateau, their rise looks like this. Others come in and they go straight up. And you're like, my gosh, this is the next thing. This is the next Prodigy, right? And then they get to a level where they just, boom, they plateau. And then for the longest period of time, they don't seem to grow. They don't improve. They haven't developed. And a lot of times in the end, that driver with the slow, methodical progression bypasses that person that's found their plateau already. And this person that you discounted a long time ago actually ends up the better driver, the more complete driver, the champion.
It's why in sim racing, I try and make sure I don't just commentate on the biggest stuff, but I try and make sure I'm doing the qualifying series as well to make sure I understand who is making those developments, because year on year, our champion in the 2023 Porsche Esports Super Cup, he struggled to make it into the series a couple of years ago. It just, it's all about momentum and form sometimes.
Yeah, you could probably pick champions from all different forms of racing and look at their career, and you might be surprised to find that they weren't always the fastest person that was out there. Maybe that was their ability, maybe it was the equipment that they were in, but it is what it is. And, you know, I was thinking about careers this morning, and a lot of times you have to be satisfied to take the next step when it's presented to you, even though you know it's not a winning proposition, because it's the next step. I always counsel young drivers, there are certain rides you don't take. You just don't. They're not going to do your career any good at all. The equipment may not be safe, what have you, but there are a lot of opportunities that you take knowing that you're not going to have the opportunity to win in that equipment, but it will elevate you to the next level. It will keep your progression going, and that's what you're looking for.
That's, again, something that sim drivers don't worry about. All the cars are at least...
They're capable of winning.
They're capable of winning, that's for sure. The drivers are going to get the chance to jump into the sims now as we get ready for the lead and follow sessions. They will kick off in about 25 minutes' time. Our sim downstairs, resplendent with its Aztec SimSport gear, is set up with the Radical SR1 at the Atlanta Motorsports Park. So it's similar sort of car, maybe a bit more power.
Can I go drive one?
Do you want to go drive the real SR3?
No, I don't want to do that. And if I do go drive the sim, we will not have a camera there. It will be unrecorded, that's for sure.
I saw some of the crew members, actually, when I came in this morning, were already doing some laps and enjoying. Yeah, they were enjoying it. But what do you think they'll be using the sim for? Because, of course, it's not the same car. It won't be the same conditions. But they looked at a lot of data yesterday, both telemetry and onboard video. What are some of the things that they'll be trying to then pick out when they jump back into the sim?
I think if it were me, I would go, okay, well, the conditions are going to be different this morning than they're going to be from this afternoon when the temperature rises, and it'll be more like yesterday. So all I really want to focus on right now is I need to do the job out there when it's cold to get me to the next level, that next progression. I don't care if I'm the fastest or I'm the sixth fastest. I'm still there, right? You know, so I want to do that. But the only way I'm going to get to be number one is to be prepared for when the conditions are good at the end of the day. So I'm going to think about my data from yesterday, and I'm going to focus on the sim of trying to improve on the information that I gathered yesterday from my coach, from the data that I saw, from the video that I saw, knowing that that's going to be different than what I experienced in the beginning. And that's going to me, that is the biggest challenge for these drivers today, is not really the physical conditions. They're all capable of doing it, but they've got to be able to understand their chapters in this day. And they're going to, one chapter leads to the next, to the next. They can't grab the book and open to the last chapter. You know, they've got to start in the beginning, actually the middle.
It's funny you say that, because I was seeing some of those pit fit reports. Of course, the drivers were put through their physical paces on Monday, Cooper test, hang test, a bunch of different things. And it was quite blunt. I saw the vocabulary being used.
I'm glad I didn't do it.
Just to give a quote, your VO2 max was below the expected threshold of an elite athlete. But that's the level that they are being compared against, right? Even with Dr. Nick Molinaro when it comes to those mental pressures as well. We are comparing them to the very top level.
Did you do any of those?
No. I stayed as far away from the gym as possible.
I stayed away from the gym. I'm certainly going to stay away from the psychological profile. That's for sure.
Yeah, Dr. Nick's been a really fun supporter as well of the Racing Prodigy events that we've had so far, and it's going to be interesting to see how Jan van der Heide gets on in the chat that he hasn't had with Dr. Nick just yet.
You said something, though, that I think is critical, and obviously I've got a kind of sense of humor that's a little odd to some people, I guess, but you said elite athlete, and they are, and that's what they're striving to be. It's not what they are, but it's what they're striving to be. And I think reports like that are eye-opening. You know, they are kind of a slap in the face to some people, but it didn't say your VO2 max is pathetic. It said measured against the best, it's below it where it should be.
And then they explained why a VO2 max is important for an elite athlete, what they wanted to see as well in terms of the fall-offs and things like that. So it was a very detailed scientific deep dive into athlete conditioning.
And again, it's like you've got to read the whole report. You've got to understand the whole thing, not, hey, yours is below where it should be. That's not what it said. It said yours is below an elite, what's expected for an elite athlete. Nobody expects you to be an elite athlete right now. But if this is what you want to do, this is where you need to go. It's real simple. You pull out the map, and we're in Dawsonville, Georgia, and I want to go to Los Angeles, or I want to go to the Bay Area where you live. I need a map to get there, right? I can't just get in the car and go, okay, let's go. I don't know where I'm going, so I need that road map. And I think that's what so much of this information is for these drivers, whether it's from a media side, a physical side, a mental side, a driving side. It's a roadmap, and they've been given all the information. Now they have to do something with it.
Well, physical fitness is something that even sim racing teams have started to place increased priorities on, just to make sure their drivers are in the right condition. Mental health and mental focus as well. It's definitely something they prioritize. But I look at Michael Romanidis. He races for Coanda Esports. He was part of a bunch of our Prodigy Racing League events. They had an April Fool's joke a couple of years ago where they were not going to be sim racers anymore. They were going to be virtual cyclists. Coanda Zwift Sport. But it was half a joke, half serious, because Coanda, some of their drivers go off and do Ironmans on the weekends.
Yeah, not me, but it is true though. You and I spoke about this. The better physical condition you're in, it's like being in a race car. You want to be in the best race car that you're in so that you can do the best job. This is your chassis. This is your race car. It needs to be well prepared, well maintained. It needs to be the best so that your mental side of it can take you where you need to be. Use that equipment to be a winner.
You can see the drivers walking down towards the pit lane area. Those steps lead up to the race control room and the broadcast booth where we're at right now. But let's throw things down to our pit lane reporter, Jen Moxley, as we figure out where the drivers are heading.
I'm with Gustavo walking down the stairs. We're headed to the SR1s. All right, this morning is the first time we've really heard the big guy, David Cook, say the big word, elimination. How are you feeling about knowing that there are people who will not race all day today?
To be honest, we know that time is going to happen anyway. So I just want to do my best to warm up my tires, and I'm just focusing on myself because in the end of the day, it's me against me. So that's my approach.
Is it very different on the real world track from sim? Because the guys said the sim has cold temperature tire, modifications that you have to go through. What is the difference, or do you know?
I think the difference is here we need to take a bit more of care of the tires because we need to use it all in the full day. So I'm looking forward to not crashing the car, of course, because in the sim you can reset, but here I'm just looking what I need to do, where I can warm up my tires in the best way as possible to understand the car from today. So yeah, it'll be tough, but I'm ready to the challenge.
Any additional nerves, or do you feel confident, not quite knowing what you're getting into, or are you anxious?
No, I'm completely focused on what I have to do and what I need to do and what I'm going to do.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so the drivers are out here. Kent, I'm going to give you the microphone so everyone watching online can hear what you tell them as you talk about the modifications you did to this car. They all recognize they are so lucky to have you as the engineer overseeing their safety and the car's performance.
Okay. You want to hold?
I'll hold it, yes. I'll hold it for you.
So let's get close, and I'll give you guys an idea of what's going on with the car. So I'm sure all you guys play around on the sim with your adjustments. Some of the basic things on these cars, now you get to see it in real life, essentially. And it's going to be hard to talk on with this thing walk around. But there's a lot of things we use, like a rear sway bar, which is this piece here, stiffer and softer. Stiffer rear bar will tend to loosen the car up on throttle, power down on exit. It will loosen a car on entry, and you'll adjust that rear bar sometimes for that. I'm sure you guys have played with that. The front sway bar, which looks very similar up here, you use that for corner entry stability. So if you want high-speed entry stability, you'll tend to stiffen the bar. It does hurt your braking in a bumpy section. It will lock up a tire more, but that helps with entry stability. Those are the two times you would most likely adjust that. The other adjustment would be rake, which is lowering and raising the back of the car, which changes entry stability and rotation. Too much rake will make a car loose entry. Not enough rake will make the car push mid-off. So those are some of the adjustments. If we had more time, we would probably play around with that stuff, but we're not going to do that today. Another really important one is this car has a rear wing on it. Right now we're max rear wing, but if we were to take rear wing out, that would give us more top speed. But the downfall would be entry stability. The back of the car would lift up when you hit the brakes, and it locks up the rear tires, and you lose entry stability. We're not going to play with that one today either, but those would be fun things to play around with. Maybe next time we're here we can do that. If you guys, I'm sure you guys felt the tires when you walked up, how cold they actually are. And part of the problem is the surface temperature, the ground, is very, very cold. So when these tires touch the ground, they don't heat up. Usually the track is hot, and when you put the tires on the hot track, it warms the tires up. It takes high temperature on a race tire to make it sticky. It's like gum. So the tires are very hard, and you have to heat them up in order to gain grip. That's going to be really difficult to do today. So you have to drag brake to put temperature in the brakes, to heat the wheel, to try to heat the tire up. Weaving's not really the best way. It's mostly braking. And the other thing to keep in mind is the wind. The chill factor is very cold right now, and it's going to blow on the tires as you're driving. It cools the tires off. So that's one of the elements, and the track surface temp is down. So you need to try to bring those tires up slowly. You can damage a tire if you do it too quickly. If you run over berms, hit big bumps, you want to try to avoid that while they're cold. Once they heat up, they're made to run at a high temperature. So you want to bring them up to that temperature gently, because these are your tires all the way to the end of the day. You don't want to damage them. So with that in mind, we'll be behind the pace car. So we'll bring it up slowly. You guys can get used to it and get a feel for it. Some of you guys have never experienced anything like this. So it's a great opportunity to learn. We're using tape to adjust the oil temperature. And the oil temperature has to be above 122 degrees or the car goes into limp mode, which means it won't rev over 4,000 RPM in order to save the motor. So what would happen then is you would just pull in the pits. Because we don't want to smoke the clutch, or the reason is you have to come in the pits and put more tape on, or we would have to assess the situation, make sure the temperature is good enough for us to continue running. Water temperature is another element. It has to be above 140 degrees. I don't think that's as important. The oil is the bigger issue. So we'll monitor those things to try to get these things going early as possible. And the idea, the main thing is the brakes, to try to get the tires, and use the brakes to try to get the temp up initially, and then just drive at a decent pace will bring the temp up in the tires. Slowly, as you get faster and faster, the tires will get warmer, and then things will come too. Probably the fourth lap, it will feel closer to probably your out lap yesterday. So the main thing is just learn from this session and realize how complex these cars are. And learn from it. I think that's pretty much it.
Ken, you saw them drive yesterday. Are there any drivers, you don't have to name names, we're not going to call you out, but are there any drivers you have your eye on or you may give a little extra advice to from their performance on the track yesterday, their level of risk taking, or maybe their inexperience?
Absolutely. Each coach is familiar with their drivers, and each have different capabilities and different ability levels. Some of these guys are just sims. I think one of the kids here doesn't have a driver's license or just started driving, so he's never really driven a car much. And we have guys that are older that have been driving for a long time. So that plays a big part. Some of the guys are a little bit more advanced than others. So each guy has to have a certain level of input. So each coach is talking to each of them.
And styles. You're starting to see their styles the more they're in the cars.
The last session yesterday, very much so. It's really impressive to watch these guys, like in the brake zones and how they're learning to work with these cars. So I'm excited to see today. And the coaches have them, I think, pretty ready to go.
One thing I picked up, the guys were talking about how sims do right-left braking, and not every driver here is a right-left braker. And then some of the guys were mentioning the taller ones, you know, you accidentally hit the clutch instead of the brake, things like that. What are some modifications for that?
Driver, to be honest. I think all you guys are left-foot brakers, aren't you? I don't think we have one right-foot braker here, except for Boris Said, who's one of the coaches, who's always right-foot braking. I don't know how he does it. But left-foot brake tends to be ideal with an aero type car because you control the air under the car, the pitch, by blending the pedals, and these guys tend to do that really well. So I think in that area we're really good. You know, these guys just adapted so well. I'm really surprised how quickly they got up to speed, and they're so close. So
Ken, you talked about every part of the car, but the driver is right here. That wind's on their face, on their bodies. I see a lot of them shaking around trying to warm up a little bit, and luckily the sun's coming out, but that is the additional element, their own physical care.
Absolutely, that's part of the game. Their muscles will be tight. It's a lot different being in cold. Everything's different in the cold with as far as how you feel, the wind blowing on you. But this is part of the game. They're going to have to get used to this is the real world racing. You have to deal with all these elements, which is a big key part.
Any questions? This is your chance. You got the pro. Any questions?
I did want to mention one thing. We've been talking a lot about how to get the heat into the tires, and I don't want to, you know, beat a dead horse on this one. But the reason that you're doing the accelerating and the braking, you know, is one, obviously to build temperature in a straight line because it's safer. But just like in the sim, you know, there's like kind of cheater ways to try to get tire temperature with, you know, on outlaps and things to try to build temperature. And what you're doing with the braking side is you're building that temperature from within the wheel. You know, the braking is creating heat. That heat is being put into the wheel, and that wheel is then generating that tire pressure and then that tire temperature from inside out. You know, so you're getting a more core temperature into the tire, and that's the longer lasting stuff. The scrubbing is only putting that heat into the surface, and it cools off rapidly. So that's why you got to put the heat into the brakes progressively, because obviously the surface of the tire temperature is not going to be there when you first hit the brake pedal. But as you continue, that's what's going to have that longer lasting heat and build that temperature. So that's why it's so critical to do the acceleration and the braking side of things to build that heat from the middle out.
Coach, this is literally training with the weights on, isn't it? If they can do it now, they're going to perform better when it's not as cold, right?
I would hope so. Yeah. And I think this tire is going to, you know, come up to temperature easier than maybe what a standard slick may be. You know, I've been at Daytona in the 24 at night when it was 35 degrees outside, thrown to the wolves with prototypes flying up behind me, trying to get heat into their tires. So thankfully we're not doing that to them on the first go. This situation is going to be a little bit better for them.
Do you have drivers from other teams picking your brain, or are you just working with your two?
No, I mean, everyone is asking everyone questions, and obviously we're here to make everyone better. I'm getting questions from multiple people, but obviously I'm trying to help my guys as much as I can, as well as everyone else, because it's really important to get that rapport with the guys that you have in order to understand what they're doing and how to get the most out of them, and then pretty much going from there. If we're changing from driver to driver to driver, you know, it's hard for us to really focus on on multiple people in what they need, because everyone's different and what they need to get the most out of them. So in this scenario, the way we have it set up, it allows us to get the most out of each driver.
It's also fantastic because the drivers are studying the coaches as well, and they know your specific expertises or talents or background. You in the 24 hours helps tremendously with a lot of changing conditions rapidly, for sure. So I've seen some of the drivers go specifically to someone, maybe at dinner, maybe in one of the shuttles, to ask some questions or listen in. I've noticed that's probably what they do more. They listen in a little bit more.
One thing
I hope that wasn't important. Kent, get me out of here.
Not anymore, Jennifer. Piece of advice for the drivers. We're normally worried about heat, right? Well, actually, you have it usually pretty comfortable in your sim room wherever you're racing. It's cold. If you've got extra Nomex or even an extra shirt to put on top of your Nomex under your suit, do it. I think you're going to get cold. This will be a good test, though, behind the BMWs in our warm-up laps. I used to, in 30-degree weather, or 0 degree, excuse me, I use liners, glove liners, because my hands get cold. And when your hands are cold, you cannot drive as well. And so feel free. It's a little late for the guys already dressed, perhaps, but put on an extra shirt, extra underwear, etc., to help you deal with the cold temperatures. It's a whole different deal. There's no heater. Where are the radiators on this thing?
They're inside here.
Yeah.
Each side.
So they're going that way. There's nothing up here, right? There's nothing warm in front of you.
This part here definitely will have some air blowing on them. I also want to make one quick point. I do the 24 Hours of Daytona, which is a very popular race. We get a lot of Europeans, a lot of the top drivers in the world. And in the middle of the night, it drops down into the 30s. And a driver will get into the car, leave pit lane, and I'm sure you guys may have seen this. We always have to remind our driver, cold tires, cold track, because the surface temp is so cold. They'll leave pit lane and actually wreck before they get on the track in that left-hander, and they hit the wall. It happens every year, couple, 2 or 3 cars. Best driver in the world.
Like right here.
Exactly. When you pull out of pit lane, you may get the same thing when you just turn the wheel and the car just keeps going straight. It's like being in snow. So recognize that even the best in the world struggle at it. So this is a big test for you guys to really learn from this experience and show well.
There's a level of confidence and a level of apprehension, and it's about finding that balance.
Yes,
Thank you.
That's racing.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right. Arjuna and Brian, we're going to continue our tour down here, and I'm going to grab drivers as often as I can and put them back into the media training testing.
So yeah, that was a really interesting little session there that will continue to run on.
Great. Thank you.
It was really cool hearing some of those little setup details as well, because a lot of these drivers will be familiar with adjusting the car in the sim and trying out what those changes actually feel like. But I think you and I had talked about this on Monday. They don't really understand that you've got to take something out, you take the cover off, go in and adjust something. It's not an instant change.
You don't hit the button, the screen pops up, you change this, that, and the other, and then go enter and go drive. Yeah, there's work that's been to be done with it. And really, you can experience some of this stuff in the sim world, but again, there's nothing like the real world to fully understand what's going on. I think the other thing that's important to remember for all of these drivers, as we heard Kenton Cook talk about warming tires, Kent Stacy, all the guys, Randy Popes, you want to make sure that you're being careful. The braking and accelerating is truly the best way to do it, but you've got to be careful. Those are your tires. They're your tires for the rest of the day. Every time they come in and change drivers, they change tires. So your tires would be marked with your name or initials on them. Mine would be marked with mine. It's not like if I go out and flat spot one, braking hard while I'm trying to get temperature, that I get to come in and get another set, or that you're going to have to drive on mine. They're mine for the rest of the day. So I've got to keep that in mind when I go out there. Here's the challenge once again. The container, the knowledge container, was sitting there, and it just got more dumped into it. And for some of these guys, their knowledge container is full.
It's overflowing.
Yeah, and it's on the cabinet now. And are they going to be able to scoop it up and put it back into another knowledge container? Can they get a bigger knowledge container? That's what it amounts to right now. Some of this stuff they heard. Some of this stuff they heard and remembered. Some of it they heard and tried to remember. but it's going to go out. It's going to go out as soon as they try to put the lid on the knowledge container. A little bit's going to spill out, and they're going to be things that they forget, and that's understandable, and hopefully it's not detrimental.
Yes. I feel like we've put a lot of apprehension into the drivers in some ways, but that's just to tell them.
There should be.
This is something that they have never experienced before, and hopefully they will go out there in these 5-lap lead-follow sessions. They will get a sense for the conditions. I just took a look at the conditions. It's still technically below
cold.
freezing.
It's still technically cold.
But I think we are starting to see as the sun rises. There's no cloud cover today. That's the more important thing. There was a chance of rain yesterday. We got some sprinkles. The sun will start to bake the track.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you can tell anybody anything. I know I've told my children when they were small, don't do this or this will happen. And lo and behold, it did. When you went and did your Lemons race, there were certain expectations. People told you certain things. But again, until you actually do it, you can't understand it. So even though these drivers have been given all this information, if they've not done it before, and probably 90+% of them haven't, then this is going to be new. You know who has the advantage? People who live in cold climates and have driven cars with ice and snow.
Yeah, I grew up in Singapore where it's on the equator. There's a rainy season and a dry season. It's always warm and it's always humid. You don't get a choice about that.
So ice and snow is something foreign to you.
I didn't see ice and snow until I came to college in the U.S. and was that kid wearing flip-flops around in the snow for the first couple of days until my friends kicked snow onto my feet until I got the memo.
And you were like, oh, okay, I get it.
Now I get it. And then I found out what it's like when the snow melts. It's muddy and it's not so fun and the magic disappears. Yeah, but cold tires, the drivers that have experienced that will have an advantage. I also wonder as well for the drivers that have been in real cars before, what sort of tires would they have driven? Because these, of course, are the treaded Hankooks.
Well, and that's just it. It doesn't matter if you've been in a car before. If you were in a car on a beautiful 70 or 80 degree Fahrenheit day, what is that? See?
20-ish, I think.
Yeah, so a nice warm day, beautiful clear skies, racing slicks that have been nice and warm for you, come up to temperature easily. It doesn't matter if they've driven that. What matters is if they've driven when it was 40 or 45 degrees on tires that were rock hard because they're still very cold. Even though these tires were kept inside overnight, they're bringing them out. I think Randy Popst had a great point, and that is when you're going straight, they're going to cool very quickly. Kent Cook said the same thing. Weaving back and forth heats up the surface of the tire.
Not the carcass.
You want it from the inside out. That's where you're going to gain the biggest advantage. And, look, I get a lot of people who come to racing school or driving schools, and they sit way far away from the steering wheel because they watched the movie Grand Prix at some point in time in their life, and they saw James Garner with his arms straight out holding the steering wheel. I'm like, no, that's not it. I need you closer to the wheel so you can – and they watched – drivers weave back and forth, and some crazy announcer, probably me, on television said something about warming the tires. Well, they're really cleaning the tires, and they're getting some temp in them. And if the tires had been warm before and were now under full course yellow, probably more important to clean them, and they're not going to lose that much heat. But they're going to go with a lot of things that they've seen. They just got the information that some of the things that you've seen are not necessarily accurate, or the message that was delivered with the visual wasn't necessarily true. So they're going to have to go and trust and believe what the experts in pit lane just told them and take that information and get rid of some of these ideas that they had in their mind and replace them with the new information.
I was just looking through the hometowns of the various drivers. Out of the couple from the U.S., they're all in relatively cool states, New Jersey, Rhode Island, and in Garrett Lowe's case, North Carolina, which does still get pretty cold in the winters as well. And then in Europe, you've got drivers in Switzerland, Austria, Germany. So maybe they do have some experience of these cooler conditions.
Well, look, it's like driving to the grocery store. I live in the Midwest now, and it's like driving to the grocery store in the wintertime when you've got a couple of inches of snow. 4, 6, 8 inches of snow is easy because you actually have grip. But in that little bit of snow where it's icy and it's slick and all of that, and you turn the wheel and the car slides straight. You have to remain calm. You have to get the right inputs to maintain the grip on the front and all of that. And that's what these drivers are about to go experience. In the beginning, it's going to be literally like driving on super slick pavement, a slick track, go-kart track, or, that little bit of snow on the road, that diminished grip. It's going to get better and better and better, and the grip's going to build and build and build. What you can't do is let yourself get ahead of that ever-improving curve of the performance of the tire in the car. You've got to stay behind it or stay right on top of it. If you get on the wrong side of the wave, you're going to get swallowed up by it.
Two drivers that some may feel might not be so familiar with the cold conditions, Gustavo Ariel and Dino Felipe represent Brazil and Argentina respectively, but South America is inverted in its seasons. It does still get relatively chilly in Brazil at the end of the day, and Gustavo has been spending most of this year in Denmark, of course, as part of his competitions for ESLR1, so he is, I think, slightly familiar with the feeling. He did tell me, by the way, I was asking about his helmet because it's a very nice helmet.
Yep.
The person that has designed that helmet designed Lewis Hamilton's helmets from like 2017 to 2021.
Well, there you go. So there should be speed in it.
Yes. He's got his letters. He's got a G on the left side and an A on the right side, which, that adds speed as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and if you make sure that it's nice and clean and waxed, the air flows over it. It's probably half a tenth right there. We believe that anyway, right?
Racing drivers always find.
Not that we're superstitious. We had that conversation already.
So away we go. Again, 2 BMWs will lead our 4 SR1s around. They'll be split up, of course, into 2 groups respectively. I believe it will be Tyler Edwards once again and Cameron Dass that will lead them around. Cam had just jumped up into the broadcast booth before they had headed down onto the track, and he was saying that yesterday when we were doing the lead-follow sessions, the rear tires on the BMW were actually overheating.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, I mean, and I knew that they were leading him around at a pretty good pace. So, that gives you an idea that these guys, we're not driving around at 30 miles an hour doing a sightseeing tour. They know what these cars need to perform and what the drivers need to feel. And so we started with that lead follow from the get-go. And it really got the drivers literally up to speed relatively quickly. There were big cautions. You heard it even in the classroom about pit out, comparing it to Daytona International Speedway's pit out for the Rolex 24 that we run every year. Inevitably, someone finds the wall at pit out at Daytona in the Rolex 24 in the middle of the night, and some of the best have crashed there. Jeff Gordon has crashed there on the way out of the pit lane in the middle of the race. So you got to be careful everywhere. They can't take anything for granted, and it's a tightrope today. Right now the tightrope is only 6 inches off the ground. If they make a little mistake, the chances of getting to something bad aren't very high. But as we go throughout the day, it's the same tightrope, but the ground gets farther and farther away, and the mistake will get more and more costly.
It's funny you mentioned Daytona because the danger at that pit exit has now been completely removed because of the RFID scanners that now...
Yeah, but I don't know that it's completely removed.
Not completely, no.
I mean, on a really cold day, and right now with the tires for the GTP cars being built with a required double stint in mind, the heavier weight of the GTP car versus the DPIs in years past, it's a handful. And fortunately, last year we didn't have incredibly cold temperatures, but obviously teams struggling to get the tires up to temperature. And, it'll still bite you. It'll still bite you. And you know what? It's so much more narrow than it looks on television. I mean, it's kind of like the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And even to this day, I'll watch the Indy 500 and go, oh, yeah, I mean, it's so wide. And you go there in person, and it's just not. And you go walk out onto the racetrack. And if you've never had a chance to do that, if you're in Indianapolis, you know what?
Yes.
Go take the bus tour. You'll laugh at this, but 2 days after the Indianapolis 500 in 1994, I completed the race on Sunday, and a day or two later, my butt was sitting in the bus with the general public driving around going, wow, because it looks I could see a lot more detail from the bus than I could
when you're not going
230 miles an hour, you know. So, but yeah, take the opportunity and you'll realize it's very narrow down the front straightaway. And so it's the same with the pit out at the Rolex 24. It is a lot narrower when you were sitting in a car leaving the pit lane than it is when you watch it on television.
And the GTP tires that we're talking about are going to get a redesign for 2025 with some of the data that they've got. So we'll be curious to see when we head back to the Rolex 24 that year how the tires will play out. So again, 10 minutes on the track, 5 laps or so we expect for the drivers behind the BMWs. It's Gustavo Ariel, Nathan Saxon, Andrea Leonardi, and David Dalton Jr., the 4 drivers that are out there for the time being in the 91, the 93, the 94, and the 95. Again, 10 minutes. We'll throw these drivers out of the car. We'll put the next lot in, and we'll repeat the cycle. You can see right now that the second Radical SR1 in both of the groups is actually hanging back quite a bit.
Well, you want to be able to accelerate up and brake, right? I mean, I like what I'm seeing. I mean, and there you see the gap close down again. I like what I'm seeing. They listened. They listened to the advice, to the information, to the education that was delivered to them, and they're acting upon it. And it's exactly what we've seen throughout the last 2 days. And I'll go back to super impressed with the performance that I have seen and out of these drivers, the performance, the application of the information, and doing a great job. Here's something that wasn't said to them, at least something that I didn't hear, and you just saw it from the drone, and you'll see it again here in a moment when they go back around the racetrack. The racetrack is not the racetrack is not the racetrack. What you see right there, look at the bright sunshine reflecting off the beautiful white bodywork of that Radical RS1 as they head through the corner, a little tire smoke there, so be careful, don't lock up the brakes, right? Those are your tires, no flat spots. This area of the racetrack is going to be a lot warmer than turns 14 and 15, the big long carousel. That area right there on the way in to turn 2. It's going to cool, or it's going to warm much later. Shade is going to stay cold, and you've got to be aware of that when you drive a race car in the rain, especially in the rain on a street circuit, but even on a permanent facility. You've got to keep in mind, where's the track going to dry first? Where is it going to dry last? The shade or areas where it's going to dry the last. Street circuits, areas with big signage down the side of it where the wind can't get to the racetrack to dry it. As a driver, you need to take all of that into consideration. As a driver right now, I'm going to be looking at where is the shade. Obviously, it's going to be in a different place when I come back out in an hour, right? I mean, work on our sundial strategies, right? But there's a look down on turn 12 and turn 13, heavily shaded area. I'm going to think if I'm trying to drive at speed right now, my turn in for 12 is going to be good. But when I try to make that quick transition back to 13, it wouldn't surprise me if the car has less grip than it did yesterday because the racetrack is still very cold there.
And this is where that elevation, of course, plays its part in hiding some of the track. So if you're curious what the order is of the drivers behind the white BMW, it's Nathan Saxon in front of Gustavo Ariel. Gustavo in that yellow and a green helmet has been experimenting quite a bit with how to warm up the tires. Behind the black BMW, David Dalton Jr. is in front of Andrea Leonardi into turn one. You can see Nathan Saxon's already through the corner, and Gustavo Ariel's weaving back and forth and trying out a few different things.
Yeah, I mean, and look, he was told braking is the best. Weaving puts temperature into the surface. Well, you know what he's doing? He's going, I'm going to put temperature in the carcass of the tire. We watched him accelerating and braking, and now he's going, I'm going to put a little bit of temperature into the surface of the tire as well. So he's trying to build that entire package. One of the things that you'll be able to notice today that we didn't point out yesterday, you look at the roll bar directly above the driver's head. Sometimes the numbers are hard to see, but if you look at the roll bar, you'll see that colored tape that's on there. So if you've got a favorite driver, know their car number and know their color. The 95 has that red tape on the roll bar. The 94 has the orange. 93 is green. 91 is just a black roll bar, but you see it right there. and it gives you an idea. If you can't quite see the number, if you can see the color, so make sure you've got your favorite driver, you know what car number he's in and what color that corresponds to number-wise.
And once we get out there for the qualifying sessions, we should have some timing up for you as well, so you can see the scores that are coming down onto the board for the drivers.
That's going to be an issue right there, and that's going to be an issue for a fair amount of time today. That shade right there, you were just talking about it. Excellent point, Arjuna. It's a big elevation change there. I turn in for turn 12, and then the world kind of falls away from me. I don't have a lot of grip there normally anyway. And now with the cold racetrack there, I'm going to need to think about how I attack that corner. Am I going to alter my line a little bit? Am I going to change my gears? Am I going to change my approach? What do I need to do to help the car turn in an area of the racetrack where it doesn't really want to turn anyway? And now with less temperature, it's going to be that much more of a challenge to get a direction change done, a positive direction change done in the car.
I believe that we should be on to the 5th now of the cycle laps that the drivers will enjoy, and so maybe it will be down onto pit lane this time by to get the second group out. Here comes David Dalton Jr. as well as Andrea Leonardi in towards that opening corner. Now, we mentioned we've had 2 incidents over the course of the day. Andrea Leonardi had his small incident at turn 6 yesterday.
Yeah, and, it's just one of those deals where you get in the throttle a little bit early, and this is what I hope the guys are thinking about today. Look at the elevation change right there. From the high cameras, you don't see it. That's the elevation change through 6. You can see a compression there at the turn-in on screen right, and then it looks like it's uphill all the way to the exit. But from that shot, you could see that definitive plateau, and that's where the drivers need to understand they're going to lose grip. They've got this great grip in the uphill, and then they're going to lose grip just before they get to the track out. They've got to be aware of that. Those drone shots giving us some great concept and a great idea of just how much elevation change there is. You could see it down in turn 1 as well.
You can see as well just at the top of turn 12 that shadow that we've been talking about from some of the conversations we were having before we came on air. That shadow may not be removed until maybe midway through the day. Similar sort of thing through the rest of the left-hand sweeper.
Yeah, those trees are not only very tall, driver's left, screen right as we look at it, but they're also on top of a hill, so it casts a long shadow.
Just a reminder as well, I see a lot of chatter in our chats going on right now. This is just a lead and follow session for the most part, although the white BMW has come on down. I think we're going to give the drivers maybe a lap or two to experiment a little bit more. This is not about times right now. We want the drivers to get comfortable with the conditions. The times will be the focus of the second session when they head back onto track.
Completely, and this is what everybody needs to understand if you weren't with us yesterday, completely different day. The only thing that's the same, the drivers, the cars, and the racetrack, but the weather conditions completely different. Right now, it's a good 30 to 35 degrees colder than it was yesterday. Massive cold front has come through, and for these drivers without experience, what we've done today, and I think the organizers and the coaches got together and said, let's make sure that we give these drivers the best opportunity to warm the cars up. We're going to hold them back, give them the opportunity to do nothing other than warm up the tires, the brakes, the car themselves before we put them out there to attempt some quicker lap time. So just a little bit of help on the part of the organizers to keep the drivers safe and focused on the job at hand. And now that those hand-cooked tires have some temperature in them, they can go begin to experiment. But I think they're going to find areas of the racetrack where they go, wait a minute, that's not like it felt yesterday. And that's exactly right, because it's a very different racetrack. I'm going to think that the track surface temperature is probably kind of the same, Arjuna, and it's probably a good 30 degrees colder.
So it seems as though 2 of the drivers are in, David Dalton Jr. and Andrea Leonardi, but Nathan Saxon has stayed out there as Gustavo Ariel comes on in, so I think we are closing out the first session. Let's go down, though, to the pit lane. Let's catch up with the driver in the 94.
So you just got out of the car and you were giving Marco some pointers. Marco's getting ready to go in for his run. I'm going to let you take your helmet off, but as the drivers are coming in, coaches are already running up. Everyone's already coming in to find out how everything went, how you felt. We didn't see anything from pit lane, so did it feel good? You kind of want to keep it on and keep your head warm a little bit longer.
My smile has to be seen worldwide.
Italians, right?
Yeah. No. Everyone. No, I was more afraid of the lack of grip, and but I think it was a nice session of warm up. Also for grip, but for understanding the car. Today is a new day from scratch, and I think overall it was a good session, and we are ready to push for the quali.
Andrea, how long did it take you to get some confidence under you? You know, they said be careful getting right out of pit lane. Be careful, don't crash there. How long did it take you? Turn 1, turn 4, 1 lap, how many?
I think overall 2 laps. I kept some more focus on turn 1 and turn 6 to understand how late can I brake, and but then you have a little piece every lap, and then in the end of the session I was confident to freely push.
Amazing. All right, you got eliminations coming up later today, so you got to stay in the zone.
Yeah. Today it was I was sorry. Today I have 1 session less than other guys, so I have to do a lot and in a sudden quick time range. So I hope to do a nice result, and let's see how it goes.
But I really appreciate the camaraderie, because as soon as you got out of the car, the first thing you did was told Marco what you experienced.
Yeah, because there is not my name for a mistake, but we are driving the same car. So I think also for Marco, but for every guys, we are. I think we are such a. Okay, thank you. I think we are a community. In the car coming to the track, we were talking about how it's important to support each other, and even there is a fastest guy, we acknowledge and we try to reach. But I think support everyone and cheer for them. Also now, but in the future competition, along pro driver, it's really important.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, your coach is waiting to talk to you. All right, thank you.
The smile that needed to be seen around the world. And Ross from Street Kart Racing has already said that he's going to send Andrea a hat to keep him warm in these cold conditions.
I tell you what, though, I'm impressed. I'm impressed with his attitude, his mindset. What did he say? He said, "Well, of course, because there's a camaraderie. You know, I mean, we're a team. I want to help them. I don't want to see anything bad happen." And that, you know, you'll hear the pro drivers say that, fighting for championships. You know, we need to do this. You get somebody who's chasing, they're in second and third or in a championship or something like that, and they're chasing. They're like, I need to have a really good day. I need to do the things that I need to do. And when they say, I don't wish anything bad for my opponents, but I just need to maximize me, they mean it. And that's exactly what we just heard from Andrea, saying, hey, you know, we're a family here. This is about camaraderie. I want to help them. I don't want anything bad to happen to them. So I want to give them any information that I can that may help.
And so next group out's going to be Jan van der Heide, Lawrence Beerton, Marco Paich, and Garrett Lowe. Now, the cars themselves are already warmed up. That means that the engines, the brakes, those sort of components will be up to temperature. But as you mentioned, the tires have been swapped out. Each driver gets their own set of tires. So that's what they're going to be focused on warming up now, because hopefully the engines and the brakes haven't cooled off too much.
Yeah, I mean, the engines won't. The transmissions won't. The brakes will cool down pretty quickly. I mean, there's still going to be temperature in them when they go out there. They'll cool down pretty quickly. But you know what? It's the tires that matter. You know, I'll go back to driving school. The very first thing that you always say is, what's the most important physical attribute of the car in order to control it? And it's real simple. It's the 4 round black things that touch the ground, right? Those 4 contact patches are what keep you in control. And if they're not up to temperature, it can be a bit sketchy. And so right now, even though the engines are warm, maybe it feels good on your back, right? Because maybe the seat back has some temperature in it. But and the brakes will cool down a little bit. Easy to get those up to temperature quickly. But it's going to be the tires that are the important thing.
And, of course, the drivers do have thermal underwear to try and keep them a little bit warmer, but that's mostly used for other reasons. Let's go back down to the pit lane, though, because, well, some drivers are trying to stay warm right now.
There's a lot of jumping and shaking of the muscles, right, David, just to kind of stay warm out here.
It's too cold for this. No. Yes, it's very, very cold. It's like 35 degrees. I'm cold. The car is cold. And the car actually started off at operating temp when I left, and then it cooled down when I was on track. So that just tells you the ambient temperature we're dealing with. Maybe you can see my breath.
And Kent said, as you're driving, the wind is blowing against you. So like you're blowing on some soup, you're going to cool it down. And so for you to feel that in the car, are you able to get a better sense of the temperature of the tires and the car in these Radical SR1s?
Yes, most definitely. Because when you're traveling through the air, you have something called the ram air effect. We have all these radiator ducts that take in all that air to keep the car cool. But in this case, it is too cold, so the engine keeps getting colder. The tires or the air's flowing over the tires, making those also get cold. So the way I had to generate heat was through the brakes. I have to be very, very aggressive on the brakes so I can heat up the inside of the rim, which then heats up the inside of the tire, builds the pressure, and will eventually give me grip. But yeah, and also my fingers got really cold. I tried to wiggle those around, but it didn't help much.
What about the competition, David? I think of all the drivers, you're probably the one I've sensed the most focused, competitive mindset externally. I don't know what they have going on inside their heads, but you're the one that I've kind of picked up a little bit of, no, this has got to be even, it's got to be fair. I want to get it, I want to win, I want to do it. They're on the track longer, the speed went higher, I want to do it too. How are you feeling about today with David starting the day with the elimination conversation?
Yes, and it's most definitely time for an elimination type of competition. Just because we have we have a very good sense of the car now. We know how to drive the track, and it's time. I, on the other hand, yes, I'm very competitive, and I'm coming into this with a very smart and cautious mindset because I do not want to put the car on the wall, but I will make nice steps to keep going faster and faster.
Sounds good. The next set of drivers are on the track. We're going to keep following up with the drivers who just got off the track, and we're going to let you get back to racing.
And so as the second drivers head on out, again, just a reminder, it's Jan van der Heide, Lawrence Beerton, Marco Pajic, and Garrett Lowe, the four drivers getting themselves into their rhythms. I'm seeing lots of support from the street kart racing community in our YouTube chat, so I'm sure they are thrilled to see Lawrence Beerton back out there after setting the fastest time in yesterday's running, at 1:25.8. There you can see on the left side of the screen actually which of the drivers is going to be out there, but just a reminder that the lap times for this part, the 10 or so minutes that the drivers are going to be out there, it doesn't really matter.
And that's, I keep saying this, that's what they have to understand. I mean, it's like, take your time behind the BMW pace car right now and build those temperatures so that when you are left for those last couple of laps, you've got a car to go do it in. I'm looking at the second group right there, and right now, yeah, they just came out of the pit, so I get it. But I want that spread a little bit. I want to give myself some distance in between the cars in front of me. I know where the racetrack goes, right? I don't need to follow anyone to figure out where the track goes right now, so give yourself some space. Work on the braking and warming techniques that your coaches, your engineer has given you. Being close to somebody, you can't do that. Randy Pope said, don't tailgate the safety car, in the race so that you can get the temperatures that you want to get, right? And he's exactly right. It's why he's won the championships that he's won. It's why he's here. And he's got such a great personality, such a great sense of humor. But, yeah, give yourself space. You look at that group down at the bottom, the first group out, they're spaced out a little bit so that they can work on getting what they need to work. That second group's just a little too tight.
And maybe that will build as we
get
to the end of the outlap effectively. Now, I was just looking at the flag that flies just beside the broadcast booth. There is still a heavy tailwind down in towards turn number 1, if you were curious. That means a bit of a headwind coming out of the opening corner in towards turn 3, and similarly into turn 10, into turn 12. You might have a bit of a headwind there to play things through. The reason I bring that up is I was just thinking about that final corner. It is flat out in this Radical SR1 with a slightly detuned power that we are running today, and indeed for Prodigy Week. But still, the fact that you've got a tailwind coming over the crest of that final corner, I've got to imagine that's rather unsettling, given that initially it was a bit of a crosswind.
Yeah, and I mean, it's picked up. I'm going to look at the weather here in a minute and see what the actual number is. Easily flat out through 16. It shouldn't be a problem at all. But here's the thing. Certainly in this lack of grip condition that the cold has right now, any movement in the car is unsettling. It may not be enough movement to actually create a problem for the car, but from the driver's standpoint, you feel that. And so when you feel it, you're like, whoa, hey, hang on a second, what was that? To me, more importantly, and now I'm looking at the flag, and it's kind of switched a little bit, so it's a wind that's not consistent. So that's even worse for the drivers because what you want is something that's the exact same every single time, right? It's that push down into turn one that's going to be the issue. You've got reduced grip anyway, and now you've got something helping push you into the corner. We had a little bit of that late in the day yesterday, and right now, that concept of brake bias, moving the weight to the front end of the car, making sure that you get it there. The brake application today, I think, in the beginning at least, can't be just almost an ABS type application where it's straight to pressure. I think you need to build pressure a little bit because that gradual build of pressure is going to gradually move the weight to the front. In a low grip situation, if you're super aggressive with the brake pedal, you may get all of that braking capability to the front before you have the weight there to support it and push those front tires down. Easy to lock a front brake in those conditions. So today is almost like driving in the rain, at least in the beginning, where you're trying to move loads through the chassis, the forces, the weight through the chassis, however you want to look at it, in a nice progressive way so that you're not shocking the tire.
I was just looking at some of the chat comments right now. Someone was asking if the track temperature has come on up. I don't think we've seen it rise too much just yet. It's, again, more the ambient air temperature that hasn't increased just yet. But Tough Monkey Craig, third in our first Prodigy Search Selection Committee show, says that it looks lovely out there at the moment. In the UK, they'd break out the barbecue in these conditions. I can promise you no barbecues today, even if the drivers did enjoy a proper American meal last night.
Well, and while the temperature may be similar to the UK, it's not raining. So it is a beautiful day. So, right? I mean,
British people love complaining about the rain. I mean, it's the national pastime, isn't it, at the end of the day?
I'm just saying.
I did notice, by the way, on the outlap, tires still coming up to temperature. None of the Radical SR1s ran wide out of that turn 6 complex. The BMWs did. They took full advantage of the track limits. It does seem as though the drivers have, heeded the warnings to be careful to build things up. And both groups right now, to your point where you don't want to be stacked up in formation in this lead-follow group. Right now, we're seeing that out on track. They're all starting to experiment a little bit more as we run down in towards turn number 1. It's the 93 that's trailing slightly further behind in the first group. It's the 94 and the 95 that run pretty close behind in towards turn number 1. So Marco Pajic and David Dalton Jr.'s names on the left side of the screen, but in that 95, it will actually be Garrett Lowe rather than the driver that's already been out there. You can see times in the 150s right now. We were doing, 128s for the most part yesterday?
Yeah, we had drivers obviously down in the 25s, but, 26s, low 26s were good laps, right? It's just interesting right now to watch these guys applying the knowledge that they were given out of turn 6, a little venture over the curb this time by the drivers, but great job listening to their coaches. Curbing and super cold tires are a bad combination. They're a bad combination, A, because there's paint on the curbing, so there's less grip, and you have less grip anyway, but B, the punishment, the rough ride over the curb is really shocking to the sidewall of the tire. You probably have less starting pressure because it's so cold. The pressure is going to build. That can make the sidewall a little squishy, but it's not squishy in the beginning because it's brittle, because it's cold and hard. So you don't want to go give it these big shocks and squeeze it aggressively when it's still very stiff. You can literally damage the sidewall of the tire. I don't want to say, quote, break it, but that brittle material in the cold weather you can damage it if you shock it too aggressively too quickly. So building that temperature and that pressure is going to heat up the sidewall of the tire. Gradually, it's going to make it more compliant, a little more able to move, and less likely to be damaged. So good job of staying off the curbs in the beginning, even though the coaches in the BMWs were trying to drag them into no man's land by going over curbs.
Yeah, they all very quickly, by the way, did adapt to that limit, rather it's changing track limits at turn 6. They all, on their first laps, figured out that they could do that, as we, I think, are seeing the first group come on in. The 94 and the 95 roll their way on in. I guess that will mean the other two drivers will finish up this time by as well.
Well, but I'm wondering why they didn't stay out as the first group.
I think that was just a bit of miscommunication, potentially. Potentially. We'll find out when the white BMW rolls its way back around to the start-finish line.
And they've rolled to, they've rolled to a stop. The belts are coming off. The drivers are getting out. So a little miscommunication there by some of the drivers in the first group. But they've gotten to experience it and know what the tires are like when they're cold. And you know what's somewhat, I mean, look at that. I think, is that Connor Zilic that's down
It
there?
is Connor Zilic.
So Connor, Connor helping Andrea Leonardi with his.
That's Marco Paychick coming out of the car. Marco, I don't know that you were supposed to come off the track yet. What were you told? And we're trying to figure out what the process is right now.
Yeah, so group 1 was out on track first, and then group 2, which was my group, and yeah.
Did you cut your time short, or were told to come back in?
It was lead and follow behind the pace car, so that's what I've been told. So.
What was the track like? How are you feeling after getting in there and testing out your tires and feeling the temperatures?
Yeah, I think the track isn't too bad. Obviously, it's the pace is limited by the pace car, so yeah, but we were still, I think everyone was trying to get on the brakes, get a bit of slip angle from the front tires just to see how much grip we have. And it's actually not too bad, and yeah, looking forward to the next session.
Thank you. Thanks.
Here's a coaching moment real quick for a young and aspiring race car driver. Anytime you get on an interview, you always want to take your helmet off because they want to see that beautiful face. The viewers who are watching and they're tuning in, they're going to be tuning in not to you or not to your helmet, not to the race car. They're tuning in to you, right? So they want to see that big, beautiful face. They want to see that smile. They want to see your reaction. They want to see your emotion. They want to see everything that you're going through because for them, they're sitting back wondering, can I do it to myself? What's it feel like? How am I going to be like? And what they see when they're looking at you, they see themselves in you. So let them see that big, beautiful face.
Thank you, Coach Jesse Awuji. Definitely one is how to work the media. And to add to that, you know, for the folks watching at home, the media in the pit lanes, they understand as you're adjusting your helmet, they're going to keep tap dancing. They're going to talk back and forth. They'll have the camera operators pan to some different things. They'll make sure they talk to the commentators and get ready for this driver as they take time. But then there is a point, Marco, at which you're taking enough time. I'm like, all right, maybe he doesn't want to talk to me. So now I definitely wait and see what this driver has to say. There he is. Marco, before we run off and find another driver, is there anything from this experience on the track this morning that you think is important for the folks watching at home?
Yeah, I think obviously the fast sessions will come up soon, so there's going to be more info on that, on who's fast and who's not so fast. But yeah, from this session, I think every driver could sort of feel out the grip and know what it's like. And then by the next session, we know what to expect. And let's see who did it the best. And yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, you guys, get that in the telemetry.
I like Jesse's advice there. He came up and said a learning moment for the new drivers. Get that helmet off so we can see your face. Good advice. But what I was alluding to, and I had Andrea, he was in Group 1 in that car, but Marco obviously climbing out of it there. what I'm noticing is, and we talked about this, about, hey, for some of these guys, they've never worn a fire suit. For the vast majority of them, even if they've been in a car, they've never worn a Hans device. And I've watched that be an issue with getting helmets off for a couple of people. Connor Zilic was down there trying to help Marco with the Hans device. And you watch pro drivers now that do it all the time, and they just manage to slide out, get the helmet off, slide the Hans device off, and there they are, no big deal. But you can tell, if you haven't done it before, obviously there's an art form to it, and some of these drivers are kind of getting tangled up in it like a spider's web to get it off. And obviously it's a great safety device, and nobody would drive a race car today without one, some type of a head and neck support system. But it's been kind of entertaining to watch how that goes. I wanted to tell Jesse, dude, he doesn't want to take his helmet and gloves off because it's cold down there. Easy for Jesse to walk up with his hood on, his insulated jacket. Marco's going, dude, it's cold.
Well,
it's cold.
So Marco's used to media, but in a slightly different way than to maybe how you're used to dealing with it. Because Erhan Yuyovsky, Marco's competitor in ESLR1, is probably familiar with this as well. You sit in your sim rig in land events, which is great. You've got your competitors next to you. That's amazing. But then you're on your qualifying lap, the one lap that really counts, and you get someone in your peripheral vision with a huge camera squatting down and focused on your face.
Well, and that's a really good point. From that standpoint, they're used to someone literally looking over their shoulder, right? So they've got that pressure out there to some extent. We've talked about the fact that we don't have radio communication. The organizers, their coaches, don't have radio communication because they wanted to leave them alone with their own thoughts and make them figure it out on their own and not get real-time coaching out on the racetrack. So this may be actually a very calm situation for them. And like you said, for the sim guys, no one's sticking a camera literally in your face while you're trying to do your job.
Let's head back down to the pit lane. Let's eavesdrop on one of the conversations.
80%, 90%, and 100%.
Yeah.
And you'll feel it come right up to temperature.
Okay.
You'll just kind of get in the groove that way better.
Okay.
It's always here. It's
you're
always
always
here.
there, Jennifer. I know.
All right, give me some feedback. I know you have a huge street kart racing community. We interviewed Andrea Leonardi earlier, so talk to the street kart fans and all the other fans online that are watching after your first run.
Yeah, welcome everyone from Street Kart on the stream, and I also want to give a shout out to Digitrax. It's the sim racing center where I prepared because I don't have a sim rig at home. So I prepared in Digitrax. It's a sim racing center, and I got some laps there, and it was great. Yeah, now track is cold. Track is really cold, and I visualized all night. I shaved some tents off in my head, so now it's time to do it in real life. But track is cold. It's really understeering a lot. So we need to get heat in the tires, heat in the brakes, and that's going to be important because the quali is going to be short, and we need to get heat to optimize the lap time.
Are you and Jan sharing a car? You and Jan van der Heide?
No, we are in two different cars. We are buddies. Boris is our coach. What an expert! And he's giving us so good tips, like everyone else here. That's really great to have.
How are you feeling about the elimination coming up?
Well, that's pretty exciting, right? I heard about the tournament's structure. Yeah, pressure is on. So it's time to shine today.
Sounds good. All right, I'm going to let them get back to racing. Thank you.
It's interesting. I said yesterday when we watched Lawrence that I felt like he would get to the time, and in the beginning he was back, and then he just kept chipping away at it a little faster. And I said that's kind of his personality. That's his job description as a pilot, to have a plan, work the plan, Today is completely opposite of the way that he works. He's got to go. There's not a lot of time when we get later in this competition. If he continues to make it into the next round each time, it's go out and get it done right now, which is really kind of the opposite of how we've seen him apply his technique and his mindset throughout the previous sessions.
And I was just thinking about my mindset when I was driving competitively as a sim racer, and how I thought about changing conditions. And I'll be honest, it was pretty simple. If there was a 10 degrees Celsius swing in temperatures, I knew I was going to find 1 second in lap time. I wasn't worried about what it was doing to the car. I was just thinking pure numbers, which is Lawrence was already talking about the lap times and wanting to shave a couple of tenths off the 125.8 that he had punched in yesterday. I guess the question is going to be when we get into that qualifying session, it's the average lap time that's going to count. We saw some of the drivers backing off a little bit yesterday, playing around with the tires and
can't
stuff.
do it today.
Can't do that today, no.
No, you got to go out and go. And that's what I was saying yesterday when I was watching some of that happening. I'm like, no, you got to go. You can't. It's almost like a race. You can't go out there and get a 2-second lead and then slow down 5 seconds because now you're back behind your competitor, right? It's going to be about stringing the laps together, one after another after another.
Let's go back down to pit lane, though, as Jen, I think, is feeling how cool the track is.
To juggle all of these things and make sure we're safe. All right, we've got on the light pavement 42, and they said also do it on the dark pavement. Oh yeah, 2 degrees difference just from the light to the dark. That's incredible. And the drivers are noticing the temperature difference and obviously compensating for it. But so far out of group 1 and 2, the drivers we've talked to don't have any concern. They're being apprehensive, they're being smart, and they have plenty of coaches and feedback here. So far so good, and let's make sure it stays that way, and thankfully it's warming up as we go on.
Thank you for that, Jen, as we see some of those tools that the teams are using across the racing world to measure track temperatures. But you've also got to remember, track temperature is measured at a certain spot, not all around the track, and that is definitely something that comes into play. 4 more drivers are out there. Let's just remind you who they are. You can see their names on the left side of the screen. It's Dino Filippa, Dominic Lakomsky, Lorenz Herzing, and Ciro Zambra that are all out there. And 3 of these drivers, of course, from Europe will be relatively familiar with these cooler conditions. And we're seeing once again that one group is spreading themselves apart, as we'd expect, and another group may be a bit more compressed and not experimenting as much.
I'm interested in watching Lawrence right now, and here's why. I'm going to go back to my notes yesterday. In the final session yesterday, the first note I have is attack right out of the gate. He can't do that today. I mean, and he was hyper aggressive right out of the gate yesterday. Did a great job. I mean, that's not criticism. That's just a note. I kind of watched his mindset. He was confident. He was prepared. He did a great job, and he attacked. He can't have that mindset right now, and he probably can't have it in the first session because he's going to have some of that temp that's built in. So it'll be interesting. I want to watch that. One of the things that we see and that the coaches and the judges and all that are going to look at as well is mindset. So it'll be interesting to see if he can change his mindset with the changing conditions.
I've been looking out of our broadcast booth at turn number 12. We get a great view of the entry and the turn in there.
I watched it yesterday.
You were watching a lot yesterday and wanting the drivers to delay their turn in.
Yep.
I've been watching, and they're turning in very early right now, just with the lead and follow scenarios. You also, I think, sometimes, now that these drivers know the track at speed, this is also a bit unfamiliar now, going back down to a slower speed.
Well, and a lot of times what you see in a driver is early turn-ins come with they come because you're not confident. Right? Because when you turn in early, the car turns in. You're not turning the wheel very much. You're not asking much of it. And it draws you in because you're like, oh, yeah, okay, that feels good. The problem is middle out, you've got to add a bunch of steering. And, of course, the problem up in turn 12, you can't add a bunch of steering middle out because the road falls down the hill. So it kind of draws you in. As the confidence comes up, you can turn a little bit later because you know the car is going to respond. So you can get a kind of an idea of the confidence level of the driver a lot of times by where the car is turning. You can get an idea of how the car is handling by where the driver's turning. If he's starting to sneak in a little early, he's driving a car that he's not real confident with at turn-in.
Yesterday, we did mention the world-class talent that these drivers have to rely on in their guidance. Max Pappas, Boris said, Andrew Carbonell, Randy Popes, Jesse Iwuji, joined as well by Kenton Cook. Max Pappas has had to go and coach a NASCAR driver this weekend. He's left to the NASCAR Championship finale at Phoenix. He'll be supporting William Byron. But you spotted Connor Zilic, Chevy factory driver, stepping in to replace Max. I mean, it's still a very, very good helping hand.
And Max was here yesterday, of course, and he was Max. I mean, he's the Max that he's always been. Passionate about the sport, passionate about helping people, passionate about coaching. I saw him at the end of the day, and he was pouring over data with one of these guys. I was like, hey, bud. He turns, he gives me a fist pump, and then right back to it. He's like, hey, nice to see you, but I got work to do here. And like you said, now on a plane, off he goes to work in the NASCAR world, coaching drivers there. So I hope that the drivers appreciate, the participants appreciate and fully understand the level of expertise that they have working with them down there.
Well, even when you and I were getting into our rental cars to drive out of the track yesterday, Gustavo Ariel was jumping in with me. He wanted to ask you some questions about what to expect today.
Yeah, and and they're just sponges, you know. They want to soak up everything, and that's what I've been impressed with as well. Not just the on-track attitudes and performance that I've seen from these drivers, but their willingness to learn. You know, I've not seen anybody who kind of has the, I got this.
I know everything.
Yeah, I've got this. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I haven't seen that, and that's great. It shows you how seriously they're taking this and how badly they want it.
And I think the message that David Cook had instilled into the drivers at the end of the drivers meeting this morning, where it's not about the lap time. Yes, we want to see evolution, but if you get eliminated in our tournament format later today, that will not impact your potential draft chances in 2024. It's about improvement, evolution, and those data points that we build up across the 3 days that we have here.
Yeah, and I'm looking at lap times right now on the side, and I don't care about any of that. I mean, it's a nice graphic, and it's up there, and that's all well and good. This means nothing. So I want to make sure that for those of you that are watching, that's just a nice graphic that's over there to the side. They're behind the BMWs. Simply, that's just a leader. That's a pace setter, basically. They can back off the BMW, run back up on it, once again, using the braking systems to generate tires in both the brakes, the wheel. That's going to heat up the inside of the tire. That brings the pressure up, and it heats it from the inside out. So they're just out there kind of setting a mark. Hey, we don't want you going any quicker than this. Focus on the job of learning how to bring these cars up to temperature.
And speaking of temperature, I've mentioned wind. I keep watching that flag outside of the broadcast booth.
I'm not walking outside.
But it keeps going from a tailwind into turn 1 to a crosswind into turn 1. And, of course, a crosswind into turn 1 actually means through turns 10 and 12 it will be a headwind and a tailwind, out of turn 12. So these are changing conditions, not just in terms of the temperature, but that wind as well.
Yeah, and I don't want to say the temperature is rocketing upward, but it's on a good, steady climb, and it's increasing more and more by the minute, which is great news, not only for the competitors, but what about everybody that is down there working in pit lane? You know, all of those crew members that are down there, Primal Racing has been so great with providing talent to take care of the cars and maintain the cars. Our engineers, our staff that's down there, they are freezing their rear ends off, but they are out there working hard. And our drone operators, the camera operators that are out there, and, of course, Jen, who's down there freezing as well. I wanted her to take that infrared gun and shoot it at her hand. And I want to see how cold her hands are down there, because I don't think she has gloves with her.
We'll see if we can get a temperature readout at some point. I did see that lots of the drivers are huddled around right now. Jesse Iwuji is helping out a little bit of them as the BMWs roll their way back down the pit lane. The third and final of the lead-follow groups has come to a close, and so it is the 91 and the 93. Dino Filippi, I made that mistake again, and Dominic Lukomsky that roll their way in. Some questions were being asked in the chat about Dominic in particular, and hoping that he can fit a little bit better in the car today. Remember, he's 6'2", was feeling a little bit congested, I guess is the best word, in the footwell, and had a bit of an issue with the pedals yesterday. Seems like he's got that sorted, though, for today.
Yeah, and I can't relate to that at all. The 6'2" thing. You could relate to that, right? But
I got told that I can't fit in an SR1. I might be able to fit in an SR3, though.
Here's the thing, and in all seriousness, there is nothing more frustrating than being in a car and being improperly fitted in it. not being able to reach the pedal to full travel, let's say. Maybe the pedals are too close to you, which doesn't give you that leeway to kind of extend a little bit. Your knees are up, like for him, up underneath the bulkhead, and that is what created the problem.
Let's go down to the pit lane, though. Let's find out just how cold the conditions are and how warm the tires are as well.
Arjuna and Brian, we have our track support here. Lori, she just measured the tire temperature straight off the track. You said it was a what?
It's 108 degrees.
108 degrees right off the track. Lawrence Hertzing, getting his first run today as the temperatures are warming up out here slowly but surely. And the drivers are getting a sense of what the temperature is doing to the tires, what it's doing to the pavement. Lawrence, how do you feel after that first run?
Good. Obviously, we couldn't go full pace, but I actually got a pretty good feeling for the break, better than yesterday. I don't know if that's due to not running full pace or if it's just lower temperatures. But yeah, I'm looking forward to running full pace afterwards in the qualifying.
Were there any turns around the track that you were a little shaky on?
Well, I didn't go full throttle until like in the end when I got a gap to the BMW, and then some turns that I didn't really struggle yesterday with, but those high-speed turns, the high-risk turns, I left a little bit of a gap and tried to take them with the pace that I have in me, and yeah, that was going pretty well.
What is it like? Describe what it's like when the tires start to warm up, because I can touch them with my hand and they're hard, and then when they come off the car they're a little mushy like gum and they get that traction. But what is it like when you drive it and you feel it?
Yeah, I can definitely feel it. Like coming out of the pits, getting on the throttle, I just spun my rear tires up, and then lap by lap they're getting softer, as you said. You can feel it in the car. Them getting more sticky, and that's just how you need them to be if you want to go fast. And yeah, I hope I can do that fast in the next session so that I can go quickly earlier.
Can you get that sensation and that feeling on the R Factor 2 games? Like, what you're feeling on the tires here, is there any way for that to communicate on the sim?
It's hard on R-Factor, especially the tire model is a little different than in real life. You're sometimes quicker with cold tires, or you can go full throttle with cold tires. So it's different than in the sim, especially R-Factor. Maybe in iRacing it's different, but I don't do that much iRacing that I would notice it. So yeah, it's definitely a learning experience.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
I was going to say another great chat, and I really enjoyed that tire temperature readout.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you. I mean, obviously, it's come up 40, 50 degrees or whatever from where it was before it went out, and you just heard Lauren say you could feel it. You could feel it change. He left the pit lane, a lot of wheel spin. He was talking about the corners where he didn't have a lot of grip, and each lap it gets better and better. And that's why I again, hats off to the organizers for looking at this and going, hey, we need to kind of adapt just like we would as a race car driver to the changing conditions. We need to adapt the program for tomorrow. It changed a little bit, and I love this session. This was another education session, that they can take with them, whether it's a year from now, 10 years from now. Yeah, I remember how to warm up tires and brakes now. I did that back with Racing Prodigy during Prodigy Week. When we went to Atlanta when we went to Atlanta and we got out on the racetrack where it was cold, and I learned how to do that, and now I can take it with me along the way. So it's one of those deals where it's all about the lessons that these guys are learning here, whether it's on track or off.
And so you see Gustavo Ariel standing by the number 91 as they get the tires switched out. The rear bodywork is off the car as well. Qualifying is going to start very shortly as the drivers are getting strapped on in. But let's go back down to the pit lane and catch up with one more of the drivers.
I'm with Ciro Zamba. You just got out of the car. Now, you're usually all smiles. What's going on? You're kind of pensive right now.
Yeah, and it's a different situation now with cold tires, cold track, completely different to yesterday. And I got to adapt to that.
Are you concerned?
Yeah, of course there is some concern, but I felt pretty good in the car now, and I think the tires are warm now, so I'm just gonna give it my best in the quali session and do not over push it, of course.
Down here in the pits, I cannot see how you all are performing. I have to hear Brian and Arjuna narrate it for me in my headset. Did you have any close moments? Did you have any loose spots?
No, now in the practice session I haven't had it all. I was just trying to get my brakes and tires warm, braking a lot on the straights, and I was also having a big gap to Lawrence because of me backing up with the brakes and tire warming up. Exactly.
What information do you need in this break to help you prepare for the next round?
Well, I just need to get the tires warm. It's really important that the tires are warm enough, or otherwise you don't have grip at all, and you're gonna spin away pretty easy. And I don't want to spin. Trust me, that's like the first thing. Do not spin.
You have a new coach today, Connor Zilich, Chevy NASCAR ARCA driver, and the first thing he did was walked up to you to give you some advice and some feedback. What did he tell you?
Well, he told me that I should just do it my best, and he also doesn't know how good the track is. It should be faster probably, because low track temp is always faster, but we will see later, and we will see after this session what the guy's gonna do.
Thank you, Ciro.
Ciro Zambra might not even have a driver's license given his young age, but it doesn't seem to hamper him. He does look a little bit apprehensive there.
And we were just saying that while Jen was interviewing. That's not a look I've seen on his face. He's got the smile. I mean, he's happy, he's excited, but there's a certain bit of trepidation on his face because you know why? It's go time. I mean, it's literally go time. Okay, so all the learning, the practice is over with. As we come up here to this next session, it's the Q word.
Qualifying.
Yeah.
18 minutes per group. The average lap time is what we are going to be looking for. And the top 4 drivers across all 3 of the groups will automatically advance on forward. Now, there will be a second chance, a last chance effectively for the bottom 8 drivers to go. They will run again in 2 separate groups after lunch. And if some drivers are unable to work forward from there, it's a fan save and a judge save. Yes, the fans will get their say, so make sure you join us at around 1:50 p.m. Eastern Time for what should be the fan save.
And what's going through their minds right now, sitting there strapped in the car? Here's the thing. So you just went out and you followed the BMWs around. You learned how to get the tires up to temperature. That's all well and good. But what did you just say? Average lap time. So you can't spend 3, 4, 5 laps, 3 or 4 seconds off the pace, warming things up. If you're going to take lap times, average lap times across the board, you need to get things warmed up so you can start getting up to speed as quickly as you can. I was talking about the tightrope earlier. You're stepping on the tightrope now. Now you got to get out there, and guess what? It's not what you just did where the ground is 6 inches underneath you for a long period of time. You're going to walk off that tightrope, and pretty early in the deal, it falls off to a cliff underneath you.
And now, because it is about average lap time as well, you can't afford to point someone by if they're closing in on you. So it's going to be important that there's proper separation between these drivers around the 2 miles.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the whole point by as well. I still want to see it if somebody gets caught, obviously. But you need to do it and get back to business quickly.
I think they're actually going to be timing the drivers so you can see the number 93 with Nathan Saxon is just waiting to be released as one of our BMWs is trundling down the lane. It's Gustavo Ariel that's actually been stopped at the very exit of the pit road and is just waiting for the green flag to be given and the thumbs up to drop as well.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, this separation is a great thing, but if the first driver out spends more time than you do, you're going to start catching them pretty quickly. So it's one of those deals where it's great to separate them in the beginning, but everybody's got to do their best to try to get there quickly. It'll be interesting to see who has more confidence in the beginning as far as trying to pick up the speeds early. Cars beginning to roll out now with the separation on the timer, making sure they've got the same gap of when they left the pit box, or as you said, box.
Box, yes.
Box.
Gustavo Ariel will be the first then to get us a time onto the board in this qualifying session. All 4 of the drivers now departed from the pit stalls themselves and will now begin their warm-up procedures, warm-up processes that they developed in their brief experimentation that they had earlier. And of course, the drivers that experimented more are the drivers that are going to get more comfortable on this one outlap that's really going to count. It's Gustavo Ariel weaving back and forth out of turn number 6.
Yeah, and a lot of acceleration and braking on the way off the corner to build temperature as well. I'll tell you who's on it pretty aggressively from the get-go, at least the first run into 6. That's the 93 of Nathan Saxon. Really kind of, you see that confidence that he has, really kind of attacking early on. He's done the work of trying to generate some temperature as he came out of the pit lane. But here's the thing. Remember, we heard Randy Popst and the idea that these tires are your tires for the rest of the time. It is possible to get a tire up to, quote, temperature very quickly, but you can damage it in doing so. You want to bring it up to temperature somewhat gradually, as we've been talking about, from the inside out, and you'll have a tire that has more longevity to it. My deal right now would be to try to end this qualifying as the 6th fastest driver, being as nice as I could to my tires. So as I moved up, I had a better tire throughout the day.
So as we begin to cross the line, that does look as though Gustavo Ariel has backed up quite a bit on his outlap, and Nathan Saxon has closed the margin to him in those first 2 leading machines. And again, remember, they have 18 minutes. We're estimating probably around 11 laps or so, depending on what sort of lap times that we see. The fastest yesterday, 1:25.8.
And it's interesting, Nathan that time, I think he realized not only is he closing down, but I think he realized, hang on a second, I need to do this a little more gradually. I'm kind of shocking my tires. I watched him out of turn 1 that time on the way up to 2, really on and off the brakes several times there, trying to make sure that he's generating that temperature. And it doesn't take long before you go through the first couple of corners and you get that big understeer, that big loose off the corner to go, whoa, 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 whoa. I need to settle down, work my plan, do what I need to do to make sure that, again, it's the long view on everything, right? It's not the here and now. That's difficult for a race car driver to do.
So we are seeing a little bit more sunshine rather than shade at turn 12, 13, 14, and 15, but there is still plenty of those colder surfaces that they're going to have to scurry through on that long left-hander where they'll be pinned to the floor. It's basically maximum power all the way until you get to turn number 1.
Yeah, I mean, basically by the time you leave 13, you're looking, your mindset is, where can I find uninterrupted acceleration all the way from this acceleration point here down to the braking zone for turn 1. The sooner you can find it, the more speed that you're going to have, and the faster that segment time is going to be. So that's what the drivers are looking for right now, finding that time a little bit at a time as we go. Times right now coming in slower than yesterday, as you would fully expect, A, because it's early in the session, and B, because of the weather conditions that we have. Gustavo right now with a 28.9.
And again, Nathan had to back out on that lap because he had closed up to Gustavo, so that will slightly compromise the average lap time, but we'll see what the next time is for him. Andrea Leonardi with a 1:35.573 is, I think, just getting his confidence underneath him.
Wasting no time trying to get up to speed. Nathan Saxon and Gustavo Ariel both nice rotation, power down slide coming off of turn 6, starting to get aggressive. And the tires are staying underneath them right now. We heard Jen talk about tire temperature well over 100 degrees when they brought it in, and that was after kind of a cool-down lap. So the temperatures we know are coming up, the tires doing what they need to do, and the drivers are finding that spot right now, experimenting a little bit more each lap. Do I go one car length later? Do I pick up the throttle a little bit more aggressively? Where can I start to find that time?
It is interesting looking at those first lap times as well, that Saxon, Leonardi, and Dalton Jr. all in the 33s, 34s, 35s. It's only Gustavo Ariel that really pushed on that first lap. Another 1:28 for him, but Nathan Saxon, that second lap, a 1:26.243.
I told you I was watching him through 6 that time, and the whole attitude of the car from 4 down to 6 and on the way off the corner, the tires are now there. So what we've seen, and really if I'm down there in Group 2, I'm paying attention to this. You know why? Because I'm going to have the advantage now. I'm going to go, hey, it takes 2 laps. At the end of the second lap, I can do this, right? And maybe they can find their lap times a little bit quicker. It's all about the average.
Yeah, Andrea Leonardi, another 133. I think he's just building himself up into that confidence. That was Gustavo Ariel that we just watched, I believe, coming out of that turn 6 complex on the run towards the middle sector of the lap. The wind continues just to move itself around. We've got still a bit of a tailwind component into the opening corner, but a bit of crosswind playing its part as well. Here comes Dalton Jr. in the white helmet to the line just in front of our broadcast position. He goes to a 129.107 as well, so breaks the 130 barrier as the times do start to tumble.
Yeah, and a couple of mistakes being made. I watched the 94 with Andrea Leonardi behind the wheel right there into 6. He's not sure yet. You know how I know? The early turn-in monster there in turn 6. I watched him really kind of sneak the car in. Gustavo, man.
125.895, but instantly bested by Nathan Saxon with a 125.856. Colder conditions might mean actually better conditions for the car itself to produce more power and go a bit faster, but they've got to be brave to be setting these times.
This is awesome. Both in the 25.8, so you're just talking about hundredths of a second, thousandths of a second separating them right now. And I'm going to go back to, hey, a couple of days ago, some of these guys had never driven race cars before. I mean, Racing Prodigy is it's living up to its name, right?
These are margins that I'm used to seeing in sim racing, to be completely honest. We're talking 400ths of a second, 39 thousandths that splits them. That is crazy to think about. We're still seeing, though, for Leonardi bringing himself in 132. Remember, he had a small spin at turn 6 yesterday, so that might be something that is weighing on his conscience and mind as he rolls his way around these qualifying laps. Dalton Jr. has been rather slow to build himself up, but as he comes back towards the line, 127.2.
Just took 2 seconds out of that last lap, so a very methodical approach by David right there. He's a really cerebral guy. Doesn't surprise me to see that at all, and it certainly doesn't surprise me to see the lap time. He's got experience. He's got talent. And he's going to get there. So it's one of those deals where this is living up to the hype. Look at this, 25.2 for Gustavo the last time by. Now I'm waiting for Saxon, 25.4. They just keep going quicker. And this is what you want to see. I mean, so impressed right now with just the marching down faster and faster and faster each lap.
And I told you yesterday, I commentated on a sim race just before I flew out here for Prodigy Week where there was a driver that 5 consecutive laps, 0.02 of a second, they shaved off each time. This is what we are used to seeing is the drivers, once they get that rhythm, they're able to be in the same sort of a ballpark. And as we watch the shot from the start-finish line, we'll see the drivers run their way to the timing beam once more, just waiting for Andrea Leonardi, for David Dalton Jr. to finish what will be their 4th timed attempt in the session. It is just Gustavo Ariel and Nathan Saxon so far that have done the 5 flyers. There's the 94 to the line. Andrea Leonardi, another 132, as he just watching into turn 1, pulls himself a little bit to the right-hand side, a little bit closer to the wall. Seems that he's still struggling to build up that confidence to brake very aggressively right beside that curbing. Dalton Jr. finds another second shaved off the times. It's a 126.137 for that number 95. And so he's pretty close as well to breaking into the 125 bracket that we've already seen Ariel and Saxon be able to jump into. Even more of an improvement from Gustavo Ariel. We've got our first 124 of Prodigy Week.
And I know the weather conditions are completely different. What were the times that were set the other day?
Raiden Nichols, I think, did about a 124 something.
Yeah, there you go. And like I said, I mean, the conditions are different, and Raiden would come marching in the room and tell me that right now because he's a race car driver, right? But it just really, really impressive stuff.
You see that Nathan Saxon did lose about a second, though, on that last lap. So he dropped to a 125.799.
He made a mistake somewhere.
David Dalton Jr. is down to a 126.137. So we are starting to see consistency. Yep. That's what's now it's important.
And here's what I expect. They're going to go boom, boom, boom down, quicker and quicker each lap. And then they're going to get to a point where now the tire temperatures are up. And in fact, you may go beyond the other side of the curve, and we may begin to lose a little lap time over the last couple of laps. You've got the balance now, fuel load going down, but tires heating up. And if you're not careful, even in these cold conditions, if you abuse them, as crazy as it sounds, you can overheat them and end up with a little bit less performance out of them. So watching the drivers now, that 24.9 for Gustavo Ariel, Nathan Saxon with that great lap time that he had in there as well. So really, really impressive stuff right now. And here's what's happening. The confidence of the drivers really picking up as they, I believe, on their dash, their lap time is active. And if they can see that, and indeed it is, if they can see that each time, they know. They're like, hey, I tried something, it worked. I tried something, it didn't work.
Well, Gustavo Ariel has backed out for a lap.
Yeah.
I think this is something he did yesterday. I was talking about it with him on the drive to dinner. It was just something that he wanted to understand what the tire would do when it would cool down as well, where he could bring the speed. And it's interesting that Ariel and Saxon have had the one lap off now so far in the middle of their run. David Dalton Jr. finally into the 125s. He's slowly building up the speed.
Now Nathan Saxon beginning to close down on Gustavo Ariel since Ariel backed off a little bit. And here's the thing. For Gustavo, I get, hey, backing off and kind of cooling things down and seeing if I can set another pace. But as you come back, the rabbit gets a little bit closer to the car following behind you. It's not going to affect Nathan Saxon's the performance of his car, but you know what? It could affect his mindset. Hey, he's right there. I can get him. I can get him. It's always easier to have a rabbit to chase than just go out there on your own. That rabbit just got a little closer to him, may fire him up a little bit.
See what else we can see in terms of times. Dalton Jr., 25.275 for him. Andrea Leonardi's being able to bring that down to high 130s so far, low 130s being honest, as Gustavo Ariel faster yet. Nathan Saxon with a 125.662. I will say the average, I don't know quite what it is for Gustavo Ariel, but it's that 130 that's going to be the one slight problem.
Yeah. Crew members looking on down there at the time. That's not a crew member. That's Andrew Carbonell.
Standing by with Jen Moxley
one of the coaches
as well. Let's see if we can dial up Jen very quickly, though, as we're coming towards the end of the qualifying session. Jen, what's the mood down on pit lane?
It's exciting. It's exciting, obviously. We're getting thumbs up from everywhere, and these tenths and hundreds of tenths of seconds count. Talk to me about how people are moving up and down, particularly Gustavo.
Yeah, so Gustavo's doing a phenomenal job right now. Just did his fastest lap of the session, 24.8. He really worked his way down each and every lap, so you can tell that he's evolving with the track. As the car gets better and he gets better, and you can tell he's like applying whatever the track is feeding him, and he's really doing quite a nice job. If you click on his laps here, you can see the progression of the lap time from a 28.0 to a 25.8 to a 25.2 to a 24.9 to a 24.8. So it shows a lot of consistency. Shows that he's learning, he's figuring it out, and he's applying what he's figuring out, and it's obviously producing some great results.
That's exciting. That's exciting. So now at this point, now it's about strategy, right? As a driver.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in a qualifying session, it's about just being the fastest driver on that racetrack, right? So strategy comes more into play maybe come race time if we were to be doing a race. But ultimately right now, it's extract everything you can out of that car and optimize what you have to make the best possible lap time.
I love it. I love seeing you gleaming also. And everyone on the side here has been monitoring on their phones, which is amazing technology that we can get it directly into our hands and we can keep up while you guys are also watching in the booth.
That's just good stuff. I mean, Andrew Carbonell said and really kind of echoed what we had been saying up here, and that is watching these drivers apply the lessons, the messages that they've gotten is just, I mean, it's impressive, very impressive.
Yeah, I think you were impressed just seeing the way that they took on the challenge yesterday, grew into the cars as well. Today, though, is about unleashing that inner racing driver, let's be honest. Yesterday was, let's get you into the mindset. Let's make you aware of the lessons that you need to learn. Now, go and connect it, put it together.
And talk about awareness. We were standing here, and while Jen was talking to Andrew, Gustavo Ariel came out of turn 6, immediately pulled to the right and let Nathan Saxon go, didn't impede at all, trying to make sure he was aware that the car was back there. He knew not only what he was doing, but where his competitors were on the racetrack and wanted to make sure that if he felt like he needed to slow down a little bit right now and kind of gather his thoughts, he wasn't going to impede everybody else. And that shows me a driver that not only has the awareness of the car, but the situational awareness of what's going on around him.
And this is where, again, we talk so much about how sim racing can help develop racecraft and all of these different things. But I've got to wonder for those at the very top level, you do develop the mindset of a real racing driver at the end of the day. You know, you put yourself in similar situations. You're competing week in and week out against the same drivers. You might often talk about having a third-place car because you don't have the right setup, maybe. These are all things that they are going to be somewhat familiar with. Let's see the times, because they backed out a little bit. Nathan Saxon also backed off the last lap around.
18-minute session, 13 minutes, almost 14 minutes into it, so they'll have a few more laps.
Andrea Leonardi with a 2:20. Now, was there potentially a little bit of an issue out on track?
Not sure. We didn't see one, and it could just be one of those things where he checked up a bit, let another car go by. We've seen that from some of the other drivers, and I just watched David Dalton come by, kind of had his hand in the air, it looked like, as he came down the front straightaway. He may have been kind of backing off a lap. Good lap there, though, at 25.1 that time by for David Dalton. I don't think I'd have my hand up in the air on these temperatures. What do you think the wind chill is at 115 miles an hour?
Well, there's apparently 20-mile-an-hour gusts of wind. So, I mean, it's yeah, they've got all the elements kind of playing against them here today. It's, again, we saw some questions. The checkered flag is officially out for this Group 1 qualifying session. Nathan Saxon punches in what is his fastest lap time at the end with a 1:25.028, but Gustavo Ariel saves the best for last. It's a 1:24.819 to close off this qualifying session.
That is just absolutely awesome. These guys doing, I mean, the idea that this is kind of the beginning of a journey for these guys is shocking to me, because what I'm looking at is the performance of drivers who have years and years of experience in real race cars, and that's not necessarily the case.
I'll correct myself, by the way. We were under the impression that we were looking for average lap times. It's the fastest one lap, as Andrew Carbonell did say, which means that we look at these times right now. Gustavo Ariel, 1:24.8, 2/10 further back effectively to Nathan Saxon, a 10th further back to David Dalton Jr. I mean, 3/10 between the top three in the session.
Yeah, it's just good stuff. Like I said, these are performances that you would expect out of much, much more experienced drivers. I'm going to leave here. I'm going to leave from Atlanta Motorsports Park going, that so far exceeded what my expectations were. And really hats off. And we haven't even gotten to the other two groups yet, but hats off to every one of these competitors over these 3 days. It has been a spectacular experience, I know, for them, but it's been a spectacular experience for me.
I think none of these drivers will forget it. Are you going to go back and jump into the simmer maybe a little bit more?
I want to go do the sim here at lunchtime with you, but we're going to close and lock the door.
Okay.
And I'm going to take your cell phone away from you to make sure that you can take no pictures or no video. And you're going to show me some stuff. And I don't want any record of it, because then I may go home and jump into the sim with Connor, and I want to be able to beat him. So I need to learn how to do it, right? I don't need my 20-year-old beating up on the old man, right?
So it is Gustavo Ariel, fastest driver in Group Number 1, 1:24.819. It's only 2/10 back, though, again, to Nathan Saxon, 25.028. We'll talk about these times as we work our way through the course of the rest of the day. But, Jen, what's the atmosphere like in Gustavo's camp right now?
I can tell you right now, 3 cameras just ran down here to get the driver with the fastest time on the track. And Coach Popes ran out to Gustavo also. You can see him. He met him on the other side. Love to see that camaraderie. The celebrations are big for sure. But we're going to grab Gustavo and see what he has to say about his time. I know the time was on the steering wheels, so they knew what was going on as they were driving. They may not have necessarily known how the other drivers were performing, but him and Nathan Saxon both had some great times in this particular run. And, you know, it's exciting to start seeing numbers coming in. I know yesterday all the fans on the live stream were asking, what are the numbers? What are the numbers? And we're, for safety reasons, not trying to make it a bump and rub competition. We want them to be safe, but today is about the chase. All right, what do you think?
Well, I'm feeling good. To be honest, I did my fastest lap at the end, and I did a big mistake. Maybe 2/10 was I lost, but I brake a bit deeper in turn 1, so that helps to gain a bit of time. In the last sector, I lose a bit, but yeah, feeling good. To be honest, it was very difficult because the track it's very different today. But yeah, so far so good. Let's see. The track is getting hotter. The lap times maybe is getting worse, but yeah, I did my job.
You did your job lap after lap after lap. You were shaving off time. What are some of the things you're looking at for the next round to shave off some more time?
I was feeling more oversteer because you had more grip, so you can push more and the car slides more after some laps. But I just want to save my tires and keep doing what I'm doing. I test some new things today, in talking about the gears. So yeah, it's working and I'm happy.
Thank you, Gustavo. And that was something important the coaches said this morning. This is about endurance. This is about longevity. You get one set of tires. This is about making it to the end also as well.
Yeah, of course, if you push the tires a lot and you do a lot of oversteer, you have no tires at the end. So here you need a lot the right tires because you have some long corners to the left. So yeah, I'm saving a bit of my tires at the end. And yeah, we had a lot of grip this morning. So yeah, the lap time is looking good.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Still a lot of smiles, but a much more serious look on the part of these drivers on their faces.
And did you hear it in Gustavo Ariel's voice? He was tired.
Yeah.
He was exerting himself in that session.
So 18 minutes from the time we went green, so really 15 minutes of track time that they're out there. And he was more gassed than he was yesterday.
And they did a 25-minute session yesterday.
Exactly. It just shows you. And, I mean, he needs to go back and look at times. He said the lap times may be a little bit slower. I'm like, no, dude. They're faster.
But I like how, typical racing driver, Gustavo, when you ask him about the lap, oh, it was a good lap. I maybe lost 2/10 here and there. It could have been a 1:24.6 if I had put it all together.
But go back to yesterday, first session in the car. And the smiles and kind of the elation and the lightheartedness when they got out, where did that go?
It's gone.
The smile was there. Okay, yeah, I did a pretty good job. He was already thinking while he was talking to Jen, the other part of his brain was like, where is it? Okay, what can I do next time? What do I need to do? Okay, how am I measuring up? And it's just so interesting to watch. They have been put through 3 days. In 3 days, they've been put through years of experience and experiential kind of programs both on the racetrack and off.
So I think we can throw things down to pit lane once more. I think Jen Moxley's got Nathan Saxon after qualifying one.
Yeah, I have one of the cold-blooded drivers here today. Nathan, not feeling the effects of the cold weather like the rest of us, but how are you feeling getting out of the car?
Good. I'm from New England, so that kind of helps a little bit. They're probably colder than I am down here right now, so that definitely helps me get accustomed, and it helped me a little bit getting accustomed to warming the tires as well.
How are you feeling about your track performance? You had some pretty fast laps out there. We heard the commentators in the booth getting excited as you were hitting those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I think I got to speed quicker than Gustavo at the start, and I kind of had him to chase there a little bit, so I could kind of judge off that. When he turned the tires on, he definitely took off a little bit, but I had a similar experience warming tires in the Skip Barber series that I ran a few races in. When we were at Indy, the qualifying session was pretty cold. It wasn't this cold, but getting tire temp early is important, and not doing those big lift off, coast around for a lap to cool the tires, because it's all just a battle of getting the tires a little bit of heat in them.
Are you feeling any fatigue? Are you feeling worn out? Are you feeling the effects of the car now that it's actually starting to really perform?
Honestly, I think today's a little better. I think you sleep on it, and it's like anything, you train in a way that you get used to those conditions. So kind of get used to the things that were hampering me yesterday, and I feel really good. And maybe it's just the cold too. Like I'm not sweating as much because it's 30 degrees out, but yeah, it feels a little bit better than yesterday in general.
And it's got to feel good to be at the top of this particular run, second fastest lap, I believe. I don't have the numbers in my hands here. You have the numbers on the steering wheel, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, you have your own times, so that's why it was nice having Gustavo in sight, either behind me or in front of me. You kind of get a judge of where you're at. And I kind of had a feeling on that last lap, after he had let me by when he was doing a cool lap. I kind of had it in my mind, I don't really want him behind me to chase, but I didn't have a chance to really, let him by and try it again because the session ended. But Yeah, so that's a bigger judge than a steering wheel because, I mean, we did the first lap and we were in the 25s already, so you knew the track was in a lot better conditions than yesterday.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, Jen, is Nathan still standing
Yeah,
there?
Nathan's still here.
So he said he got up to speed quickest. How many laps did it take, and where did he find the confidence to do that? I know he said he had
How
some
many
experience
laps did it
before
take?
Skip Barber, but
How many laps did it take for you to get up to be the quickest?
Honestly, we were in the 25s on these Hankook tires that second lap. They're DOT based, which means they do come up to temperature pretty easily, which is nice. That first lap, it's a little squirrely. And then I did one more to just get some heat in them, half speed, warming the tires like we did in the first session. And then from then on, it felt like it had good grip, and it just was getting better every lap.
awesome.
Thank
awesome.
you.
And it's kind of what we saw, right? I mean, I looked out and I said, he is on it big time, really aggressive first lap. And then I watched him on the second lap with the braking and release up towards turn 2, which is exactly what he just said, 2 laps, and then he was on it.
And I think this curious thing now as well is they're both coached by the same coach. They'll go into the room, look at some data, and they, being quite close on speed, will probably be asking similar questions of their coach as well.
Well, and the other coaches that were waiting in the wings sat there and watched it. And now they've gone to their drivers and said, look, it's 2 laps. It's 2 laps. I need you to get them up in 2 laps, and then you can start going for it kind of thing. But again, it's not average. It's the fast lap. So you can take your time a little bit. I think if you're a coach, you want to do a couple of things. One, you want to instill confidence in your driver. And so you can take information that you just saw it. Hey, it's going to take you 3 laps, all right? On your 3rd lap, you should be able to push. At that point in time, then you can say, and then after that, I need you to do this. Don't push them to make a mistake early on, but push them to get to speed as soon as they can, because Nathan just said it, and then they just got better every lap. So the sooner you get them there, the more laps you're going to have to try to get your lap time in. Trust me, those are a bunch of sly devils down in pit lane as far as the coaches go. They paid attention to what was going on, and off we go. And the other interesting thing that I heard Nathan say, when he let me by, I kind of kept an eye on him, and I wasn't sure that I wanted him there to see what I was doing and to use me as a judge. So they're already thinking about the pros and cons of being the leader or being the follower, and I love it.
This is what the kids call big brain time.
Yeah. I don't have that, by the way.
Don't worry, most people that say big brain moves don't actually have big brains. So it is Jan van der Heide, Lawrence Beerton, Marco Page, and Garrett Lowe that will be the next 4 drivers to roll on out. We are actually about 5 minutes ahead of schedule right now, which is great to see. Even with the cold conditions this morning, the drivers have been paying attention to the instructions from the minders around, and it means they get all of their minutes on track.
Well, and you know what the other thing is? I mean, that just shows that the machine is working the way the machine needs to work. The participants are doing their part. Crew guys are doing their part. And I just love the way the program is working right here. Adaptations made when Mother Nature throws things at you and that kind of stuff. But, I mean, just getting the job done the way it needs to be.
Coach Randy Popes, Gustavo Ariel, and Nathan Saxon notice the camera, stop talking for a second, and right back at it. Let's see. Jen, can you flick the mic on? I think you're standing by there.
Don't go 101%. Go 99. And just, because any mistake, it's 4 laps. You got to have no mistake in 4 laps, right? And we'll watch these guys' times. Keep an eye on it and see what they're doing. All you can do is stand back and cross your fingers.
This is where that little bit of luck factor starts to come in, right?
It's nerve-wracking watching the other cars run and watching their times come in. I think both of my drivers are going to be the top. The 24.8 on these old Hankooks is a tremendous effort, and Nathan's right with him. And be curious to see if anybody else can get to a 25.0. We'll see.
Hey, Jen.
Yes.
Ask Randy Popes who's more competitive, his 2 drivers or himself. Who wants this more?
I think we all know the answer to that one, Brian. Coach Popes was very quick to show the drivers yesterday who could win the autocross.
I mean, you could tell when he's talking to his guys, he's like, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. He wants this. I mean, he wants it for his guys, but he wants to go, my guys. It was my guys that were quickest. You could just hear it in his voice. And guess what? Every one of those coaches down there is the exact same way. They're going to take pride in having their guys be quick.
And each of the coaches brings their own unique skill set and background. In Randy's case as well, he probably understands a lot of what these drivers are going through, and that, you know, he became a Porsche factory driver much later into his career than you traditionally would become a factory driver.
And he's a big brain guy. He's one of those big brain guys. I mean, he is super cerebral. I love listening to him. He's got great analogies. I love analogies. He's got great analogies. He's got great experience. He's one of those guys that he talks the talk, but he walked the walk. I mean, so when he says something, you need to listen to it because he's been there, done that. He's not telling you because he read it in a book or, you know, it should make sense in the theoretical world. He's telling you because it made sense in the real world. He's done it.
He's done probably a little bit of everything as well. He's driven up Pikes Peak in all sorts of different beasts. And
well, maybe he's not a big brain guy because anybody who has a brain in their head would not go drive it on Pikes Peak.
So in terms of the times on the left side of the screen, you'll see them begin to come on in. But let's throw things down once again, I think, to the pit lane, and we'll have a bit of a chat with Jesse Iwuji.
Everyone has their phones out because they're checking the times on the track, and it's hard to look away from it.
My drivers are on track right now.
And Coach Iwuji, you have great knowledge of that sim to real world experience. So talk about that process of sim to real world and having these great results, these shocking results.
Yeah. So, you know, these drivers right now, you know, most of these drivers have never really had real life experience. Some of them have, but the ones that have been really able to translate that sim to reality really well are the ones who have really kind of put in that time in the sim where they've really gotten their brain focused in and honed in, so that now the only thing they really had to add was an actual feel, right? So when you're on the sim, you don't have the G-forces, you don't have all the other sensory things that are going on in a real life race car. So now that's the one thing that they had to adjust when they came here. But because they had everything else, because they visually had their eyes in the right place, they knew that, hey, when I'm going through a corner, to look through the corner, to look past the apex, they already knew that. So coming in here, they already had those basics down. The only thing they had to add to their toolbox was to be able to feel the vehicle, feel what it was doing, and react to that feel. And I think they've adjusted pretty well. So I'm super proud of these guys, all of them, every single one of them. I mean, they've been absolutely crushing it.
And your proof, the sim to drag to stock car to team owner with NFL's Emmitt Smith is possible and real. So we're going to get back to the racing so we can watch these times, because as the laps go on, that's when we start seeing the improvements.
Exactly.
He is definitely one of those examples of how that sim to real pipeline can go. Of course, was part of the United Naval Service, and after his time at the in service came to an end, decided let's go racing, and he's been putting on events for sim racers as well, where actual prize money gets paid out. Would encourage you to go and join the E-Racing Association if you enjoy doing some fun races from time to time. Look at these lap times, though.
And what's the magic number? 3. And it's what we heard Nathan Saxon say. You know, it takes 2 laps and then the tires are in, and that's exactly what we just saw. Third lap for each of these drivers was impressive. I mean, you look at Lawrence Beerton, and the thing that is impressive about him, he answered the question for me, can you go out there and go fast? Can you do it quickly? Because that's not been his MO, and now it is.
It's consistency for him, though. He's actually slightly slower on the 4th timed attempt, 1:26.7, but it's still a consistent time. Fastest of them all in this qualifying group, at least for the time being, was Garrett Lowe. Marco Pajic, the first to dip down into the 1:25s with a 25.766, but we'll wait to see what the birthday boy Garrett Lowe is going to be able to do. What a way to celebrate your 22nd birthday.
Yeah, it's not a bad way to spend a birthday, is it? At a racetrack, driving a car with a shot at, a really, really big prize out in front of you, something that literally could be life-altering. So, not a bad way to spend a birthday. And I think we're going to see these times just continue to tumble. Garrett Lowe, 25.2. I mean, here we go. And it'll be interesting to see. Did Lauren say, all right, I'm going to back off a little bit? Did he make a mistake?
Did he maybe just think, I'm not going to push too hard initially and I'll try and save it till the end? Because we saw that yesterday, the final session, right? Lawrence was very, very controlled with the way that he built up his speed, and it was at the end where we definitely did see those fastest times begin to come on in. Let's see the drivers work their way back towards the line, wrapping out of the right-hand corner. It's the 91 of Von der Heyde that will once again streak to the line and also jump into the 125s.
Here we go, and that's what we're going to expect to see. The 93 across Lawrence Beerton, 25-1. Fastest in the session so far. Will he get to the 24s?
He's still slower technically than the first two drivers in the first group, but there's still plenty of laps to go, and we know that the times will keep dropping. Page slightly slower on that most recent lap, but I think partially just, again, maybe these are drivers. Consistency is if the tires are already up to temperature and you could push them every single lap, as that's a big slide for the 91 of Von der Heyde that we watched out of turn 6. These drivers are hustling.
Yeah, they are pushing hard. Impressive stuff. Hard to take my eyes off of the timing screen, because when I did, guess what? Garrett Lowe, 24-9. 25-9 for Van der Heyde. Beerton at a 25-1. Page at a 25-8, and these times are going to just keep changing.
This is remarkable. This is incredible. Let's throw things back down, though, to the pit lane.
I absolutely love that we are on the track today with this qualifying and competition, because it's exciting. This is the most excitement we've had in the past 3 days. And Randy Prince with Sports Car Clubs of America understands the importance of being on the actual track. Randy, SCCA has access to tracks across the country, because being on the track and racing is what it's all about, right?
Let's be honest, there's nothing more exciting than being out here at the racetrack, whether you're here in pit lane, but being out there is the best thing in the world. I've been doing it for 15 years, and that's what the Sports Car Club of America is all about, getting people on track. We have a program called Track Night in America. It's literally, do you have a driver's license and a race car? And not even a race car, but your street car. As long as you can go out and drive on the street and you feel safe, you come out here with what you bring your wits about you. We set you up with some coaches that help you get out on track. They lead you through your first day, get you started, give you all the kind of information you need to do to make sure that you have a safe and fun time out there. And if you find out that this is something that's for you, we've got everything from basic weekend competition to have fun with your friends, all the way up to national championship competitions, whether it's road racing wheel to wheel like these guys are doing, time trials where it's just you against the clock, autocross, which is a lower speed in parking lots, kind of a car control type situation. Or if you really want to get into it deep, we have something called hill climb as well, where it's, if you've ever seen Pikes Peak or one of those things, we can facilitate that kind of situation too.
Randy, the SCCA races are so exciting because it feels as if you're cheering for someone chasing their dream. You know, it's something they've always wanted to give it a shot at, and you all open that door to the opportunity, don't you?
Absolutely. I mean, whether you are somebody who's getting into motorsports for the first time, just seeing what it's all about, we have people who are pilots, teachers, any walks of life, mechanics. You do not have to be somebody who's been in the business. You don't have to be somebody who has some expertise. All you have to do is have an interest in cars and want to have fun with that car. And so getting out here, literally AMP is the first place that we ever did a track night in America. But no matter where you are in the country, go to the SCCA website. You can find a track near you. We have programs that run most of the year depending upon what part of the country you're in. And we'll get you on track. We'll hook you up with local regions, other drivers, people who drive similar cars to you, so you know what to do and don't necessarily get caught up kind of lost in the situation.
Beautiful. Thank you, Randy. Thanks. We're going to get back out and look at the numbers.
And of course, if you enjoy SCCA style of racing, then there are virtual SCCA competitions you can jump onto as well. We're watching another big slide. These drivers are committed. That was Page out of turn 6 with the rear end hanging out. But the times have started to tumble. Both Garrett Lowe and Lawrence Beerton went to the 1:24.8 the last times around. It was Garrett Lowe that set a lap time faster than Gustavo Ariel, but 0.05 of a second slower was Lawrence Beerton.
Yeah, you're looking at their last lap time on the screen right now, not necessarily their best lap time. For Beerton, the last lap was his best lap. It's just, I don't know whether to look at timing and scoring or out the window at the cars. I'm kind of torn because I love watching the times change, but I'm watching turn 6, which is directly across from us. And all four of these drivers, absolute beautiful car control. Great braking techniques down into turn one with that tailwind that's there, and it's a super late braking for all of them right now. Up through turn four right now, good stuff. Right, it's just the progression for every one of these drivers has been so impressive for me. And putting the mistake there into turn six that time, that was the 93 of Lawrence Beerton. And he was great up in 4 and 5, and he pressed just a little bit too hard, got the car really loose on the way in. And I think he had to release the brakes and straighten his hands a little bit to keep it from going around. That's all right. Throw that lap time away. You still got time.
But you can tell Lawrence is pushing. I just want to reiterate, Garrett Lowe, 124.669. This is a driver that has competed at the top level of eNASCAR for going on almost a decade at this point. He knows what it's like to drive left very, very fast, but he's showing us today the road course scene in eNASCAR is very, very competitive. He can hang up there at the top.
Yeah, I mean, just impressive stuff, and the times keep coming down, and it's one of those deals where you're looking down at that dash and you're asking yourself when you come across the line, you look down and you go, where is it? Where is that next bit that I can find? What do I need to do to get there? They don't know the other drivers' times, but they know what theirs are, and they want to keep ticking off the tenths of a second. And so for drivers like Lawrence Beerton, he's asking himself, for Van der Hayden, okay, my fast lap, they remember what it was. What can I do? Where's 0.2 of a second? Where can I find a tenth? What can I do?
Oh! 124.574. Garrett Lowe, lap after lap after lap, is chipping away and making a statement here on the final day of Prodigy Week.
I'm looking out the window into pit lane now. I'm wondering where Raiden is, because I feel like he's got to be putting the suit and grabbing his helmet. He's going to come back here and say, no, they can't be this close to me. There's no way they can be this close to me. And granted, the track is completely different than it was yesterday, but you cannot help but be impressed by what you're seeing play out.
And so you also are seeing Beerton, Van der Hayde, and Payich slightly backing off. Payich with a 129, very much slowing down. The slow time for Beerton, probably the mistake that we saw at turn 6.
Yeah, but you can't back off. You get one more. I'm looking at the clock. It's ticking down. If the checkered flag is going to fall at 15 minutes, they've got 2 minutes left. Depending on where you are on the racetrack, you may have 2 laps. You may only have 1, so we'll have to wait and see.
The University of North Carolina Charlotte fan club has joined in to cheer on Garrett Lowe as well. They show up from everywhere, it would seem. Let's see if there's going to be an even faster time from Garrett Lowe, because Lawrence Beerton has just done a 124.818. So that was probably 0.006 of a second off of what Garrett Lowe's previous fastest lap time was quite a moment ago. Marco Payich 25.5. What's Garrett Lowe going to do as he runs back to the line?
95 across the line. What's the lap time? 26.3. So he's going to get 1 more lap, maybe 2. Kind of backed off that one that time, but man, impressed with mid-24s to say the least.
And I mean, every driver in this session is down below about a 127, and so we are seeing them. And again, Beerton with that 124.818 last time by. Let's see if he can do what he did at the end of the final session yesterday and find even more speed, as I think we're ready to see the checkered flag fly in probably a couple of minutes' time, so maybe 2 more attempts for the drivers.
And you look at where the cars are placed on the racetrack right now. Marco Page has a rabbit in front of him. Is that going to draw him a little bit closer? It's like I said, you see that target out in front of you. Sometimes it's a little bit easier to kind of claw your way there.
Just looking at my timings, I'm looking at the number of laps that these drivers have done as well. 10 laps so far, and we heard Gustavo Ariel visibly and audibly winded at the end of the session. Lawrence Beerton, another setup lap, I think, to try and go for another flyer. It's the intensity of a qualifying session that is so different. Brian, talk about it from a driver's perspective.
Well, you got to find a way. I mean, there are drivers that are good at qualifying. There are others that don't qualify that well because they qualify the way they race, a good steady pace, so on and so forth. But in the qualifying deal, some drivers just manage to reach down and find a little bit more. And I don't know if that's what we're seeing out of Garrett Lowe, except for the fact, I would think that, except it wasn't a flyer. It was like 2 or 3 laps in a row within a tenth or so of each other. So he's found something. And a lot of times once you find it, you can duplicate it. But it's the willingness to go find it, to push a little bit deeper in just that one corner where you think you can. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
So remember, the top 4 drivers in terms of the single lap qualifying times will move forward to the next stage of the tournament, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, so probably in around 2 hours time or so, just under 2 hours time. We will do the fan save. You, the audience at home, will be able to keep the drivers in the competition till the end of the day. There will be 3 different polls, 4 drivers up at a time for 2 minutes each, and we will work through those stages to get the one driver. The judges will also get their save as well, and then we'll send them off into some chase sessions that I think we are very much looking forward to. I believe session is drawn to a close for qualifying Group 2.
I mean, what a session. What a run. Again, every time another group heads out onto the racetrack, I get more and more impressed. I said it after the first group. Now I've watched this, and I'm just like, hats off to the competitors, the coaches, everybody that's delivered the information to them, and now the participants actually applying it, and just spectacular lap times by all of these drivers. And I don't want to jinx anything. I don't want the announcers jinx, right? You and I talked about this yesterday. But under very, very difficult conditions, these drivers have not only survived, they have impressed. I mean, what a job. What a job.
We saw, there's a brake marker board that's been collected by the number 91 of Jan van der Heide. So we'll see exactly where
brought a souvenir back.
I hope they let him bring that back with him to Europe.
I think the board said TO. I think that was probably a track out point that they have marked out here on the racetrack. This is where you want to track out. So it didn't say TI. It wasn't a turn in. So and it was the right side. So I'm thinking a left-hand corner somewhere, maybe missing the track out marker.
So that is the second qualifying session done. Now it is just Dino Filippa, Dominic Lukomsky, Lorenz Herzing, and Ciro Zambra that will head on out there. I was looking at the weather conditions and just kind of trying to get a sense for where we stand right now. We've gone from full freezing conditions to what says about 4 degrees Celsius. If you're wondering what that is in the imperial units, it's about 39, 40 degrees Fahrenheit. We're just around that sort of a range where the tires are working quite well, and it does seem to be giving the drivers as much grip as they would want. I've just watched as well, much like we've been seeing in the previous 2 days, as soon as the drivers get out of the car, whether it's the autocross or into the SR1s themselves, straight over to the coaches, trying to get a little bit of feedback and trying to understand what's happening. Let's go down, though. Garrett Lowe was flying. I mean, Jen, he must be pretty happy with that.
You said they go straight to the coaches. Garrett Lowe went straight to his dad. Look, his dad's here on the side waiting for him. Garrett, talk about your run, because Dad said he didn't even know what happened yet.
No, I probably doesn't. He likes to watch. He didn't like to watch Race Monitor or anything like that. So, yeah, I don't know how we ended up. I think it was pretty good. Lap felt good. So, yeah, I think it should be good. I don't know if we're locked in or not. We'll see.
So, fastest lap, 25.4 is what that said. Is that right, Arjuna? I also am not watching the monitor because I've got to run around and grab everyone. Arjuna, what was Garrett's fastest lap, 25.4?
I believe the fastest lap of the session for Garrett, if I have to go and look at the screenshot that I grabbed, 1:24.574.
1:24.574. So you did great on this. How did it feel out there?
I felt really good. Track was super slick, super cold the first probably 4 or 5. And then once everything got up to temp, it felt pretty good. Tried a couple different things I didn't like. Had a moment down here in 6 where I was kind of sideways. But, yeah, just trying to find the limit. I think I found it. And, yeah, we're just going to go see if we can knock out the heat races now or however that's going down.
What information do you need to perform even better the next time you're out there? Or is there some data, something from your coaches? Are there specific things you're going to ask?
Yeah, I always go through data again, just see how we compare to the coach laps or just how we compare to other drivers, see how that works out. Obviously, there's got to be somewhere where somebody's beat me, so I can go review that and see what happens and pick it up.
And your UNC Charlotte family is watching and cheering you on the Instagram, on the YouTube stream. And now that we have elimination, it really matters to know that you're being supported.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to have everybody's support. Hopefully we'll go back home tomorrow and see everybody and have some congratulations to go around. It's been a cool event.
And your coach is here, so I'm going to let you go.
So far, right? Good job. That's amazing. No, just watching you go faster and faster and faster. I mean, once you got to like the 24.9 point, I'm like, okay, I wonder if you can get a little bit more. You got to about 24.8. And I'm like, okay, I think that's about it. It's probably not going to go quicker. Then I saw you go 6 and then 5. I'm like, holy crap. I'm like, just keep letting the man run. He's going to get down to 23s. But that's pretty good. Really, really good job. Super solid on, continuing to just find more and more and more, never getting, content. Like some people will hit a mark and be like, I'm good. You're like, no, there's more, there's more, there's more. You kept on finding it, and you weren't going backwards. Like, that's amazing. So good job. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you for that, Jen. Always great, of course, to get the insight from the drivers. Now let's not forget that with the second group being done, it's the third group getting strapped on in. Dino Filippa, Dominic Lukomsky, Lorenz Herzing, and Ciro Zambra. Arjuna Kankipati and Brian Till still in the broadcast booth, and we're now joined by Randy from the SCCA team, the project manager of experiential things in the world of SCCA. You had a quick chat with Jen as well. What's it like? What's it like for you being here and seeing sim racers behind the wheel of these SR1s?
I mean, let's be honest. Anybody who's really into motorsports is probably doing sim racing, whether you're a hardcore racer who's doing professional stuff or you're an amateur who takes their Miata out on weekends just to have fun and everything. So it's really cool to see things at this level, though. When I'm usually here, it's usually a Tuesday or a Wednesday evening time. We have a program called Track Night where you bring your street car out here, you have fun, you get done, you go have some, Mexican food and just hang out and you shoot the breeze with your friends. But we never have this sort of support with mechanics and crews and coaches and everything. Now, I take that back to some degree. Anytime Randy Popst can make his way out to Atlanta Motorsports Park, he will find a way. I've gotten many texts an hour before saying, hey, you got room for somebody else?
I'm on it. I'm on my way.
Yeah, exactly. But no, it's cool. I mean, I saw that you guys had Boris Said here as well. I mean, you've got some really big names, and anybody who pays attention to any sorts of motorsports has heard of these people alongside of these, new drivers who hopefully in a number of years' times that we'll look and we'll see them on racing on TV potentially, or following their dreams and seeing something really cool and having fun and living out their lives on a racetrack, which is really exciting.
Tell us how you got involved in the world of SCCA, because I feel like club racing, there's always interesting stories how people end up there.
So I actually lived outside of Columbus, Ohio. Some friends went to Ohio State University. And
Go Bucks!
Exactly. And at the apartment, every couple of weeks, Saturday morning, I would hear cars that were definitely not from the highway. And so one day I said, I'm going to find out where these things are coming from. And anybody who's been to OSU knows the Ackerman parking lot. Went out there, and there were a bunch of people autocrossing, and I said, hey, I have an old hoopty BMW that looks like I could do this as well. And they said, we're going to be out here next month. We'd love to have you. And 20 years later, I have done everything from helping run events to running national events. I do timing and scoring for our time trial program, getting involved in hill climb these days. And that's the great part about getting involved in motorsports, is that there's a place for everyone. Whether you are somebody who wants to drive, there are people whose family gets involved just to support the individual, or who come to just to support the sport as a whole. You need corner workers, you need people running registration, you need people who are up here in ops, helping make sure that everything is safe on track. And that's really what SCCA is about access and getting on a racetrack, whether you're driving or you just want to support other people who do like driving.
And the great thing is the whole autocross thing. There have been so many. I mean, Randy is one of them. There have been so many drivers who've started their career in autocross, and you don't have to have aspirations to be a professional race car driver. It's just the whole autocross thing. It's exactly what you do on a big racetrack. It's just smaller, and the investment doesn't. The smaller racetrack means a smaller investment a lot of times anyway. And it gives you an opportunity to go experience it and learn that driving a car in a performance manner is not like driving on the street. Just because you drive to work every day does not mean you're going to be a great race car driver, right? So, and I think it makes you a better, safer driver on the street, though, to understand the aspects of it.
Absolutely. I will say that after a couple of years of driving and autocrossing, I competitively autocrossed for a very long time, but after 4 or 5 years, I noticed there were at least 3 or 4 incidents that I avoided on the street because I had the presence of mind to not stare at the car in front of me, not fixate on a project. Just like these guys, they're out there doing lead follow laps. At some point, your eyes cannot focus on that car in front of you. They got to be heads up, and you've got to take it upon yourself to know where to go and not just follow that person. Because if that person screws up and you're following them, you're going to screw up as well. So one of the biggest kind of sales pitches I just like to say for people who definitely are getting younger drivers involved, who are doing street survival school, or SCCA has a program called Starting Line, is that this is going to make your younger drivers, your teens, your kids, ultimately much safer drivers, better drivers, and hopefully, unlike myself when I was a teenager, wreck their dad's car.
Well, you know, it's one of those things that you'll hear parents talk about go-kart racing, and they'll go, I wouldn't want my kid to race go-karts. It'll teach them to drive fast on the street. And I'm like, no, they're going to think driving on the street is really boring, and they're going to focus on their racing on the weekends. Same really true with teen driving programs, beginner driver programs. I think it opens a lot of people's eyes as to what is possible, and maybe more importantly, what is not possible. I always say every 16, 17, 18-year-old male child thinks immediately he knows how to drive. Actually, every male thinks he knows how to drive. But, you know, you give them some education, and a lot of times what you can't do, learning what you can't do is more important than learning what you can do. You know, it's one of those things that you and I were talking about safety and that kind of stuff, and it's like we can get lulled into this false sense of security on the street of anti-lock brakes and airbags like it's some force field around the car that keeps you safe, and it's just not true. I mean, it's better than what we ever had, but automobile accidents are still one of the leading cause of death among teenagers, and don't get me into the political speak of that. I always say it's still the leading cause of death among teenagers, and it shouldn't be with all the advancements that we've made in safety. But what we haven't advanced is driver training very much, and that's where I think programs like yours come in. Any program that teaches beyond just here's the stop sign, this is what the colored lights mean, so on and so forth, is so important to young drivers today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's easy to learn the mechanics, like you said, the rules of the road, that we all have to take that test, but that doesn't tell you what to do when somebody slams on their brake and it's icy outside, or when it's rainy outside and somebody comes out of nowhere that you don't expect. And having that awareness, having that training, I mean, because this is really what they're doing out here today, is getting the muscle memory, getting the training, doing that over and over again, getting themselves comfortable so that they know where they can push, where they can push. Same thing on the street, just having that memory of knowing when somebody's doing something that you're not expecting, brake early, stay back from them. Hey, maybe they might do that again. Maybe I need to be a little more cautious. These guys are going out there, lead, follow. They know what the driver in front of them is doing. They're going to get comfortable with that. In the same way on the street, you see somebody who's doing something weird, you take a step back a little bit. It makes you a safer driver and a better driver. And just getting out there in these situations in a controlled environment is important, and that's what we try to do in the SCCA.
By the way, it snowed in Columbus, Ohio yesterday.
I'm not surprised.
So we've got the final group out on track, and I want to ask you about, I mentioned earlier, SCCA does have some involvement in the world of sim racing as well. We just finished up, I think, 3 weeks ago, the iRacing SCCA virtual runoffs as well, a representation, a recreation of the huge event in real life, only in the virtual world.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great thing. You know, I think as with most things, I was speaking with some other individuals here at Racing Prodigy about the pandemic brought on just a rapid involvement into sim racing and esports in general, and getting people involved and having people in the club be a part of that and getting them, essentially other people involved. You know, a lot of times we like to say, how did you get involved in, you know, racing? How did you get on the track the first time? And it's usually through a friend. And now it's not just through a friend at work or something. It's a friend who's doing iRacing. It's a friend who's doing Forza. It's a friend who's doing GT Academy or one of the other Gran Turismo events and stuff. They're saying, hey, if you like this, you should come with me to the track. I'll get you involved. You know, doesn't matter what you have, as long as you got a driver's license and a car on the street. Come out here, get some coaching, get an individual, just enjoy your car. It's about having fun. Even if you're not the fastest person, you know, everybody can't be the fastest guy on the racetrack. There's got to be a bunch of us other back markers and stuff and individuals. And let's be honest, it's just fun to be out here and getting out here and doing something in real life. I mean, I will not, you know, detract from my racing at all. I love it. I do it. That's how I get some steam out in my time when I, just need a break from the days of work and stuff. But going out there and getting on a racetrack, there is no replacement for that. And these guys are showing that I think is very true right now.
And what a cool track for them to be at as well, right? I mean, you must have seen your fair share of tracks the SCCA runs at. This is something.
It's a really cool place. I was here at one of the first track days It's, you know, I think a lot of times you come to a lot of race facilities and they're just built up, boom, everything's there. This track started as just a racetrack with a couple of trailers and some dirt parking lots. Over the years, I believe Mr. Porter has done a great job at slowly adding garages, support. We've got this great pavilion to look at now. There's apartments being built in the back here. They're building a really cool infrastructure for people who just love motorsports. And honestly, there's places like, you know, here that have a very country club kind of vibe to it. There's a swimming pool out in back for families and kids and stuff to hang out. So even if it's not necessarily, it's not just mom or dad doing racetrack things at a racetrack. And a track like this, you can come and the kids can participate and get to see some cool race cars, as all kids love, I think, like to do. But they get to go play in a pool. They get to do some karting over on the side over there. There's just it's a resort. It's a motorsport resort almost.
It is, and I saw the pool when I drove into the facility. I was like, what? Where? When can I jump into that, especially if it's heated? Times are beginning to come on in, and Brian, we expect it to be, what, 2 or 3 laps before they get the tires up to temperature? They're already up to speed.
I was going to say, I was real impressed with Lawrence Herzing. Yesterday, the note that I have written down, and I think we were talking about this when they went out for the first session, that he attacked early out of the gate, and he did the same thing. 29 flat on lap 2 is impressive. Where we really saw the time start to come down was lap 3 last time, but Lawrence really, really on it early and confident. It was interesting. I watched Ciro Azamba as well through turn 6 on that second lap. He does not have the tire temperature yet. I watched him turn in, pick up big time understeer, well off the apex, so he has some work to do to find some grip in those tires.
Before we let you go, drivers are out on track, I want to ask you about where you see these racing prodigies end up going. Of course, the goal for us is a second Prodigy week, a real Prodigy Racing League, but you see the commitment from these drivers on the track. It's impressed Brian. What impresses you about them?
You know, what I was saying to Jen down on pit lane was that, you know, we've got some awesome coaches here like Randy Popst, Boris Said, you know, people who you see on TV who are doing this stuff professionally. And I think that these guys are being given an opportunity to set them up and give them the tools that most drivers, even in a professional capacity, don't get to have. They've already proven that they have a level of skill in terms of how they can handle themselves on a racetrack, whether it's real or virtual. They're very similar. Now what they're doing is they're showing that they have the actual real-life chops, the physical prowess to actually be able to do this stuff, to not even if they're not fast, but to be able to learn and be able to show that, hey, I can make improvements, get faster, take feedback from people who know better than me, and put that into my brain and execute on track. So these guys, you know, whether it's another a week of doing this sort of stuff, whether it's them actually getting an opportunity to go on to bigger and better things, I mean, I think this in and of itself, if I, you know, even if they're somebody who does this and doesn't work out for them, I think they have done something that they will look back on in their life and say, this is an amazing experience and wouldn't trade it for the world.
Thank you so much for joining us, Randy. It's been a pleasure to talk about all things SCCA, and where should people be following if they want to keep up to date with things going on in that world?
Start out at scca.com. There will be a place called Find Your Fun, which will put in your zip code and tell you all the different motorsports events going on. If you are specifically looking for things like track days and casually going to the racetracks like AMP, tracknightinamerica.com. Again, put in your zip code. We'll find a racetrack and an event near you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We'll focus back on this final group of qualifying before we close things out for the morning, have a bit of lunch, and then get back to the competition at hand. We're watching those lap times start to trickle on down, and Brian, Lorenz Herzing right back onto the pace as he ended off yesterday.
Yeah, and a great lap by Dino Filippa the last time by. I mean, another lap time down in the 25, so tumbling is the right word. They are headed down. Dominic Lukomsky, good lap time as well, and really watching his performance after getting comfortable in the car now, and he seems to have found some pace, and you're going to expect that. When you find that comfort, you find pace, and that's exactly what I think Dominic's beginning to do. Ciro, looking good on the racetrack. What I had written down for him yesterday was his lines were good. He just needed to find a way to start being a little more aggressive. He's putting the car where it needs to be. He needs to find some confidence to brake a little bit later, pick up the throttle a little bit earlier coming off the corners. He's doing what he needs to do. He just needs to turn it up a notch.
In terms of weather, by the way, it is continuing just to warm on up here, and you can even see exit of turn 12, the loop at the final corner, there is increasing amounts of sunshine, and we're not exactly sure what it is, but as Lorenz Herzing marginally improves on the time to a 1:25.308, his number 94 dives out of turn number 1 and rises back up into that second, third, and fourth corners. Of course, he was our winner of the Prodigy Racing League R-Factor 2 tournament here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park. I saw Risto Capit wishing the R-Factor 2 qualifiers wishing them well in the chat as well. It seems as though every little community, every little sim, they've got their fans up here and watching.
Hey, and guess what? Those fans could be important, really important if you're not one of the quicker drivers out here, because somebody's going to make it in based upon a fan vote. So make sure that you're staying tuned and support your driver, and if they can't quite find the speed on the racetrack, they can find the support from you.
And again, we've seen for Lawrence Beerton, I was mentioning to him yesterday at dinner that his father, Chris, was in the chat. It made him very happy. It's always great to see the family support. Dino Filippo, 1:25.836. He's starting to push the pace just a little bit more. And we were talking about the expression of Ciro Zambra the last time he jumped out of the car. A bit apprehensive. He's seemingly a little bit on the pace right now.
Yeah, he's on the pace. He's got, as I was just saying, his process is good. He needs to believe in that process. And what I saw on his face when he was out of the car last time, I'm not sure he believes yet. This is where, as a coach, if you were racing on a weekend and you saw this, I would be on the radio with him going, perfect, you're where you need to be, are up. And the more you look down the racetrack and you pick a target to drive towards, the more calm you can be. What happens when you get a little uptight, you're enough ahead to say, hey, you're okay. You're where you happens in a race car when you're trying to push, but you're not quite confident up yet. If you can get your eyes up, you'll find the confidence.
And you pointed out there's no one in their ears. They don't have radios in the car, so they are having to effectively push even harder.
I was going to say, it's not so much about cooling tires down. I think it's about taking a breath. This racetrack is very busy. You're looking at lap times, physical standpoint of being taxing, but from a mental standpoint, it is very taxing. So it's one of those things that taking a break and just going, okay, let me catch my breath. Let me think about something for a moment. Off you go. Now, that's a blessing and a curse, because it's easy if you're a little bit behind the pace. You don't know where you are, but if you're not turning the lap times, they know the lap times they need to turn, right? They've watched 2 sessions in front of them. They know what they need. And if they're missing it and you start to let the front... There we go, Ciro. That's what I want to see.
1:26.4. There are 3 or 4 quote-unquote straights here, but only one of them is actually straight.
Yeah, all the track is from the exit of turn 16 to the braking zone of turn 1. There's not another place that's any long...
1 up to turn 2.
That's not straight.
But that's 250 meters. It's not very long. Turn 6 to turn 10 is about 400 meters, 1,300 feet. We're not talking long distances by any mean. And talking IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship for a second, I always say that the most difficult race is Petit Le Mans.
Oh, yeah, I mean, for numerous reasons. And if you look at it this year with 53 or 54 cars.
Classes.
And 5 classes, and speed and experience and talent differentials, and championships on the line like they always are when you go to Petit. It's, it's the same because it's mentally taxing. It's mentally taxing for a GTP driver because he's working through all of this traffic. It's mentally taxing for a GTD as they are out in front. And for these drivers right now, it's the same thing. The minute and a half, sub-minute and a half lap time with essentially no straightaways, they're busy the whole time. So taking a breath and pausing for a second and trying to find that speed on the next lap is not a bad thing at all. And we're running out of time as far as the session goes. I see the checkered flag being held down in the starter stand, so it's going to be coming out before long.
And with the increased temperature that surely we are starting to see, is this going to see the time start to increase as Herzing punches in what is his fastest lap with a 1:25.145, but is a marginal change in track condition going to mean that these drivers suddenly can't find a 2/10 of a second?
No, I don't think that. As good as I think they are right now, the job that they're doing as well as they're doing it, I'm not sure that we're to the point where subtle temperature changes are going to have a big effect on them. If you had much more experienced teams and drivers out there, you may be able to adjust the car a little bit to the changing conditions and find something. For these guys right now, I mean, I think it kind of is what it is. Now it'll be interesting to see what kind of temperature we get to it by the end of the day, and see if we get enough temperature. This track is abrasive. It'll be interesting to see if we get to the point that we get some tire degradation or we lose some performance on the tire by the end of the stint. I don't think we're there yet.
And again, they are DOT spec tires, so they should be relatively long-lasting. Dino Filippa's just done a 125.545, so that's him starting to bring his speed up in this closing session as well. But as Lorenz Herzing pips to the line, it's an even faster time for him. It's a 125.085, not into the 24s just yet, but I believe that's right around the benchmark that Nathan Saxon had laid down.
I think so. So it's one of those deals where, I mean, you go back to looking at the performance of the other drivers. These drivers know, and they do have that timer on the dash. So they're looking at it every lap. And the question is, do you find calm and satisfaction in what you're seeing and in your improvement, or do you find panic because it's not at the target that you've set?
If you're me, panic.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
If you're a proper racing driver.
And panic can lead you, or, you know, that pressure to perform can lead you to make a mistake, and you can't let it get the best of you. Because you know what they need to remember? David Cook. What did he say? It's not about your fastest lap time per se, but it is. They keep looking at it as they go by. Look at that. Speaking of looking at it.
Checkered flag out. Dino Filippa, fastest lap at the very end. It's a 125.158, so that's right in the ballpark. It's going to be close for him in that top 6 cutoff. Now, Lorenz Herzing, Lekomsky, and Sambra still have the opportunity to set a final lap time here. One of those cars is coming to the line. It is Lorenz Herzing. Is it going to be a 24? No. It's a 339, but it's still a very competitive time from the Austrian.
93 past the line, Lekomsky, and that was a slower lap.
I think Dominic seems a bit uncomfortable maybe with the balance of the car. He is also a European. A lot of people might assume, you know, road racer. But no, Dominic's main focus is actually oval racing, as Ciro Zambra with a 126.7 also does not improve. But yeah, Dominic, I was talking with him, and I was really intrigued. You know, for someone that lives in Europe, it's often hard to find good races when the Americans are at work and you're coming home from work. He makes the commitment. He just loves it.
I was surprised in talking to him. He's like, no, I love it. I love the NASCAR side of things. And I was like, you're not the typical NASCAR driver. You understand that, right? He's like, I know, but I just really love it.
5.5 cents is pretty good. Yeah, we're rounding up. I was making you feel better.
That's great, Nathan.
Yeah, congratulations, man. In the bubble.
Yeah, good job.
Damn, that was close.
Good job.
Nathan, you and Coach Popes were standing here with the race timer in hand. What does this mean? You explain to the folks watching if they're just logging in.
That was a nerve-wracking couple minutes. I don't think I'd be able to sweat in 32-degree weather, but I'm as close as I'm going to get. I mean, we're down to sitting there. Nothing you can do when you're sitting here waiting. We're just talking about a little about my lap and trying to distract from it, but watching the times. Track's changing, the wind's changing, so you don't know what you're going to get, but it looks like I'm safe, so I'm
top 4 times get in the race. They're in, they're safe, they're in the race. Nathan here was 4th, and so we're watching every lap. And he's at a 20, and Dino runs a 25.1, and then somebody runs a 25.0, and we're like, 25.0 what? Oh, what?
And so Lorenz and Dino were your top competition you were watching?
Yeah, those two both got down to good laps pretty quick, so I kind of thought there'd be a chance. I'm sitting here, I'm watching the American flag over there and seeing which way the wind's blowing, and it's.
Oh, I thought you were just being patriotic.
I am. I mean, hey.
And that checkered flag was a relief. You took a sigh of relief.
In the top 4, which in this field I think we're super proud of. And nice to represent everybody that helped me get to this point. It's a big honor to be here in general, but to make the top 4, it's a good feeling.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations.
So So I'm trying to look through the times across
Yeah, I was
3
gonna
different
say.
sessions right now. I will say that the only drivers that I think can be somewhat confident in their spots are Gustavo Ariel in that first session, of course, with the 124.819. He'll be feeling pretty good about himself. Lawrence Beerton, 24.818. Garrett Lowe, 24.574 in the second
I
session.
think Garrett had 3 laps that would have put him quickest overall, so very impressive there.
Yes, and I think then it would have next been Lorenz Herzing and Nathan Saxon separated by 700ths of a second in terms of times. So if Nathan Saxon is therefore the 6th driver inside of the bubble, I always say never trust a commentator's math, but I think that
That's why I'm not looking at it.
A 167 is larger than 158, so it's Dino Filippa that will grab the 6th and final spot in the automatic knockout. Provisionally. You should never trust what Arjuna says as gospel.
Yeah, provisionally. I'm going to throw it to you now. You've been playing the play-by-play role of things. What's your impression of what you've seen so far today?
I've been trying not to say too much because I obviously am very biased as a sim racer.
Yeah.
They're killing it. I mean,
absolutely.
What more could you ask from these guys?
Are you surprised or not? I mean, honestly. I mean, I know you're attached to it.
Right.
And it makes you feel good to say, see, we can do this. But, I mean, are you surprised by how close it is and by the performance that you've seen?
I'm not surprised by how close it is. I think I'm a bit surprised in some ways at the level of performance. I expected them to be good. I don't think I expected 24.5 from some of the drivers. I think it's the consistency from a lot of them, right? The number of drivers that have been good, that really impresses me, and from the variety of different backgrounds that we have as well. Quick top 6, by the way, that I think we have official confirmation on. Garrett Lowe, Lawrence Beerton, Gustavo Ariel, Nathan Saxon, Lorenz Herzing, and Dino Filippa. So yes, David Dalton Jr., the first driver to miss out. Then Marco Pajic, Jan van der Heide, Ciro Zambra, and of course the other couple of drivers as well. Let's throw things down though to pit lane because I can hear that Jen's ready to chat with someone else.
Well, I wanted to grab Dino because Dino, you made it in. You are the last spot that got in guaranteed. How are you feeling about that?
I not feel good because I feel I cannot push at all the grip with the tires. I think I be too much aggressive on the first laps, and then I cannot find the perfect grid. But well, the last lap made me qualify, I think. But well, I have to wait for the next session. I have to improve.
So you're being hard on yourself and you're looking for the ways that you can improve, which is just what pro athletes do. But I have the list of the 6 drivers who made it in, and you made it in at 125, 158. So you're in that top 6, you made it in. So you have some room to breathe. Are you going to take some space to breathe and celebrate that accomplishment?
Yes, but I really want to stay on the 2 first spots. But well, I have to fight. It is not over.
That's great. That's great, Dino. How did you feel out there? How was the car managing?
The car feels good. I feel a little understeer, but I think with my driving, I have to correct these things. And well, I have to work with my coach, and we will see.
Are you feeling competitive? Are you focused now on competition?
Yes. I always dream about this opportunity, and I am really competitive. I really want to stay on the final.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you for that, Jen. Interesting chat there with Dino, especially given that he was in the same car that Gustavo Ariel was in the first session. And so there are always some things that you can take from that.
Well, and they're your tires. We talked about that. How did you treat them? Does that have something to do with it? Maybe the car has a nuance that one driver likes and a nuance that another driver doesn't quite like. So to say that the cars are perfect is not true. To say that they are equal is I think apparently now very true as we've looked at the different drivers that have made it in. So it's one of those deals of just, are they to your liking? You may like something that I don't, and vice versa. You may like Brussels sprouts. I've never had a Brussels sprout that I thought was good in my life. But anyway, I mean, it's the same for the race car. You know, the little nuances of it, do they work for you or do they not? I can tell you for Garrett Lowe, he likes the balance of that number 95. That is, he's like, don't touch it. Do not touch it at all. I like that. And he's probably back there taking his tires to lunch right now, making sure that he's in control of them, because that's the magic, right?
Don't forget, by the way, in just over an hour's time, 1 p.m. Eastern, we will be rolling our way on towards the Fan Save. The top 4 drivers, of course, have all moved on, but then it's those behind that we will find out just how close it is for them. But for the time being, the drivers are breaking for lunch. We'll do so as well here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park. We'll be back, though, on the Racing Prodigy YouTube and Facebook channels with the conclusion of Prodigy Week.
As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver, but maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach? Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver, but maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach? Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver, but maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach? Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver? But maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach. Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver, but maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach? Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver, but maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach? Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver? But maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach. Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver, but maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach? Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver, but maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach? Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver, but maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach? Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver, but maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach? Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver, but maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach? Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver, but maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach? Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver, but maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach? Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver, but maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach? Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League is here to offer aspiring real-world race car drivers the opportunity to compete across multiple gaming platforms to earn titles and coveted Prodigy Passes. These golden tickets of motorsports allow you access to trips that are fully paid for you to train, learn, and even compete at Prodigy Week, our real-world racing academy held at Atlanta Motorsports Park in November. It is our goal and vision to draft the first class of racers from those who compete at Prodigy Week to fill the grid for our inaugural series to debut in 2024. We can only achieve our vision together, so join us today to test your skills, earn your spot at Prodigy Week, and enjoy the thrill of racing. Racing Prodigy, where dreams become a reality. As a kid, did you ever dream of becoming a professional race car driver, but maybe it was too expensive or always seemed out of reach? Here at Racing Prodigy, it is our mission to take those dreams and make them a reality. You too can be just like Jeff Gordon, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, some of the greatest drivers ever, and be a part of a world where real-life racing and motorsport opportunities are available to everyone. That world is now here. Here at Racing Prodigy, we provide real-world racing opportunities to those with grit and skill who may otherwise never be discovered. Thanks to esports competition, a new insight has been found. The skill set of virtual racing transfers to real race cars and tracks. Gamers and sim racers have proven that they can race real race cars against the professionals and win. It's now time for the world's first E2 Real Sports League, taking esports competitors to real-life racing competitions. Prodigy Racing League.
Well, welcome back to the Atlanta Motorsports Park for the conclusion of Prodigy Week. It's been an exciting 2.5 days of action, but now it's time to get the competitive juices of the drivers flowing. It's Arjuna Kankipati alongside Brian Till up here in the broadcast booth, Jen Moxley down on pit lane, and our entire team making this entire experience happen for our 12 prodigies. They have journeyed from around the world through simulators over to these Radical SR1s, and Brian, we have seen a remarkable uptick in pace over the last day and a half.
And I think it's going to get even quicker as we go. We'll have last chance qualifying next. We'll talk about that in a moment and how the processes of that work. But when I look towards the end of the day, we will not have had better track conditions all weekend or all 3 days that we've been here than what we're going to have at the end of the day. Cool temperatures, sunshine on the racetrack all day long, so you're going to have some pretty good track temp. The question is, did the drivers save some of the go fast in those Hankook tires that are on these Radicals? Because you're going to need that at the end of this if you want to come out on top.
And what we're seeing right now as the drivers get ready in the pit lane is the last chance qualifiers. The top 4 drivers from the first qualifying session this morning have automatically advanced onto the later stages of today's action. So Garrett Lowe, Nathan Saxon, Gustavo Ariel, amongst those drivers already working their way on forward. The rest of the contingent now sitting in there, or 4 of the drivers, I should say, sitting in the cars and getting ready to go. It's Dino Filippo, Lorenz Herzing, Andrea Leonardi, and Ciro Zambra. That will be the first 4 drivers to head out there onto the track. And after that, what we will do, as soon as those 4 drivers are back down on pit lane, a fan poll will open on the Racing Prodigy YouTube channel. You'll be able to select one of these 4 drivers to go head-to-head with the selection from that second group to be the fan save. It's not just one driver that's going to be saved, though, Brian. The judges will also get to save one additional driver.
Yeah, and I don't even know how you come up with that. The competition was so close. I mean, when you look at it, Garrett Lowe, yeah, remarkable time for him. But then really second through about 6th, time-wise, were exceptionally close. And 5th and 6th, I think we're just hundredths of a second off of being in that final 4 that are automatically in based upon lap time alone. So, and to me, that's what's been remarkable. The performance of these drivers, I've said it before, and I keep saying it, I know, but the performance, I didn't expect this. I really did not expect this at all. I expected a couple of standouts from the 12, and then everybody else, not so much, and then maybe somebody really, no, not at all, maybe golf, But what I've seen is 12 real quality drivers that are out there. They all have the potential to move on, and that is shocking to me.
Regardless of what happens after this week for these drivers, we're building up, of course, to the second Prodigy week in April of 2024, hopefully. The real-world Prodigy Racing League is, of course, the end result as well. When these drivers go back to the sim, I think the one thing that they will take with them is the realization, the understanding that everything they have been learning in their sim racing careers, it carries forward into the real world as well, and they'll hope to get that opportunity, but even if they don't, I think they will recognize the value of their sim experience.
Well, I think so, and I just spoke to a driver and who had that kind of look on his face of being a little bit down, and I'm like, you can do this. I've watched you. I've watched you on the racetrack. The car's where it needs to be. Your mind is in a good place. I just need you to turn up the volume a little bit. You can apply a little bit more, really, of everything throughout it, and you're going to be fine. But he needs to find that confidence in himself to find those lap times. It may be a little late now for this event, but you take this confidence that you gain here and you take it on to the next phase, whether that's in the sim world or whether you find a way to get back into real world racing and in a race car. It's one of those things that really confidence combined with ability is everything.
And so the drivers are making their way out onto the track. We'll try and figure out exactly who's in what car. You'll see the timing screen on the left-hand side, though when it pops on up, we'll inform you exactly how the times are playing out. There you go, 91 of Filippo, 93 of Herzing, 94 of Leonardi, and the 95 of Zambra.
So really, the only driver in a different car than they have been driving has been Lorenz. And the 90 is out there.
Yeah, I was just noting that there's an extra SR1 here with a mystery racing driver.
I'm going to assume that that's a experienced race car driver that will be unnamed. And we'll see what the experienced race car driver, and I know, here's what I know. I know that they were seeking an experienced race car driver who would go nameless.
Okay.
Who has not driven a Radical RS1 before.
Okay.
But it is a professional race car driver to go see what they can do.
Interesting. So we'll get a proper benchmark. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to recognize who the driver is from the shots that we're seeing, but the nameless driver.
Oh, look, it's kind of blurred. You notice that? Kind of blurred there, a little out of focus. We're not going to figure out who that driver is.
We'll see what the times are, though, as the drivers begin to get themselves up to speed. Remember, it takes a couple of laps for these tires to really bed themselves in, but once you get there, you can push.
Yeah, and what I was saying was Lawrence Horsing is the only driver that's in a car that he did not drive earlier. You get 2 warm-up laps before the clock actually starts. So Lawrence is going to get an idea of this car. He was right there. He was one of those drivers that was so close to making the cut and just missed it literally by hundredths of a second. So I know that he's going to want to perform right now, and here's what he's going to need. He's going to need the spectators, his fan base, to get online and vote for him when this is over. You're going to get an idea of everybody's speed right now, but this isn't about speed. This is going to be a vote at the end of it.
One of our YouTube commenters says the one thing they will take away is that real world is way better than sim. Yes. Unfortunately, these drivers have been slightly spoiled as the green flag is out. Let's head down, though, to the pit lane where we can chat once again with Jen Moxley, but learn a little bit more about development programs in general.
Yes, as a matter of fact, we want to grab an interview real quickly. I know this is on the spot, but you've been around all day today. You're coaching a couple of the drivers. Talk to us. Well, first, introduce yourself to the audience globally around the world and why you're here.
Yeah, my name's Connor Zilish. I've been racing karts and cars. I started in go-karts when I was 4.5, won 7 national titles, a world championship, and made the move to cars about 3 years ago. I'm 17 years old, so I've been doing it for as long as I can remember. And it's been really cool experience here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, watching all these guys come out here and get the opportunity to some of them drive a car for the first time, and it's been really incredible to see how close they really all are and how talented they are. I'm really impressed, and it's been a really good experience for me, eye-opening to say the least, to see how much these guys have learned from sim racing and how it translates to real life.
And Coach Zilish, you actually joined the team today, so your learning curve of what we were doing here was pretty quick, right? What are your drivers getting most from your experience that you've gone all the way up to the NASCAR ARCA series?
Yeah, I think for me as someone that's younger, these guys are able to kind of learn a younger mindset. The Randys and the Borises, they did this. They've been doing it for a long time, and they've been in the sport for 30, 35 years, 40 years. But, being really active in it nowadays and in the current generation, I feel like I have a different mindset than some of the older guys. Whether it's right or wrong, I'm not sure, but I definitely bring a different approach to the table. And, I think it's been beneficial for a few of the drivers to kind of understand, the data and the more technical side of it that we've been able to get from racing in the recent years with all the technology. So I think kind of bringing that to the table, the guys have been able to learn a lot from me, and I'm glad I could be here.
Beautiful. And quick on the spot media response. Thank you so much for the interview. We appreciate it.
Nice little chat there with Connor Zilic as the drivers continue to build themselves up. Of course, Connor, someone we've seen plenty in the world of the MX-5s, making some waves in ARCA and Trans Am as well. It's interesting as well, given that he's got his own background. He's replacing Max Pappas.
You can't replace Max Pappas, but he's filling in for Max Pappas, yes. Right? So it's one of those things, though, that he just said, I come from kind of a different background, a different time, so to speak, than these other guys that have been in the business a little bit longer. But what I noticed with him immediately, obviously, a very talented race car driver, and you can look at his results on the track and all of that, but his presence in front of the camera, you've got to be complete these days. It is a business. Make no mistake about it. It is a business, and for Connor Zilic, he understands that with all of the experience that he has driving. He also understands that he needs to be a complete package as far as media goes, technology, reading data, being up on social media, all of that stuff. So fine young man, great race car driver. You'll hear a lot about him in the future, I'm sure.
I have no doubt about that. Out of the drivers out on track right now, it's maybe no surprise to see Lorenz Herzing, the fastest of them all, and right onto the pace once again with a 1:25.203. Dino Filippa has jumped in with a 1:25.990. Do remember, again, as soon as this session is over, the poll for the fan save for these 4 drivers will go live after Last Chance Qualifier number 1. So if you want your voice heard, you need to be watching on the Racing Prodigy YouTube channel. Lorenz Herzing, 24.324.
Oh, and he is looking at himself. He looked down at that time and said, "Are you kidding me?" Because what would that time have done
That's 2
an
times
hour
faster
ago?
than Garrett Lowe.
Yeah. And but I said as we started this session, there's not going to be a faster racetrack than what we're going to see for the rest of the day. And it's one of those deals where these drivers are getting most everything out of the car now. And it's one of those things that as the track changes, you'll see that reflective in their lap times. And for Lawrence, what he can do with this is take that with him when he leaves here and go, I can do it. I am right there. But, yeah, right now, a fantastic performance by Horsing aboard that number 93.
Ciro Zambra finds a bit more time as well, down to the 1:27.054. Now, these drivers have just finished up lunch. We will point that out again. Garrett Lowe got a birthday cake, 22 years of age today. We celebrated him just a little bit. Then they had to go over to the Primal race shop, effectively, here down underneath the broadcast booth and get a bit more of a driver's briefing for the afternoon's events. Like we've been saying throughout the course of this Prodigy week, it's a action-packed schedule for them to be bouncing around.
And that's the other thing. And we talked about not only driving the car, but all of the other information that has been given to you and been presented. And how do you retain that? How do you hold on to it? And these guys have done such a great job. It's one of the reasons I'm so impressed.
Does seem as though we've seen a rash of slower times, and the number 90 has come on down to the pit lane and is currently sitting and having a chat with some of the engineers. We'll see if we do see those faster times, because that was one thing that was pointed out in our YouTube chat earlier today, that cold conditions should usually imply fast conditions as the 90 fires off and away, but that's a sim racing thing. Cold conditions guarantees you fast race cars. It's not always that way in the real world.
It's not always that way. It depends a lot on the tire. It depends on if it's cold and sunny versus cold and cloudy. And I mean, so it's not just a temperature thing. And then you get into the barometer, right? I mean, depends on what the barometric pressure does. It depends on what the humidity does. If you want to really delve into it, why I think a lot of pilots are interested in motorsports, the performance of the car is a lot like the performance on an airplane. On a hot day where the density altitude is high, that's the combination of the temperature, the barometric pressure, and all of that. If it's a high density altitude, it would be like racing in Denver, Colorado, a mile above sea level. If it's a 50-degree day at sea level, the performance of the car is going to be better, both horsepower-wise and aerodynamically. So it's not just temperature. Humidity and barometer has a lot to do with it as well.
And those are the things that, of course, these drivers are all understanding how these subtle changes really affect so much. Leonardi finds himself a little bit more speed, but with 4 minutes to go in the session, let's go down to the pit lane once more.
Sorry. I was just reading about the fan poll because I know that's coming up. Okay, Josh Smith from Mazda Motorsports Development. Josh, you work with developing young drivers, new drivers into the program, and a lot of that comes from the sim, right?
It does. We do have an avenue from the sim racing that we look at. This is a great opportunity for drivers to come from sim to real, in our opinion, and it's really kind of the future of motorsports as far as the health of motorsports. It's another avenue to be inclusive, and we really appreciate what they're trying to do here. David Cook, former Mazda employee as well, so we're happy to support him. So we certainly have eyeballs on things like this for things like our shootout potentially in the future, and we really wish them the best here. So.
I appreciate you mentioning the inclusivity because you are able to pull people from around the world, regardless of their socioeconomic background, as long as they can get access to a video game, to a sim. And that goes across age and gender and, language barriers. And so having that access and developing talent, that's what all fans want to watch on TV. They want to watch talent and personalities.
Absolutely. It just broadens the pool to pick from, right? And, racing is already kind of a limited pool to pick from right now. Hopefully in the future that changes, and that really opens the doors for a lot of people that currently don't feel they have the eligibility here to come out, but may have the talent and the skill set and just don't know the path to get here. The path in motorsports has always been tough, and typically that path has always needed some sort of economic background to get there, right? So that we really hope something like this works out and just opens doors for more individuals.
Beautiful. Sponsors, fans, and potential teams finding these drivers. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jen. It was great to have a chat with someone that knows exactly what developing young talent is all about. Checkered flag is officially out for this session. One driver still will have a chance to improve, but ultimately it doesn't really matter because Lorenz Herzing a 1:24.116.
The fastest time we have seen, bar none, throughout any session. I'm going to say so far, because we talked about the conditions ideal right now, but Lawrence Horsing making a point to say, I belong here. And he just missed out by literally, he's one of those drivers that we were talking about hundredths of a second before, but it'll put a smile on his face, right? But at the same point in time, you can't help but think that he's sitting there going, what might have been? Where was this earlier? What did he find? Did he find something right now? Did he try something that he didn't try before? Or is it just the conditions that are making the racetrack so much faster?
Because it's half a second.
Yeah, it's a ton. I mean, it's not, hey, he found a 10th, right, or a 100th or whatever. He found a bunch.
And so, right now, the fan poll has started. You've got a couple of minutes to
better get it done.
Tell us who you think's the most impressive of the top four. I think I know who I would be picking.
All right, do me a favor real quick, though. Check your timing and scoring. Did the mystery driver turn a lap time or no? We don't have a time for him.
We'll see if we can get that sorted, and maybe there's a timer that is being run in the car itself.
I'm sure that there's a time somewhere. I was going to start my stopwatch on him a little while ago and didn't get a chance to get it done.
So remember, the fan vote is open. Dino Filippo, Lorenz Herzing, Andrea Leonardi, Ciro Zambra. Pick one of these four from the last chance qualifier number one. They will go up against the winner of the poll for the second group of last chance qualifier drivers to be saved by you, the fans. The judges will save one additional driver after that to make the 6 drivers that will be battling later on, but already with most of the drivers now in pit lane. As expected, what have they done, Brian?
They went straight to their coaches. I'm looking out the window. Lawrence Herzing, Randy Popes, Boris said right there, and he is giving them a fist pump, and now he's pointing down the racetrack, doing what race car drivers do, explaining with his hands where everything works and how it was. I often say if you handcuffed a race car driver, he couldn't tell you a story because he can't use his hands. And Herzing right now, very, very vocal with just the hand gestures that he's making.
He doesn't look like someone who's just set the fastest lap of the day.
No.
He looks like someone who's very unhappy with a car that's behaving in a way that he doesn't want it to.
I wonder if has he realized yet that is the fastest lap that we have seen here.
I mean, I see Andrew Carbonell, I think, over there as well. We see on the screen some of the other drivers just getting the Hans devices clipped on in to get set before the final group will, of course, go out. You've got about 10 seconds left to go before the fan poll will close. Don't forget to get your voices heard for the first last chance qualifier group. Lorenz Herzing, Dino Filippo, Andrea Leonardi, Ciro Zambra. One of those drivers might still have the opportunity to run later today. It's Lorenz Herzing, the winner of the last chance qualifier 1 fan vote.
I don't know. Is he? I mean, you got to get your votes in, people. He was certainly fast on the racetrack, but there are reasons to vote for all of those drivers in that last chance qualifying number 1.
56% of the vote came in for Lorenz Herzing, so it's a majority that seemingly were very impressed by the performance of someone that's going to flight school later this year.
But he's not in yet.
Not yet. He's not a pilot yet.
No, he's not in yet. He won this fan vote.
Yes, he's won this fan vote. He'll go up against the winner of the last chance qualifier 2 fan vote as well.
Don't leave your computer if you voted for Lorenz is what it amounts to. You can't go anywhere because he's going to need your vote again.
He will indeed. And that second group, I wonder if there potentially could be some fan favorites that could interrupt.
What do we have there?
Von der Heyde, Lukomsky, Page, Dalton Jr.
Tough competition on the racetrack and with the fan vote as well. But that lap time, actually he did several lap times that were down in the 24s, but that 24-1, wow.
That's a flyer and a bit of a statement. And like Brian was saying, these will be some of the best conditions that they'll be able to go racing. The number 90, by the way, I don't think I officially got a time from it in that previous session.
No,
so
the mystery driver, we don't have a time for yet.
No, we'll see if the mystery driver, I saw some guesses in our YouTube chat as to who it was. I won't reveal whether that was correct or not, but we'll see if the drivers are all ready to go as the 95. That's an interesting way of climbing into a car.
What I want to know, I mean, we saw the look on Loren's face. I want to know what his thoughts are. He knows the lap time that he ran. And what's he going to do with it? You know, what's he going to do with it? Is it satisfying? I mean, like I said, what do you do? A bit frustrating, but a lot satisfying. It's got to be. I mean, right?
I've just got a message, by the way. I'm allowed to reveal who
No.
the mystery driver
Don't do
was.
it yet.
Don't do it yet? Okay,
Don't do it yet.
We'll save it until we maybe get the time. I've just gotten a note as well from Jen. Correctly points out that for Ciro Zambra, it's incredibly impressive to see Ciro run a 26-0 despite never having run on the track. Let's go and eavesdrop, though, once again on pit lane.
But maybe that was down to more cornering speed. I don't know. Could be. But yeah. I hope I don't. If I get through to the heats, I hope I don't have to drive the 94 again. I don't want to.
Yeah. No, there's just people online watching. We got the fan vote going right now. What are you telling the guys here?
Hope everyone's voting for me.
That was the correct answer.
Yeah.
Media training is working, yes.
I had a nice run now. I think I did the fastest lap of the week. Different car this time and felt more confident. And yeah, could be the track, could be the wind, everything. But yeah.
Lorenz, you were the only one that was in a different car, right? All the other drivers got their same car from the morning, and they tried to avoid that. But they said that Kent, would do the modifications so it would be as similar as possible. Did you feel any differences in the different car?
Yeah, like I said, on the braking it was more stable than my car before. I had the feeling like I had a better brake feeling. I could carry more speed through the corner. That was the main thing I saw on the data yesterday, that I lost the most time in slow speed mid-corner entry. And that was probably the main thing, like I could shift earlier. That's mainly due to the higher cornering speed. So yeah, it was a nice run.
Are you getting excited?
Well, I hope I can do another run in the heats later on, so we'll see about that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely spectacular job. He hopes he can do another run. I want to see him do another run, right? I mean, I want to see everybody do another run.
I don't think he realizes that he's won the fan vote for the last chance qualifier 1, and he still has to win the second vote.
Yeah.
24-1. Remarkable speed from Lorenz Serzing.
But he said something, we was talking about he's in a different car. And he said the car felt better under the brakes. It felt better at turn into the apex. Well, you would expect that with the track conditions that we have, right? And that's what I was saying. I'm not sure it's a differential in the car. I think it's a difference in how the racetrack is going right now. It could be both, but we know the racetrack is getting a lot better than it was earlier when they were out there pushing to turn in those qualifying laps. So it could be, are we going to see a 23?
I mean, if that happens, our shakedown driver is going to be demanding to be put back into the car.
They got to give him more than just a couple of laps. He's going to go out in the next session, I would think.
Yes, he'll just take the track over for the rest of the day.
Well, if he doesn't get down there, he will. But I would think they would. I would think he would go back out and do another lap.
I've got a question for you, Brian. I've noticed that the rear end of the 91 has been taken off quite a few times. Why would they be doing that?
I have no idea. I see a fuel jug down there. Remember, we ballast these cars with fuel, so I don't know if that's part of it. Although I look back down the way, the 95 is being fueled, and the fuel inlet is on the right side. Fuel going in the 91 as well, but not sure why the engine cover is off. I mean, typically, obviously, if you were working something on the engine-wise, if you were going to adjust suspension components, but we're not adjusting suspension components, so I'm not sure why it's off.
That's an interesting one, and now they'll throw it back onto the car. Our drone captures a great shot of the mechanic lining it up with some helping hands, just connecting all those fasteners and slotting it onto the back of the car. So, again, second group is about to go out. One of these drivers will be pipped up against Lorenz Serzing for a fan vote, but Jan van der Heide, Dominic Lekomsky, Marco Page, and David Dalton Jr. all know now that they could do a 124.
Yeah, well, they know what's possible, right? And so it's one of those deals where now you got to go out there and do it. Speaking of that, we were talking earlier about Ciro Zambra, and I mean, a 26 flat for him. And I said earlier, I grabbed a driver and pulled him aside and said, "You can do this." It was Ciro. It was right as he was walking out. He had this look on his face. He looked a little down, and I'm like, buddy, I mean, this is a kid who doesn't have a driver's license, right? First time on a racetrack, and he wants it. I mean, he wants it bad. And I could see it, and he seemed a little down, and I just grabbed him, and really kind of looked him in the eye, made him look me in the eye so he would believe what I was saying to him. And I believed what I was saying to him. And that was, you can do this. You just got to turn it up a notch. You know, you got to just twist the volume up. Believe in yourself. Believe in what you're doing. I believe in you because I watched you out on the racetrack and you're hitting your marks. You're doing everything that you need to do. You just need to find that next level. And for him, think about this. 17 years old, coming to the United States, driving a car on a racetrack for the first time. He doesn't want to make a mistake. He doesn't want to be the guy that sticks it in the fence. There's probably more pressure on him than there is on anybody else. And he handled it incredibly well.
We saw a wave to the camera from David Dalton Jr. He's ready to go. But in Ciro's case in particular, we've talked a lot about karting and how young people are starting there. They're exposed to the world of going fast, being in danger so early. And you're right that for someone who just has a learner's permit in the real world, this is there's karting and then there's this.
Yeah. I mean, think about where he is, not physically here at the racetrack, but the program that he's in. You know, I mean, huge accolades to get here, but once you're here, the pressure, he's looking around. You and I talked about this too. As the maturity builds in a driver, you make better and better and better decisions. He's an incredibly mature young man, and I think part of what's holding him back is his maturity and saying, I don't want to be the one that makes that mistake, right? And that's a very mature outlook, because I know a lot of 16 and 17-year-olds who would get out there and go, yeah, buddy, let's send it, right? And that's just not who he is.
And that's, I think, a good thing, because
It's a great thing.
The best young racing drivers are the ones that have that mentality.
How old is Connor Zillage?
Oh, 19, isn't he?
And what were we just saying about him? I mean, how impressive he is, how mature he is, all of that. I mean, that's what you're modeling yourself after. And for Ciro, he's got that same kind of mindset. You know, if he has the experience, will he be a Connor Zillage? I don't know. I mean,
are you familiar with, I'm sure you are, SRO Tyler Maxson?
Yeah.
So Tyler's a good friend of mine. He does a lot of sim racing stuff as well. And I've always said, I've never met a more responsible 17-year-old.
Yeah.
Because, you know, to go racing, to take that responsibility on. In Tyler's case as well, he juggles schoolwork alongside traveling to races and all of that. It's remarkable how young minds can take on this responsibility and make it work. But it's not for everyone. That's the thing.
Well, no, it's not a one-size-fits-all deal by any stretch of the imagination. And to some extent, you know, it's some people can play golf. Some people can play tennis. Some people, we always used to joke at a driving school that I worked for, the term was OSB, other sports beckon. You know, everybody wants to be a race car driver, but the fact of the matter is it's hard. And I tell people this all the time. It's not about being brave. It's about being smart and understanding what it takes to drive a race car fast.
While we wait for the second last chance qualifier to roll out, let's head back down to Jen, who's talking with, well, speak of the devil, Ciro Zambra.
These huddles start to gather, and then we sneak over here to hear what's going on. Ciro, talk to me about what just happened out here.
Well, I improved again, but it was so unfortunate because I did a 26.0, and then I felt like I'm even faster, and the lap was pretty good. I did after. But on top of the chicane, suddenly I misshifted. I've gone to first gear, and that, my lap wasn't good then. So still, the improvement is there, and I see it. But, you know, I want to go faster.
Yeah, understandable. And are you getting some feedback on modifications, or you know what you did wrong, and it's just one of those things that happens?
Yeah, I think it was just a bit unlucky there, but of course I need to focus more and I need to get more seat time probably. I think that's the biggest reason I'm that far. I mean, it's not that far, but the biggest reason I'm off because of that, because of less seat time. All of the other guys have driven a car before and me not, so that's probably the difference.
Understandable. Thank you, Ciro.
Nice little chat there with Ciro.
He's a good kid.
Yeah.
He's a good kid.
Everyone here, to be fair. I mean, the attitudes, the camaraderie, This is what I see a lot in esports. I've been fortunate over the last year, 2 years to see a lot of these live events where fierce competitors in the virtual world end up racing actually next to each other in their sim rigs. And after all the events are done, they congratulate one another. The Porsche Esports Challenge USA, where I was at Laguna Seca a few weeks ago, as soon as the champion won, everybody was out of their rigs and congratulating him.
Yeah, which is awesome. And you've seen that same mindset here. And like you said, maybe it's that community, the sim community. And at the least, what you're looking for is mutual respect. And that's certainly what you find at the racetrack. You may not always like your competitor, right? But you need to always respect them as long as they perform on the racetrack in a way that brings respect to them. But that's what every race car driver hopes for. If you don't care that you're liked, if you don't care that you're respected, I can pretty much guarantee you're not going to have a long and successful career. Because once again, you've got to care if your engineer likes and respects you, if your team owner likes and respects you, if your sponsors like and respect you. And that goes a long, long way. That relationship with your engineer, you need to believe him, and he needs to believe in you. And so you can't be a prima donna. You've got to be willing to listen, learn, which every one of these 12 participants has done over the last 3 days. And you see the results of that, but you need to be that person who's willing to accept information and accept the fact that you're not always right.
There's one driver who was hoping to be here at Prodigy Week who unfortunately is not joining us. He's in the YouTube chat, though. Jen, tell us a little bit more about Julian Klaffenbach.
You know, for weeks, all of us were watching these 12 Prodigy Passes and the search committee selections go through their processes, and we were cheering them on the YouTube channels. And Julian Klaffenbach in Austria, 14 years old, made the Prodigy Pass, added him to the database, started doing research, and unfortunately Julian's grandfather passed away and he wasn't able to make this trip to Atlanta, Georgia, to Dawsonville, Georgia, to be a part of Prodigy Week. But what really warms your heart is to see Julian in the chat constantly, consistently supporting, cheering on, and advocating for not just the drivers, but Racing Prodigy in general. I messaged Julian last night just to make sure it was okay that we mention him, because we wanted to honor, you know, what his family is going through right now, and also send our condolences and love. Everyone wanted to see Julian here, earned that spot, and, you know, many of us have talked about how it's not over for Julian by any means, whether this opportunity comes up or others, because he's certainly setting a brand for himself as a competitive driver, but also as a community member, part of the motorsports family, supportive, able to handle that, you know, disappointment and what life throws at you, and still be supportive of the other contenders.
And in Julian's case as well, came through the Prodigy Search Selection Committee, but qualified on pole in his semi-final, and then as they were getting ready to take to the grid, his internet dropped out.
He lost his internet. I mean, and what a good kid. And I'll call him a kid because, again, he's 14 years old. And I was so disappointed when I heard that he wasn't going to be here. The interviews that we did with him online, you can just tell. I mean, he's got a huge heart. He's got such enthusiasm for motor racing in general, whether it's in the sim world or his shot at experiencing the real world. And I hope to see him in the future in this program. It would be great if we could get him here and give him an opportunity. Just it's like Jen said, you know, it's a shame that you have to learn at such an early age about loss and disappointment. But he'll take these lessons and move on, and he'll take the memory of his grandfather, and I'm sure that those will live with him, you know, forever. And those are the things that can't be taken from you. You know, you can lose your pictures and all that other kind of stuff, but you don't lose your memories, and that'll mean something to him for the rest of his life, and he can carry his grandfather's memory forward, and hopefully he'll carry it here and have an opportunity to join us at some point in time.
The thoughts are Thoughts of the entire Racing Prodigy community are with Julian and his family at this time, and we hope to see Julian in April, potentially at our second Prodigy week. So we're on to the fourth flying lap in the second last chance qualifier session. We are seeing the time start to tumble already. David Dalton Jr. has popped into the 125s, Marco Paich into the 126s. But do not forget, as soon as the checkered flag flies for this session, these 4 drivers are being put to the vote.
Fire up the keyboard, right? I mean, that's what you got to get done. And this is what we expect to see. Third lap in, here come the lap times. This is exactly what we've seen so far. Now, they were given the opportunity. The first 2 lap times, they did not count. They started the clock on the third lap to give the drivers the opportunity to get things up to temperature without the pressure of those lap times counting. So here you go. They'll get an opportunity to get it done.
And so that is the 91 of Jan van der Heide that's just punched in a 27.655 that works his way up into turn 2. Watch how wide it is on entry as well. Be on the right, bring it over to the left, and then up the hill into turn 4. Marco Paich has done a 126.079.
He's little lock up there.
He's also jumped in front of Dominic Lekomsky on the track.
Yeah, little lock up into turn 1 that time off the left side. I believe it was the left front. I didn't see the rear of the car move, but the smoke seemed to be trailing out the back. You would expect that, obviously, if it's headed in the right direction, right? So I'm thinking maybe a little lockup off the left front. That tells me the brake bias is set pretty well. You expect that. More braking capability on the front end of the car, consequently more front brake bias, and that would be as you turn in for the corner, that left front gets light, and with more front bias on it, not uncommon to see it lock just a little bit.
And of course, with the tires being used over the course of the day, we are really trying to instill into the drivers the understanding of managing and preserving your equipment. David Dalton Jr. found about 0.4 of a second last lap around to jump into the 125.5 bracket, but we're still waiting to see who else is going to be able to follow him. Remember, we know what this track is capable of.
Yep.
A 124.1.
Yeah, and it's like if you're Dominic, you know that 24.01 was set in that car.
Yes, this is the other thing that we were talking about, right, is the fact that these cars are being ballasted, yes, for the weights of the drivers, but ultimately, if someone else has gone out in the session before you in your car and set a lap time, it should be able to do that in your hands as well.
Yeah, it should. And no one's torn up a set of tires today, and the temperatures that we have, I can't imagine that they've been worn down all that much. The DOT tire, a little bit more robust, designed for long runs, and a lot of miles on it, and still maintaining the performance that it has early on. Really ideal condition. And David Dalton doing exactly what I expect David Dalton to do, and that is just tick off a little quicker lap time each time by. He's got good experience. He's got a great head on his shoulders. He's going to go out there and show everybody, hey, I'm methodical. I can get this stuff done. And, oh, by the way, I'm surprised he didn't put a sticker on the car that says, vote for me, because he knows that it's not just about his performance on the racetrack right now. He's going to need some help from his friends on social media.
There's about 5 minutes left in the session, as you can see from the timing on the left side of the screen. We have started to see Marco Paich bring back that time a little bit. I think part of that being the lock at turn number 1. David Dalton Jr. through turn 6, though.
Oh, man, a little fast and furious there on the way out. The big slide. That's going to hurt him a little bit on the run down to turn 10. It was beautiful car control on his part, balancing the car with the throttle, the rear end just kind of hanging out, little opposite lock. Of course, the problem is if you're sliding towards the outside of the corner, you're not rocketing down the straightaway. So he probably lost a little bit of time there, but certainly shows his ability, his car control ability there at the exit of turn 6.
Yeah, and David told you in the chat that you did with him before Prodigy Week that the thing that attracted him to racing was the dynamics of a vehicle as it moved around the corner at high speed. This intrigued him at the age of 5.
Yeah, at the age of 5. I mean, you know, another one of these young drivers that is just so impressive with, I don't want to say they're smarts. You said big brain earlier, but I mean, it's just they study it. You know, they study it because they care about it. You wish you could get your kids to be that interested in all their subjects in school and they would make straight A's, right? And it's one of those deals where he's a student of the game. He's a student of the sport. He very much understands the business side of it, the requirements of, you know, tending to a sponsor and taking care of the business end of the sport, as well as he understands the driving aspect of it.
Yeah, and the thing that also intrigued me about him is he's a drummer and a bassist as well. So that sense of rhythm, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, he plays actually a guitar. He plays the bass, but he's been a drummer for like 15 years. And I wanted drums when I was a kid, and my dad bought me a guitar because he thought it would make less noise. He didn't want to hear, all the noise. And he was probably right, and I'm really not good at a guitar, so Lord only knows how bad I would have been with the drums.
The session is officially complete, by the way. I just heard the checkered has been flown for everybody. And with the final times on the board, David Dalton Jr. and Marco Pajic, both in the 125s. I think Jan van der Heijden's fastest lap time was a 127 for Dominic Lukomski. Of course, in the number 93, it's Dalton Jr. fastest on this last attempt with a 125, 120.
And there you go, just boom, boom, boom. Like we said, I expect that out of him. That's his style. Not surprising to me at all.
And so with that said, it's time for Fan Poll Part 2. It's time for these 4 drivers in the second last chance qualifier to be voted on by UR Racing Prodigy community. Of course, David Dalton Jr. with the fastest time, but Paige also in the 25s. I wonder who's got the most fans in the chat right now.
Not the time to lose your internet. If you're doing it on your phone, walk outside, make sure you've got good signal so you can get your votes in. Your driver, whoever it is you're supporting, they need it.
And of course, as soon as this vote has closed, Lorenz Herzing, the winner of this vote, they'll go head-to-head. That will be the winner of our fan vote, and they will be saved to go and battle in the head-to-heads. What we are going to do is I've asked Jen, Lorenz Herzing, whoever wins this fan vote, bring them together, and while the fans are voting, let's see what their reactions are like.
Oh, you're a cruel man. You're going to put them in front of the camera during very stressful time that they have zero control over.
Zero control.
Who's the other driver that gets picked?
That's where the judges come into play. So out of the 8 drivers in this LCQ, 2 groups, 1 driver saved by the fans, 1 driver saved by the judges. Who's impressed you the most, Brian?
They've all impressed me.
You're not going to say anyone.
No, I'm not. But I'm looking out the window right now, seeing if any of the other drivers are headed to the coaches saying, hey, I could do good by you. I'll make you proud. I'll make you proud.
Just currying some favor now, potentially.
Yeah.
Drivers are jumping out of their cars, and we've got about 20-odd seconds left on that fan vote, so make sure your voice is heard. If you have a favorite driver, now's the time
Man,
to
it's
support
flying
them.
by. You got to pull the trigger now. You got to vote.
It might already be too late. You don't know. Leading in the fan vote as we get ready to close it out, it is going to be David Dalton Jr., the winner of fan vote number 2. And so he'll go up against Lorenz Herzing in just a couple of moments' time.
Wow. 2 worthy combatants there. The internet community got to get riled up. See if they jump out of their cars and start screaming, vote for me, vote for me. We'll see. I mean, and for it to think about that. You think about the lap times that were put in, the work that's been put in on the racetrack and in the other platforms that they've studied over the weekend or over the 3 days. I keep calling it a weekend because I feel like it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday thing. But the time that's been put in and for it to all come down for these 2 drivers anyway right now to a fan vote, something that they can't control, it's got to be nerve-wracking.
And okay, just a reminder, it is going to be David Dalton Jr. up against Lorenz Herzing. This is going to be an even shorter vote. You have even less time.
When does it start?
When do you want it to start?
I don't know.
Let's say that we'll start it now. And you've got 60 seconds to get your voices heard. Dalton Jr. up against Lorenz Herzing. It's time to get that fan vote sorted. I already see that Jen's lined up Lorenz Herzing. We'll drag Dalton Jr.
Here comes
over.
David.
Taking the balaclava off as well. Let's see what the chatter is down on the pit lane.
Oh, I can't even imagine.
Yeah, we are down here. The coaches are all here. The judges are all here because they're going to be revealing their choice after we find out who is going to face Lorenz. We know Lorenz won the fan vote from the first round. David Dalton Jr., You were saved this round, the fan vote. You got the fan vote for the second round. So you two are going to face each other. Now, that is a big smile because David's been in his head for a couple of hours now. So congratulations on getting that fan vote for the second round. You two are going to go head-to-head on the YouTube poll for the next fan vote. So this is your case. Make your case to your fans.
Well, I hope everybody who voted for me beforehand is still here. Very thankful for that. And I just posted the very fastest time of this week, so I hope that impressed you enough to vote for me, and looking forward to it.
What are you going to do with this opportunity? That's what they really want to know, because the fastest time is the fastest time, but why do you deserve this vote?
Well, I'm gonna give the competitor who I will face off against a very good run for his money.
Right now, that's David Dalton Jr. David, what about you? What do you have to say to the fan for the fan vote?
Yes, so most definitely thank you for the fan vote. You know, it means a lot to be out here to do this one-in-a-lifetime type of opportunity. But most definitely, you know, the the way things are progressing, I'm just getting faster and faster, and I just cannot wait to get back out on track to go even faster. So yeah, thank you all so far for your support.
Awesome. All right. So you have another level of competition to get in your head, make it a little more mental for you. Congratulations on making it through that round, and we'll see which one of you two are saved by the fans. Now we turn to our judges, the judges and the coaches who have been watching for the past 3 days, who've been intimate with the drivers' performances on the track. They've been looking at the data. Who here has the information that the YouTube streaming audience wants to know? Max, I'll give you the microphone. Boris, sorry. Oh my God. My moment. I had my moment. Boris. Boris, I'm so sorry.
I think that we have a technical glitch though, because I think we were only supposed to have two, right? One for the fans and one for the judges.
They still have one more vote to go from the fans.
Oh, okay.
Yes, one of them gets eliminated by another poll. Yes.
Okay. We have to wait and see. We can't choose yet. Right.
All right. Well, the judges and the coaches are the bosses. I just stand here and get them interviewed, and sometimes I remember their names.
The fan vote is just about to come to an end, so if you haven't put your vote in on the Racing Prodigy YouTube channel, make sure you do that. Lorenz Herzing, David Dalton Jr., they're standing side by side on pit lane. I mean, Brian, how nervous it is must it be for a driver waiting to see if they'll be allowed back in the car?
I'm too old for this. Forget the driver standing down there. Well, I'm too nervous standing here.
The poll has officially come to a close. We will announce the winner in just a few moments' time. Let's see if we could throw things back down towards the pit lane, though, as the judges are all talking with one another. Jen standing by as well. And there seems to be quite a lot of commotion going on for the time being. Not sure if they've necessarily got the word just yet as to who has won that fan vote. But, of course, two very, very impressive drivers. Rather dissimilar backgrounds, of course.
Yeah, very much so. And it's interesting to look out the window and watch this little circle that's down there. You kind of get a view of what we're looking at as well. And for David and Lorenz both, they got to be going, this is excruciating.
I wonder if we can try and peek into some of that audio that's happening right now, the conversation between those drivers, the nerves. I don't know if they've necessarily got the message just yet about who has won the fan vote, but of course, that's going to be an intriguing one. Let's talk about the format for what's coming up next, because we've talked a bit about the competition that we are going to see. Two drivers will be sent out together. They'll have some space in between them. Effectively, 4 laps. 4 laps to push and be consistent. And however the gap moves, if the driver in front pulls away, if the driver behind closes, that will determine who wins.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, people were getting caught up with a 10-second gap, a 20-second gap, you know, where the case may be. It's not the gap. It's does the gap narrow or does it extend? And that's how you pick the winner. It's really simple.
And the thing, again, that we want to reiterate, we're not battling wheel to wheel on track.
Right.
This is not about seeing the racecraft from the drivers. We're just trying to see how comfortable they can get with the car itself.
Well, and you are racing, though, right? I mean, you're racing the car in front of you. You're trying to catch it. If you're the car in front, you're trying to get away from the guy behind you. So it is racing. It's just not wheel-to-wheel racing, so to speak. It is competition one-on-one out there on the racetrack, seeing who can better the other one, who can close the gap and or pull away.
Let's see. I think we can try and throw things down towards the pit lane, and we'll be able to announce the winner of the fan vote. I think that Dalton Jr. and Herzing haven't quite got the message just yet. Matt Fasanakis sitting behind as well. Jen, do you have a copy of us? No, apparently not.
Arjuna, please say that one more time. I was talking to the guys off camera. I thought I should know better than that. Please ask your question one more time.
We were just trying to check in as to the mood between the two drivers right now.
Well, I was doing that off camera because, sometimes you can get something a little bit better. I was just remarking to David that, I don't want to speak for him, but I've noticed his body language change a little bit. He's been very in his head and pensive about the day. You started with your helmet breaking right out of the gate, and so it seems like you had a few things coming at you, but you said that you needed this break.
Yes, I really did. I was doing all I could with the car and tires that I had, and 25-1 was the best I could manage, but I definitely knew for a fact I drove to the best of my ability, and I brought the car back in one piece.
And I was asking if you were going to talk to Kent, the engineer, to see if you could get into a different car and see if you vibed with that one a little bit better. I know you're a very strategic driver.
Yes, because we all know that these cars are as identical as possible, but there are, some small tweaks, not tweaks in here and there, but let's say behavioral differences between the cars. The metals kind of bond differently, if you want to go into the minutia of stuff. But I'm not going to get into all that. Kent, where you at? There you are.
Lawrence, how are you feeling about your car? You feel like you and the car be the ball?
I felt won with the new car. Like, I struggled with the car I had before, underbraking especially, and with this one I just hit the brakes and it was stable. I knew how to brake, how to get my mid-corner speed up, the one thing I struggled with the most in the other car. So yeah, I hope maybe I can be with Dalton and talk to Kent, but yeah, we'll see about that.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Jen, for that. We can, I think, officially announce at this time the winner of the fan vote saved by you, the Racing Prodigy community. It is Lorenz Herzing that is saved by the fans.
I'm going to give you the thumbs up. You got the fan save. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm super happy.
That's a smile.
You've had commenters on the YouTube Live, on the chats, all 3 days, all 8 hours. I'm able to scroll through at the end of the night. All 8 hours fans have been following you. How did you build your fan base so strongly?
Well, I got to know some guys in sim racing over the years. I appreciate the support they give me. Also my family, my friends at home, everybody just. And I told them I'm here. I sent them the link to the video, to the stream. And yeah, if you stay tuned in, then I'm very happy. Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, now I do believe the coaches, the judges, were wanting to pick their driver after the fans chose their driver. You guys wanted to make sure that you had your own say, correct?
Yes, and actually we were all unanimous, and we were stuck between these two, Lawrence but just because your consistency and how much you've improved, you're our pick. David.
Yep.
Yeah.
Congrats, man.
There you go.
What a feeling.
Now you just got to drive it like you stole it.
Two very deserving recipients there. And that's not surprising to me at all. I mean, Lawrence gets the fan vote, and I thought it would be that way if David got the fan vote. I felt very certain that the coaches would go, hang on a second, the guy that set the fastest lap time and obviously has been exceptional at all the other ones is in as well. So I can see that. The way it turned out, it doesn't matter who got what, they're both in.
And for David, how reassuring must this feel for Boris said, Randy Post, our world-class judges saying, you know what, we see something in you.
And you know what? I'm going to give kudos to Lawrence for his media preparation. You know why? He obviously has watched Scott Pruitt interviews. What did he say? He said hi to his family at home. He did. He literally just did, which was Scott Pruitt's tagline all the time. I'm sure Lawrence didn't know that, but that's exactly the comment that he made. I said, well, look at that smile. When he was told that he got the fan vote, his face just lit up.
Ear to ear smile.
And you know what was different? Go back to what we talked about yesterday. The first time they got out of the car, they had those same kind of smiles. And then today, when the competition heated up, they stepped out of the car and they had smiles, but it was different. You know, they were like, yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed it. But there was this kind of look of trepidation, worry, concentration, all of that. What did I see? Absolute relief and elation on the face of Lawrence Herzing right there when he found out that he was back in.
So Garrett Lowe, Lawrence Beerton, Gustavo Ariel, Nathan Saxon, joined by Lorenz Herzing and David Dalton Jr. When I look at the times from our qualifying session, those are 6 of the top 7 drivers. Only Dino Filippa is a driver in that running order that gets missed out there. And he was, I'm just trying to make sure I do my math correctly.
Oh, here's this announcer math again.
9 thousandths of a second quicker than David Dalton Jr. in the qualifying session. I just want to reiterate that these are 12 prodigies, all very deserving of being here.
Absolutely.
And even the 6 that will take no more part in today's running should be very proud of what they've accomplished here at Prodigy Week.
They should be pleased that they were even here. When you look at the number of participants who had a shot at this, who wanted to be in, being one of 12 of, what's the number?
60-something thousand.
60-something thousand. I mean, that's impressive in and of itself. And whether you're Garrett Lowe, who has, was the quickest in the qualifying session, or Lawrence Herzing, who now has the fastest lap of anyone, or whether you're Ciro Zumbra, who is 17 years old, thrown in amongst people that have a lot more life experience than he does, not necessarily experience driving. I mean, what a diverse group of drivers, what a diverse group of participants, and just really cool. They should all be very, very proud.
The drivers are currently, I think, getting queued up for some media, as you tend to do when you're a racing driver. This is the effectively pre-season photo that Formula One, IMSA, WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and all the major championships will do. They will get very, very used to doing this. They are, of course, in their delightful MPI racing suits with all the various partners that make this possible. Of course, the sim rigs here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park actually augmented with Acetec SimSport gear for the couple of days that we've been here. But SimLab, Grid Engineering, of course, so many others are partners behind the scenes at the simulators, iRacing, Race Room, Street Kart Racing, rFactor 2. It's such a big team that makes all of this happen. And I've been fortunate to work on my fair share of esports live events, including some of the very biggest. I don't think I've ever actually seen a group as big and diverse as this, Brian, coming together to make this experience happen.
Yeah, and it's really goes back to a vision, right? I mean, it really goes back to a vision that David Cook had and said, there's a way to do this. There is a way to expand motorsports, not necessarily a way to reinvent it, but a way to expand motorsports to a group of people who might not otherwise have the opportunity to do it. They have the talent to do it. They have the drive to do it, but they don't have the pathway to do it. So let's see if we can come up with the path. And he surrounded himself with other racers, but more importantly, other visionaries and other business people like the Matt Fasnats of the world who go, I get this, and I'm a numbers completely viable. It's completely viable. I can see it, and there's a way to it to get this done. Just taking that from paper to where we are now is impressive enough, and if they continue to build and can continue to do things like Prodigy Week and then the Racing Prodigy Leagues, it will be a home run. I mean, absolutely. And I don't have the belief that they won't do it, right? I mean, you look at what they've done so far, and why would you not believe? Is it a tall order? Yes. Is it a lot of heavy lifting? Yes. But they've already done a lot of heavy lifting to get where we are.
And the way it's been executed as well. They've gone to the right people in the industries. I mentioned the Prodigy Racing League, the esports tournaments run by the Precision Racing League. Jerome Bertillon, Arnaud Genet helping out there. It's one of those things where they come to us at RaceSpot to help with the broadcast as well. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun behind the scenes. And the way that those tournaments play out as well, Brian, is really intriguing. Public time attack qualifiers to start. Anyone can enter. put your fastest one lap down. We whittle that down then to the fastest 40. Split them into 2 semifinals, advance 10 drivers into a final, and the winner takes the Prodigy Pass.
This is a numbers thing. This is Matt Fosnot kind of stuff that you were just. This is big brain stuff, as you called it earlier. I mean, it's just so cool. I was just looking out of our window, and I'm looking down there and talking about the heavy lifting and so on and so forth. You don't win the Super Bowl. You don't win the World Series. You don't win anything big without a team, right? I mean, you don't win the World Series with a bunch of hitters that hit 180. You don't win the Super Bowl with a running back that averages half a yard a carry, or a guy that throws 2 interceptions, 3 interceptions, 4 interceptions a game on a regular basis. You have to have the best team members. And when you were saying, what a great job they've done, I looked out over and went, well, why would you not have done a great job? You look at the coaches that are here, all of them champions in their own right, from the biggest series in the world to some of the most competitive series in the world that aren't necessarily the biggest, but Andrew Carbonell has the driving capability of a Max Pappas. They just took different routes, right? So you look at that, and I have the same amount of respect for both of them. They just have done different things in motorsports. Every person on that team, and I said Andrew because I looked down there and saw him. He's sitting right next to Boris Said, who has a different kind of pathway to where he got, But all of those are champions, and when you fill your team with champions, you're going to win big games.
And all of these partners, I mentioned Assetec, SimLab, and Grid, those were helping us for a lot of the sim tournaments, but PitFit, the Racers Physio, Primal, all of these people, they are the people that truly make it happen. And if you want to see some of the stuff that has happened behind the scenes, I think the person standing by with Jen Moxley is going to have a pretty good view of everything Prodigy Week related.
I'm down here with the we're on the side right now while the drivers are doing some media for the docu-series that's being produced about Prodigy Week and these racing prodigies. But Cam Doss with the panel, you were also coaching, weren't you?
I'm kind of floating around. I'm not necessarily an official coach, but I have some experience. So whenever drivers ask me for, to answer questions, then I'm always happy to help. But my God, these drivers have been so impressive. I really did think there was going to be a bit more trials and tribulations with these drivers, and of course they're all coming up to speed at different rates with different experience levels. But they're ridiculously impressive. I'm sure everyone at home can agree. We've got no major incidents so far, knock on wood. We've got ridiculously quick lap times, even compared to some of the references. So, wow, just amazing.
Cam, what do you think about the overall Racing Prodigy experience? This is a dream come true just to be here for these 12. And now that we're getting closer and closer to the reality as they're, reduced in numbers, what do you think about that?
I mean, this is one of a kind, right? There's nothing else that's ever existed like this. And had this existed when I started racing or started getting into racing, this is where I would have wanted to be. I would have spent way more time focusing on the driving aspect and maybe, my marketability, but I would have spent a lot less time just going and chasing after the money side of it, which unfortunately is the reality of this sport. But yeah, this is an unparalleled level of education for these drivers at an early stage of their career.
And what are some of the questions or some of the things drivers have talked to you about? You are closer to their age, most of them, and you've got that same background. What are some of the things that you all have had conversations on?
Well, we've been talking a lot about sort of the differences between the sim and reality. So there's a lot of bad habits that you can pick up from the simulator as well. Stuff that if you want to be quick in a sim is not the way to drive a real race car. So we've been talking about very technical stuff, like ways to release the brake differently than you would in the sim, ways not to overslip the tires or to overslip the tires to generate heat, things like that hopefully should rewire their brain a little bit from what they're used to.
Great way to describe it. Unlearn the bad habits that don't translate so well, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Cam, for a little bit of insight. And as I mentioned, you will probably want to check out his YouTube channel for some of the behind-the-scenes coverage of what we've been experiencing here at Prodigy Week. Last night at dinner, we had a fun evening where some of the Europeans got to experience American cuisine. Dino Filippa, potatoes 3 different ways.
He kept trying to order the potatoes that he wanted. He wanted French fries, I think, chips as you might call them, right? Or frites, for those in France. But he kept trying to order, and the waitress would bring him something. He would look at it and go, "That no," and then he would try
potato.
Yeah, that's not potato, and so he would try to order another one. I think the only type of potato he didn't end up with was a sweet potato, right?
Yes. So he had baked potato, mashed potato, and French fries.
And French fries, yeah.
And of course, we had birthday celebrations as well, not just for Garrett Lowe, but Matt Fastenak's birthday apparently as well.
No, it wasn't.
I heard that this was a revenge.
Oh.
Matt Fastenak had sent a birthday cake to someone else, and
then so it came back and bit him, right?
The favor was
Yeah.
returned.
So I mean, I look at that and I wonder. Doc Ashley was sitting there last night with us as well, and she looks at a lot. You order something and you can just kind of feel her look over at it and go,
judgment.
Yeah, exactly, right? So she was actually sitting across looking at all these potatoes, and I looked at her and I went, so what's the carb limit? I mean, you need to worry about this? She's like, no, they're fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, some of the drivers after Garrett Lowe's times in that first qualifying session, he got a birthday cake during our lunch break here today.
They're like, eat it.
Eat all of it. None of us are allowed to touch that. You've got to finish it before you jump back into the car.
Between the extra 2 pounds and the sugar high that he would be on, I don't know, the sugar high might make him go faster, but as he comes crashing down off the sugar high at the end, maybe he slows down in the final or something like that if he got there.
I think we have just given Dino a new name, by the way, the YouTube chat. Potato Felipa, his new name.
Mr. Potato Head.
Potato in sim racing is a very different connotation, and given...
Do I want to know?
No.
Okay.
We'll steer away from that. It's the
That's what I
opposite.
thought.
It's opposite of big-brained.
Yeah, okay.
Brian Till's learning all about the young vocabulary.
Exactly. I need to ask my kids if they were familiar with that.
Don't worry. Sometimes I'm going on 30 soon, and sometimes I have to ask myself on broadcast what some of the words they put in chat means. Do you know what no?
I'm going on 30 soon.
Do you know what no cap means, though?
No.
You think it means they don't have a hat, right?
Same driver.
What's it mean?
No lie.
Oh, okay.
And then I looked
all right. Can you do me a dictionary on this?
UrbanDictionary.com.
Okay. All right. So it's in Urban Dictionary.
Along with a lot of other stuff.
Okay, yeah.
So we've probably got about 8 more minutes before we head onto the track. I hear the mic from pit lane active. Jen, what are you catching up with?
When the air outside temperature changes, so these cars adjust, and sometimes the motors run better, sometimes the braking's better. So in real world, it's always changing. So you got to keep in mind, like if you watch guys in F1, they're trying to stay out of draft to control engine temperature because of power and output and mapping. So it's important to recognize there's always outside elements. Okay. Cool. Nice job.
Nice job.
Picking the brains of the experts here on the side of the pits. That's what the drivers are doing, especially Lawrence, as he is facing off against Nathan Saxon, coming up on the track again.
So the drivers getting their final preparations. Arjuna Kankipati joined by Matt Fastenak now. And Matt, of course, you are such a big supporter of this project. As we close Prodigy Week, we're coming to its conclusion. What are your thoughts right now?
When we put this on paper, it was ambitious and potentially changing motorsports. And now that we're here on the third day, it's better than we put on paper. I think it's been a huge success, and I'm not just saying that to promote it. You can just see it. The camaraderie, the competition, everybody pitching in to help, the people that have supported us, whether it's the coaches, the crew, the engineers, and you. Everybody's believes in what we're trying to do, and that brings a special level of enjoyment and intent and execution, and we've seen that all this week.
You were telling us on Monday about your journey through your racing school. You know some of these emotions that these drivers have been going through. How impressed have you been by the, not just performance and getting up to speed, but the raw speed itself as well?
It's actually really impressive, to the point where I was asked to go out on track, and let me tell you a secret. A lot of other pro drivers were asked to go out on track today, and most of them are afraid to because they don't want to look bad. So these guys have been super impressive, consistent, no mistakes, really. A couple little spins here and there, but that's to be expected. But no major problems, and their times have gotten better and better, super measured. I think you should expect that from a sim racer, right? Like, you have to be really good at figuring things out. Sure, you can always hit the reset button, and people might think, oh, they're just going to come here and be crazy. No, that's not really what sim racing is. You have to be super consistent and work up the stuff and figure out the little nuances, and I think we've seen that translate into how they've driven the cars here.
And so now you've kind of seen what this first Prodigy week is like. What are your thoughts moving forward to 2024 and potentially our second Prodigy week?
Yeah, well, our second Prodigy week is going to be much bigger. We're going to have more drivers. This was sort of to get us off the ground, to show the world we can do this. But our intention is to be really big. I told one of the drivers earlier what our true intention is. He didn't even know this, but we're going to be racing these cars next year, these Radical SR1s, but we're going bigger than that. We're going to have another level beyond that. Someday, we're thinking maybe we have our own prototype car. We're thinking P2s maybe, but I think maybe we develop our own prototype car. That would be the ultimate dream. So we're going to have multiple levels of racing where these drivers will come into our series and race. The best of them can earn their way up into the next level, and the best of them can earn their way up to the next level, which clears the pathway for more sim racers to be able to come to Prodigy Week and get in our racing series and figure out if they can make that move from sim to real.
It's all about the pyramid, effectively, right? Getting drivers in as wide a net as possible and carrying them forward to the top. But when we look to the esports side of things, building up to Prodigy Week, what should we look for in terms of some of the tournaments as well? We've had a lot of fun with some of the cars that we've had. I've got to ask you, what would you like to see if you had a wish list for a future Prodigy Racing League event?
I got to tell you, I've done a lot of different stuff. I love the Radicals. I actually like the Radical SR3 at Spa.
Okay.
Yeah, really fun, really fun. But that's not my area of expertise. I play around in esports and iRacing. Please don't go look up my ratings on there. I'm a much better real-world race car driver. But there's so many possibilities. We often get together a group and have fun where we'll go on a Friday night. We'll get 12 guys on there, and we'll pick a track and pick a car, and then the winner gets to pick the next track and the next car. And there's just so many possibilities on those games. It's endless. It's amazing. You can travel around the world in your basement, in your living room, with your friends who are all around the world, and go race cars. It's just an amazing opportunity.
And, of course, when it comes to the tournaments themselves, we've seen some great action from the drivers, but we've seen a lot of the media training today, and something that I mentioned with Brian is that out of the 7 winners on track during our Prodigy Racing League events, only 2 of them actually got excited, because most esports racers are calm, cool, and collected, unfortunately. I'm really looking forward to seeing how some of these drivers share their experiences with the next up-and-coming recruits, because they've experienced what you guys want the Prodigies to all see.
It's interesting when you go and talk to them. There's still a lot of apprehension and concern because there's still stuff going on here. And even our drivers who aren't going to make it through to our final bracket here today, they're by no means out of their chance to be in the Prodigy Racing League. This is an event where we're having people perhaps win and do well and place first, second, third, or whatever, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be the drivers in our league. There's a lot more than just putting down one fast lap time in racing.
Absolutely. If I could set one good lap time, that would be a start, though, for myself, at least personally. This Atlanta Motorsports Park, though, let's talk about that future Prodigy Week plans, because I think this is a fascinating challenge for a driver that's never really challenged, a sim driver that's never challenged themselves on a real track, to learn undulation. Some of the Jan van der Heide had not one but 2 incidents down at the bottom of turn 11, picked up a marker that he's going to bring back to him to Europe as a memento. But what sort of technical challenges do you think, looking forward to Prodigy Racing League events, where would you like to take our drivers?
Oh, that's really interesting. We have all kinds of tracks on the agenda. We're not sure where we're going to go yet. It is going to be in the U.S., because our first season we need to control costs and make sure we're responsible with that. So travel in racing is very expensive. Depending on the tracks, there's lots of tracks that have reached out to us that want to partner with us because they believe in what we're doing. AMP has been a tremendous partner. They have the same type of mentality. They use their facility to help local people get better at racing. They've got a great car track, and they've been a great partner. I'm not sure where we're going to be. I anticipate we may be back here for our second week. That would be a great partnership, but we're going to be growing and having more cars, and I think we can still work together. This is a great facility. I'd love to come back here. And to your point about the track, it has everything. It has technical, slow turns. It has things going on camber, off camber, uphill grip, downhill grip, huge blind turns, very fast blind turns. It really has it all, and you really have to have a game on to keep it on the track here and put down a good lap time.
We've only had 2 spins. No drivers seemingly have stalled their cars either. It's been impressive to see. I'm just suggesting, by the way, Laguna Seca, Sonoma. It's only a 90-minute drive from me. If you want to make my travel nice and easy, you can throw those onto the schedule.
Yeah, Laguna Seca is a great track. My favorite tracks are the old school tracks. They're all kind of built around the same time. Sebring, Watkins Glen, Road America, and I'm racing this weekend at Road Atlanta, just down the street. Great, fast, flowing tracks, and that's the kind of thing I like. And this is a lot like those tracks.
I would also be very down for Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
I'm happy to send you a schedule if you want as well, just with my suggestions.
Well, if you're still in town, I got 4 practice sessions tomorrow. We could make an arrangement.
So as the drivers get strapped on in, let's talk about this chase now, because it's the first time that we're really telling the drivers to focus on the cars that they're actually in a fight with effectively. Not wheel to wheel, but just trying to be consistent and closing or building up a margin.
Yeah, they're going to go out there for a set period of laps, and we're going to measure the gap between the cars. And depending on how that gap changes, that's going to be our winner. If the driver in the back catches the driver in the front, they're going to win. If the driver in the front pulls away from the driver in the back, they're going to win. I would love, trust me, everybody here would love to see all these cars wheel to wheel through this track. We're not there. We're trying to develop our drivers in a conscientious, safe way. We've given them a great experience. We've got a lot of understanding of what they are and who they're about and what they can do in a race car. That's going to be the next step, and we're going to save that excitement for next year.
And I saw a lot of people unsure as to what we were doing earlier this morning with the lead and follow. I don't think people really understood just how cold it was here this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I've raced in situations where you're going out on cold tires when it's 28 degrees and the tires aren't designed for it, but guess what? You got to race anyway. It is treacherous. That people have to understand these race tires are meant to run at a certain temperature, and if they're outside that window, they don't work. So we caution them. They all did a tremendous job getting their tires up to temperature by using the brakes. You know, it was a great learning experience. It's a great learning experience in track condition changes. The cars are completely different, I think, this morning than they were yesterday afternoon, and now they're going to be completely different from what they were yesterday and this morning. Frankly, I think it's probably the best it's going to be because you have a nice warm track with the sun and some nice cool temperatures. This particular engine likes to run at not very hot temperatures or not very cold temperatures, so this should be really good.
So it's going to be Nathan Saxon up against Lorenz Herzing up first. This is the 4th and 5th seeds, I believe. Remember, the first 2 seeds, so Garrett Lowe and Lawrence Beerton, get a bye in the semi-final stage of this knockout tournament. We will say goodbye to Matt Fasenecht. Brian Till slides back in alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, Jen Moxley down on pit lane, and a big production team making this all happen. I've just seen a lot of the comments in the chat, and Matt's talking about the future plans and the exciting things that we've got in store. There are people that are just jumping into the sim racing world, haven't been in this community for very long, that are seeing all these drivers get this opportunity and thinking, this could be me down the road.
Absolutely. So start practicing on your sim, get ready for the next contest and enter them. I'm thinking about getting a sim rig and seeing if I can make a comeback.
When Matt said that they wanted to have a custom prototype, that got me very, very interested.
Yeah, I mean, and he and I have talked a lot about their future goals and plans and whatnot. That's the first time I had heard those words out of his mouth. I had heard other things, but I was like, oh, interesting. Felt like he'd been keeping something, from me a little bit. But this is going to be interesting. Let's point out a couple of things. Both Nathan Saxon and Lawrence Herzing did their last sessions in the number 93 car. One of them has to be in a different car, and that is Lawrence, who's back in the 94 that he had driven earlier. So he's familiar with the car, but it's not the car that he was just in. They'll get a couple of laps, I believe. The safety car, the BMWs will lead them around for 2 laps, let them get warmed up. He'll get an idea of what that car feels like, the differences between it and the 93 that he last drove, and then the BMWs will pull into pit lane. They'll accelerate. Each car will accelerate at the end of the apex curbing of turn 16, which is right here onto the front straightaway, and as they cross the line, that first time, that's the differential that we will measure each time they go across the line. So he's going to get a couple of laps to get an idea of how that 94 is working.
And I believe it's an out lap, one extra lap, like you're mentioning before. It's then four lap sprint, and then the in lap, of course. So the in lap doesn't really count. It's going to be after those 4 sprints where the margin is measured.
Yeah, it's the checkered flag when it falls at the end of it. It's not what the lap times are. I mean, in theory, you could go out there and set a blistering fast lap and then spin, or have a big problem and lose 4 or 5 seconds out of that right around 10-second gap, 20-second gap that they're looking for, and be done with it. Your day would be done because the gap would have been closed. I mean, basically, all we need to focus on, and we'll focus on more than that, I know we will, but all we need to focus on is the gap each time by the line. And it doesn't matter if it's 10 seconds the first time by, 40 seconds the first time by, whatever the gap is, does the gap collapse or does it expand?
I can't wait for this. I've really been looking forward to this. We're talking about some of these new sim races that are in our community now. Brian, you've talked about your first memories of your racing school. What was your first memory of your first race?
I don't really go-kart race or car race?
Car race.
I don't really remember it much. It was Chenault Field in Lake Charles, Louisiana. It was a SCCA driver school with a regional race the next day. I enjoyed the driver school and then qualified on pole and finished second in my first race in a sports Renault. It was white, red, and blue. It was number 3, chassis number 90, but I don't remember it well.
Clearly don't remember much
I don't remember it well at all. I mean, and that's just it. These are huge events in these drivers' lives, just like those were huge events in my life. And, I mean, I can tell you about the DAP kart that I drove the first thing that I ever raced, a DAP kart with a 100cc, Yamaha KT100 engine on it with a Horseman clutch. It was only the 3-disc clutch. It wasn't the 6-disc clutch. But, I mean, again, they're huge events in your life. Everybody has them. You don't need to be a racer. You've had events in your life that shape you, that make you the person that you are. And for me, that's what those were. Those were the racing events that really kind of set me on my way, so I remember them. They were such a big part of my life. So it's one of those things that, as I was saying, these drivers will remember this. It's their first real-world taste, for many of them, their first real-world taste of a life-size racetrack in person, in a real race car. And even for those who have driven some cars before or have kart raced a little bit, this is a different level.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? When it comes to these journeys, there are key milestones along the way that you're always going to remember a lot of. This is, without a shadow of a doubt, the most important memory. Curious what the drivers are going to be thinking on in future years, what they reminisce about. I did see Andrew Carbonell alongside with Dino Felipe and Gustavo Ariel. We mentioned this yesterday, but the fact that Andrew speaks Spanish, and Spanish as his first language as well, has made it a lot easier for him to communicate with Dino, because Dino's first language isn't English, and it's made it a lot simpler for Dino to get up to speed.
And, I mean, a great guy. When we did our online interviews, he was very concerned, because he said his English was terrible. It's not. I mean, it's not great, but it's not terrible. He can understand probably better than he can speak it. The great thing is, when we were doing our online interviews, he understood my questions, and occasionally I could see him kind of start to say something, and then he would stop, and he had a keyboard in front of him, and he would type his thought, the answer to my question. He understood what the question was, and he would type his thought into his translator, and then he would read me the answer in English. And you know what? To me, I give him more credit for doing that than trying to work his way through and not really understand what it was that he was saying and struggling through the answer, trying to translate it himself. He wasn't afraid to say, I need some help. You know what? When you come to the racetrack, you need to raise your hand and say, I'm not afraid to ask for some help. So I immediately appreciated where he was coming from, and he recognized what he perceived as deficiencies. They weren't deficiencies to me, but that's how he perceived them. And yeah, he gets a completely different comfort factor when he comes here and he finds someone who can speak to him in Spanish.
And Gustavo Ariel, I was chatting with him yesterday. in Brazil they speak Portuguese, Argentina it's Spanish, but they're close enough
that
they can speak slow enough to one another. And they have, Dino and Gustavo, a good connection amongst them going to their sim racing days. So it's good to see that, there are these bonds to fall back on. We're just waiting for the cars to roll on out before we get the first shootout underway. It's, again, Nathan Saxon against Lorenz Herzing. I believe it will be Nathan Saxon that actually leads them in this hunt as well.
I think so. And let me just give a shout out to all of the European drivers who came here. None of them English is their first language. And I say this a lot, and I'm guilty of it. Certainly, I took foreign language classes in high school and in college. They were required, so you took them. And a lot of required classes, you kind of do what you need to do for the class, get the grade, and move on kind of things. But for these guys to take the English language that they learned in high school, and they know that it's a language that's spoken all over the world, but to come here in a foreign land and need to be able to converse in a tongue that's not native to them, I give them a lot of credit for that. I think a lot of times, I'm going to say something that's going to make some people angry, and I don't really care. I think a lot of times there's a certain arrogance of those of us who speak one language, thinking everybody should understand us, and that's not their attitude. They go somewhere else and are willing to make sure that they can converse and speak. Granted, English and I believe Spanish are the two most widely spoken languages in the world today. And so, yeah, I mean, you expect people to be able to speak English, but at the same point in time, this is a different ball game. This is a completely foreign environment where they need to understand
technical
completely.
Stuff.
Yeah. And hats off to each one of them for doing just that.
Yeah, we're talking real technical details as well. Understeer, oversteer.
Yeah, you don't want to have a question about it. You don't want to go, oh, okay, and kind of nod your head and go, and really not have a clue.
And then be uncomfortable with the change maybe to the car that's been made. Yeah, absolutely. So you see two BMWs leading the drivers out, so it's going to be a bit of separation between the two of them. It does look as though it's Lorenz Herzing behind. It's therefore going to be Nathan Saxon that is in front. As a racing driver, Brian, do you want to be the chaser? Do you want to be the prey?
It depends. And the reason why I say it depends on the gap. And this question was actually asked in the driver briefing. What is the gap going to be? And the first answer that came back, well, it doesn't really matter. I mean, that'll be 10 or 20, 15, 30, whatever seconds. And the driver said, no, it does matter. I don't want to be the rabbit for the car behind me. I don't think you should be able to see each other.
Interesting.
And it was just interesting that they had that mindset. And if you look at it right now, the second BMW with Lorenz Herzing behind it just now leaving the pit lane while Nathan Saxon is headed down into turn 6. So there is a good separation, but guess what? You can still see each other. Here's the problem with this racetrack. If you want to play the I don't want to be seen game, you're going to always be seen. You're always going to be seen. Because here's the thing. I mean, think about this. If you come down the front straightaway, you may not be able to see turn 6, but you might be able to see down the hill out of your peripheral vision. All you need to see is a white blur, right? That's all you need to be able to see.
And that's a reference.
And that's a reference. And if you're coming down the front straightaway and that white blur is just coming down where Lorenz Herzing is right now down into turn 6, and you can see over there the next time you come down the front straightaway, where's the white blur? Is it closer to turn 6? Is it farther away than turn 6? Or anywhere on this racetrack where you can kind of get that cross picture and get the other one, you can measure yourself. Are they gaining army or are they not? So it's going to be hard to be invisible out here. And I get the whole rabbit thing, but if you can both see each other, then the driver in front knows he's been closed in on and he can push if he feels like he needs to. And for the driver that's following, yeah, he can try to chase. You don't want to be 15 car lengths back. That's too close. That's too much of a rabbit. But being able to see across the racetrack and stuff like that, I don't think that's as big of an issue if the separation is that big.
So the white BMW is coming out towards the final corner. I just saw the black BMW from the broadcast booth poking over the crest of turn number 12. So just going into the final sector as the white BMW leads Nathan Saxon towards the line. And you see that exit, or you saw that exit curve for a second on the inside of the final corner, Brian. That's where the drivers will pick up the pace.
Yeah, that's the acceleration zone. So the next time by, as they come in, the BMWs will pull into pit lane. The driver behind the safety car, the pace car, is told to maintain the pace of the pace car until the start zone. God, I feel like I'm doing a driver's briefing in my SRO world. Maintain the pace of the pace car until the start zone. At the start zone, you can accelerate. Both drivers will do that. The gap doesn't matter. Once again, if it's 25 seconds for one, 35 seconds for the other, 20 for that one, the gap doesn't matter. What matters is the gap on subsequent laps. So once they accelerate, we'll measure the gap as they cross the line. That's our measure to work from as we head on through the rest of the laps. And you got to go. You got to go. I mean, it's go time.
There's no hanging around
and
here.
It's cool, though. Think about the way this has been built up. Lead follow in the beginning, then a few laps on your own, then a few more laps on your own, then runs for consistency to end the day.
Run for qualifying this morning.
Yep. Some follow the leader to learn about the new conditions today, then qualifying laps. But you had a session to do qualifying laps. You basically had 15 minutes of green flag running to do qualifying laps. And then the competition side of things. And it's been built and designed so well, the progression up through. Now it is go time. We are racing. We're not racing wheel to wheel, but you're racing. If you can catch the guy in front of you, you're the winner. If you can leave the person behind you, you're the winner.
It's not wheel-to-wheel battling, but yes,
it's racing.
It's proper racing now, yes. So the white BMW is now rounding out of the final corner, a long left-hander. Again, remember, it's the curb on the right-hand side of the track that marks the starting zone where Nathan Saxon can pick up the throttle. He'll be chased down, of course, by Lorenz Herzing in that number 94. Lorenz Herzing does have the fastest time today. It came, about an hour ago.
Yeah, so coming through turns 15 right now, and the BMW in front, and it's go time for Nathan. He's sitting there going, all right, focus. He needs to be aware of a couple of things. One, he's going to arrive at turn one at a slower speed. He can, in theory,
break a bit later
and get a little advantage. The acceleration zone, the end of that blue and white curbing, go. He should be on it right now. Go. He's on it, accelerating down the front straightaway. I hear him going through the gears. Boom, he's crossed the line. Now we're going to measure the gap, right? So he's on it. He's got to go, set his time. I'm looking back down the way. They're not that close together, so he's going to have a big gap. This is what they wanted. Let's not be able to have the car directly in front of me. Remember the gap where they were when they left the pit lane. Nathan was headed down into turn 6 when the other car was just leaving the pit lane. So that's about where the gap is going to be as Lorenz Herzing accelerates down to turn 1 and Nathan down into turn 6.
So the margin measured at the line, 27.388 seconds. So that's going to be the benchmark that we are now comparing. There's 4 push laps already. We're seeing Nathan Saxon dive down in towards turn number 10, where really the commitment has to be now a maximum on offer. Through 11 at the bottom, over the top of 12, and continue to push. We're watching as well, just out of the broadcast booth, where Lorenz Herzing is just coming out of turn number 4. We're going to watch through turn 6, how aggressive he's going to be.
First lap into turn 6. Great run right down on the apex. Picks up the throttle on the way off. No slide there, so a little bit of caution. That's not a bad thing at all. He's just making sure right now he's got the grip. He's already gotten a feel up in turn 3 and 4 through the first carousel, whether he's got grip or not, how much grip he has. And Nathan Saxon already back around on coming onto the front straightaway out of 16. What's the gap going to be this time?
He's hustling into turn 1.
He is.
He's setting up on the right-hand side. We can see it from our broadcast booth, just being brave, not all the way on the curb on the braking zone, but as close as you can get. 127.038. That is a fast first flying attempt. Where's Lorenz Herzing? Remember, it was 27.388 seconds on the timing line. Herzing should be coming out of the final sector now. Here he comes.
Yeah, this is going to be close. I mean, this is what we expected from these two drivers. Lorenz across the line the first time by, 27.3, so 0.3 of a second to the good for Nathan right now. Saxon with a good run off of turn 6 in the throttle hard. And I guarantee you Lorenz Herzing could look off to his left as he came out of turn 1, and he could see that white flash that is Nathan Saxon. So he's got an idea of where he is. What can he do with it? Can he close down?
I've just seen the Primal Racing crew have lined up on the pit lane right now and just watching the drivers as they run out through turn number 1. They are really intrigued by the way that these drivers are pushing the cars. Herzing through turn 6, that time a little bit quicker.
Yeah, a little more hustle that time. You could see Lorenz getting an idea of how that car works. Remember, this is not the car that he has driven the entire time. He was actually in the 93 that Nathan Saxon is in right now. So Saxon back onto the front straightaway out of turn 16. And we can kind of get an idea by the lap times. Expect it to be quicker, and indeed it is 25.2.
So that's a good 1.8 seconds shaved off there. And that's where the rise up in performance comes on lap 3 with the tires.
But you expect to see that as well for Lorenz Herzing. So just waiting for him to flash by, and it seems like an eternity, but you look up there, Nathan's up in turn 3 and turn 4, and looking back for Lorenz, and there he is on the front straightaway. And this is going to be really close. This is going to be really close. He was at the exit of 1 last time by, and I think that Nathan's going to be a little bit quicker. Indeed, he was that time. So probably about a 6/10 of a second advantage right now on the part of Saxon.
Remember, the gap to track with 27.388 is officially at 28 seconds at the line as they run. And remember, we've now had 2 laps complete, 2 laps still to go, and these are when we expect the most performance out of the cars, but therefore expect the most consistency from the drivers. Again, there are the Primal Racing crew on the pit lane watching on as these drivers hustle their cars around. That was another committed turn 6 from Herzing.
It was another committed entry to turn 6. I did not see that telltale kind of little drift and slide off the corner. I don't think that exit is going to be as good as it was before. Now, the rest of the lap may be quicker, but here's the thing, remember, it is not over until it is over, but that, I believe, was a problem. What was the lap time there? 25.5, so a couple of tenths again missing for Lorenz Herzing.
That's not an improvement on a time, though, for Nathan Saxon. That's just a consistent third lap. So now on to the final flyer. He'll be hoping for another 125. Where's Lorenz Herzing, though, as once again Saxon, with what was about a 28-second advantage, carves his way up through 3 and 4. Here comes Herzing to the line in the number 94, and he finds some more improvement.
He found time.
125.369, but still slower than the 93.
Yeah, you could tell just in the difference of where they are across the racetrack from each other that he found time. Now, if you're Nathan Saxon, you measured where he was too, and you're sitting there going, okay, well, time is running out. I've got the lead. I've been gaining. I can take it easy. No, you can't take it easy. He's way too close to let off at all. You've got to keep pushing, keep pushing.
Yeah, again, the margin between those two drivers is 26 thousandths of a second that previous lap around. The margin at the line, 28.026 as well. So as we see the number 94 working its way down into the middle section of the lap, it's Nathan Saxon that's coming out of the final corner, and it's been 3 steady laps, has brought down that speed from the 127 to the 125. Let's see what the time is as he works his way to the line to close out the Knockout 1 race.
Oh, he's in.
I thought we had one more lap. Did I miscount?
I feel like I miscounted. I feel like I miscounted as well.
Maybe we both miscounted that one, or maybe the...
Well, there were 4 timed laps on the screen. It says lap 4, so...
But that would include the warm-up lap that they did as well, wouldn't it?
Don't ask me. See, your big brain stuff here.
So I think, though, regardless of the situation, the gap did increase. Nathan Saxon was able to pull away from Lorenz Herzing, which means it is Nathan Saxon that will advance to battle against Lawrence Beerton in the next matchup that he's in.
How much did he gain?
Ooh. So if they started at 27.3, ended at a 28.0, about 6-7 tenths.
Yeah, which is what we saw, about 0.3 of a second each time on the first couple of laps to the good of Nathan Saxon, and then Lorenz answered back there on that last lap. So 6-7 tenths is where it should be.
And so now, with those two drivers pulling into the lane, I'm pretty sure pretty quickly Gustavo Ariel and then David Dalton Jr. will be the next two to head on out. I see the Brazilian in his car. I see the American in his car as well, and it should be David Dalton Jr. that is trying to hunt down Gustavo Ariel in that number 91 car. Let's see if we can throw things down towards the pit lane, because as Lorenz Herzing steps out of the car, Jen Moxley is right there and ready to chat with him.
The times were, they started at 27.88, but you just added more time on. Lorenz had a great run here, of course, on the track. Now, talk to me about being bumped out. I mean, ultimately, you worked so hard. You got the fan vote. How are you feeling right now about it?
Yeah, got it, of course. It's just, yeah, can't do anything about it. Frustrated. It's, yeah, I felt much more comfortable with the other car than this. And, yeah, can't do anything about it now.
Decision to switch cars. How did we talked about that before you switched? Why did you make that ultimate change?
No, I was back in my old car that I've driven the whole weekend, and Nathan was in the car that I drove the 24-1 with. Yes. So yeah, I was now over a second slower again than before. It's unlucky, frustrating, of course, because I knew I had the pace to advance, and yeah, can't do anything about it now.
You had a great run. You got the fan vote, and being bumped out now does not mean you're losing, because Racing Prodigy is all about finding you a ride, a sustainable ride.
Yeah, it's been awesome here, of course. I mean, if you race, you always want to win as a competitor. That's the frustrating side of it, but it's been an incredible ride here. The possibilities that Racing Prodigy has provided to us, it's just incredible, and I hope the journey continues.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen, for catching up there with Lorenz Herzing. You can see the coach is coming over for a bit of a chat as well. Don't forget the docuseries has its mic there ready to film everything, capture the emotions, and work through everything. Just a confirmation, by the way, we did get word from the race control that there was a slight miscommunication there. They should have done the one additional lap, but I don't think it's going to matter. Nathan Saxon had done enough to slightly build up that advantage. Let's head back down to the pit lane and eavesdrop, though, on that conversation.
The laps felt better than in the 93 that I did the best lap with.
Yeah.
And it's just a second slower.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. I hope nobody else has to
just a bad break.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes in racing you end up in a tough situation. You drove well though.
I did my best. Thanks.
And you got an amazing lap last time. So.
Yeah, I did.
So
I'm
far,
happy with that.
Maybe you'll come away with the fastest lap of the weekend. So that would be a victory.
Yeah, that would be the small victory that I need. Thanks.
Well done.
Well, it was interesting. He said, you know, the lap felt better, but it was a second slower. Well, guess what? Nathan Saxon was slower too. So the question is, remember, it's their tires. Their tires follow them. So I'm wondering.
They've gone through some heat cycles.
They've gone through some heat cycles. Even though the track and the air and all of that should be really fast, are we running out of tire? Have we taken all the go fast out of that tire, right? I mean, and that happens. That happens. So I'm wondering if that's what it was. We're quick as drivers, and I'm not saying that Lorenz was doing this at all. We're quick as drivers to say it's the car. David Dalton was saying, hey, I like this car. You know, when he did his last deal, I want to drive this car. We want to drive that car, or for Lorenz, hey, this one felt better, but it wasn't faster, and we scratch our heads and we go, car. It may not be car. The round black things, remember I said, they're what keep you in control. And we saw out there, remember I said Nathan Saxon didn't have the telltale slide off the corner. Has the track gotten better and they didn't adapt to it and find the additional time to get back there? Has it changed in such a way that the grip is in different places?
Comes is up to you to congratulate you. That's got to feel great.
Absolutely. That kind of sportsmanship is what racing's about. You see all this drama on TV sometimes that camaraderie is really what makes the sport, for sure.
It helps a lot that you 12 have been together for the past 3 days and really getting to know each other and spending time together as people, not just competitors.
Yeah, it's always more fun when you get to know the person behind it. I mean, we're all in the same game here, and we're all spending our time this way, so we might as well make it fun off the track as well as on the track. But yeah, it's been great learning everything about all the different countries of people that are here and that stuff as well.
Is it an emotional roller coaster to have a loss in the pit fit, a win in, the autocross, a loss here, a win here? You have a win here, but you're not done yet.
No, absolutely. Job's not done. And yeah, it's such a roller coaster because their tests have been so different. Last 2 days, you're able to focus a little bit more on the driving aspect. But yeah, job's not done. We've still got 2 more guys to beat, and they're going to be some good competition. So, looking forward to it.
How did your car feel? Lawrence was frustrated, that he was not feeling the car that he did really well in. So how did the car feel for you?
I felt great. I think what happens with stuff like this is every car is going to have a little tiny driving differences, and it's really going to be what suits your driving style. And it's kind of what it is in racing. I've been in races where, you don't have the car and you just have to make the most of it. But yeah, that's kind of part of it.
What about that luck factor? The lucky car, the lucky tire, the lucky spot, the lucky number. What about that? Does that factor in for you?
I mean, there is the saying, better to be lucky than good, and sometimes that applies, but you still got to execute when you get the chance, no matter what car you're in or what situation you get yourself put in.
Thanks. Congratulations. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next knockout pair is already on the track. You can see David Dalton Jr. With the white helmet being led around in that black BMW. He'll be chasing down Gustavo Ariel. And again, just a reminder, they get this 1 out lap. They get an additional flying formation lap effectively before the BMW pacing cars will pull away and leave the drivers to play the game of the tortoise versus the hare.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you heard Nathan say, you still have to execute. Deion Sanders, you still have to execute. Talking about the Michigan sign stealing thing in football. Well, even if they had the signs, they still had to execute. So it's one of those deals where you've got to focus forward and take what you've got. Lawrence did a great job. It just wasn't enough. And we're not going to know why it wasn't enough. We just simply, in racing, in the end, what is it? It's the watch. Right, and the watch wasn't in his favor.
I've said it a lot today, right? You might be in an endurance team. Your teammate might just be faster than you one weekend. You might be faster than him the next weekend. You never know with racing. You wake up on one side of the bed, you might have 3/10 faster.
Well, and here's the thing, and I was talking about the changing weather. Everything's changing. The weather changed, the track temperature has changed, the air temperature has changed, the tires have not changed. You would think that's the one consistent, but it's not consistent because every time you put them on the car and use them, they change. They go through another heat cycle. Their potential grip changes. Let's say they still are as good. Well, if the track is actually better, but maybe the air is not quite as good for power, but the grip level is up, if you don't match the performance from a grip standpoint and the top speed is down or off a little bit, well, you're not going to have the lap time again. And so it's your job as a race car driver, and they didn't have much time to do it. They had 4 laps to do it, is to figure out why, when I'm looking at the dash, is it not there? If I broke at the same place the last time and it was iffy and the car was dancing around and doing this, that, and the other, but I'm braking at the same spot this time and it's not, I need to brake later, right? I mean, I'm not feeling the same nervousness, so the car is obviously not on the edge quite as much. Why is that? I'm looking for my flag. Is it still blowing down the front straightaway? Do they still have the top speed down there? Literally, I'm looking out. I'm not sure where the direction of the wind is now. Has that changed? So it's kind of one of those deals where you've got to go read the conditions, the condition of your car, the condition of the racetrack, the condition of you, and then try to find out how to get back to where you were. And sometimes you just can't do it. The Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, the place that I call my home track now since I live in Columbus, Ohio, has been notorious, even though it just finished a complete repave. In years past, it has been notorious. You could show up, have the same temperature, the same barometer, the same car, the same tire, the same everything one day to the next, and you can't get within a second and a half of where you were the day before. And you're like, wait a minute, I'm the only person who's run here. We're right back the next day. Everything's exactly the same. Why is it not the same? And sometimes you'll never find the answer to that question.
It's the great mysteries of racing. It really is. And as the white BMW gets ready to pull away, we're ready to see Gustavo Ariel up against David Dalton Jr. Ariel is the one that will be the one being chased on down. And remember, it's as they come to the end of the exit curve that they could pick up the throttle, run their way to the line, and as we hope, break a bit deeper into turn number 1 with less entry speed.
Well, and you think maybe that's what Nathan Saxon did, because he had a great first lap, and the lap time was good, as well as the speed into and out of turn 1. So the gap looks to be a little closer this time than it was for the last group. Again, doesn't matter. It was 27 seconds or so. What is it on this one?
Oh, that's a good question. I have to get the app up. If you're not following along with live time and scoring, you can download the Race Monitor app, and it will tell you everything that you need to know. This time, it's just 18.137 seconds, so it's a little bit smaller. They will have maybe a bit more visibility into one another. Ariel out of turn 6, though, maybe not as loose as maybe we would hope. We'll see what that represents in the time.
It seems to have been that in watching the past laps, that little bit of drift coming off the corner is what you want to get the lap, just like that. David Dalton, that little slide off the corner, getting the power down, that looked like a good exit. It may be that he's in a position where, look, he knows Gustavo is turning good lap times, right? He knows that he's got to push. He's got absolutely nothing to lose. If he doesn't get past this, if he doesn't close the gap, he's done.
He was the judge saver as well, wasn't he? So
yeah.
He's here because the judges see something in him, and we'll see what he can show. Again, both of these drivers should be familiar with their cars. It's the same cars they've been running for the entire day. Ariel across the line and instantly into the low 127s as well.
It's pretty much what we saw with Nathan Saxon. Same deal, 27 flat on the first lap.
And so that's an impressive time. Again, it's only an 18 or so second gap before we'll see David Dalton Jr. come towards the line. In fact, here comes the 95, that white helmet poking out.
27-2.
2/10 between the two of them. Ariel pulls out a small advantage on the first time lap.
That was a mistake up in turn 4 for Gustavo right there, I believe. It looked like he was too tight, too early, got up on the curb, upset the car just a little bit, and this time a much, much more aggressive drive off turn 6 for Gustavo Ariel, looking up at David Dalton in turn 4. Looks to me like a little better line, a little better momentum out of 4. That's going to give him the better run down the hill to 6. What can he do with it? Turns in, right on the apex. Great run off the corner. Both of those laps through 6 looked good, but for me, Gustavo Ariel looks like he lost some time up in turn 4.
And so we, I think, expect maybe a 125 to come on this lap for both drivers. What will that mistake be represented, though? You can see Ariel out of the final corner, and crucially, we talked about this, there is very little shade now that the sun has been continuing to rise and now will set on the opposite side of the horizon.
So call it almost 0.2 of a second even last time by in the favor of Gustavo Ariel. 25.5 that time by. We'll have to see what David Dalton can do. So 25.5, 0.2 of a second. So what I need to see out of David Dalton is like a 25.2 if he wants to catch and surpass. What's he got? Here he comes.
Here he comes indeed. And drums his way to a 125.6, so it's another 1/10 of a second, even with that mistake.
You just said something that made me think about lap time. You said down in turn 14, 15, the sun is now on the racetrack, so there's better grip down there. Better grip through a long duration, high-speed corner doesn't necessarily give you more speed. In fact, better grip can take speed away from you as it pulls on the car and doesn't allow it to run a little bit more freely. So I wonder, the sun giveth and taketh away kind of thing. I wonder if that might be part of it down there. Those long duration corners really pull and demand more torque from the engine. If it's already given you everything it can, you may not gain any type of an advantage, and in fact, you may lose a little speed.
Being realistic, I mean, look at the line that Gustavo Ariel runs. He's to the left-hand side of the brief blips of shade that you do have on that surface through the final couple of corners. So back over the crest and to the right and to the line. This will be the third timed attempt for Gustavo Ariel. One more lap to come after this. It's a 25.335, 2 more 10ths found on track.
Yeah, and here's what I'm saying. We're not seeing low to mid 24s.
Not even close.
Not even close.
I wonder if that is partially, though, the drivers are realizing that they can't afford to slip up, make any mistakes, whereas in that qualifying sessions, they could have one quick lap, back off for a lap, and then go once more.
Oh, almost even up that time by, but still Gustavo Ariel just a tick faster, 25.3.
24 thousandths of a second between the two.
I'll let you
of
do
them.
the math.
I was calculating that for a second. The commitment from Gustavo Ariel that time through turn number 6, though. It's built up lap after lap.
And David Dalton, though, is answering back. I mean, he is laying it all out there. He looks spectacular through 4 that time, rushing down the hill to 6, doing everything he can. He doesn't know what the lap times are for his competitor. He doesn't know what the gap is. The only way he can measure it is when they cross each other in certain areas of the racetrack where he can look over, like we talked about earlier, and see that white streak. Am I getting closer to it, or am I getting farther away from it? And really, with the gap that we're talking about right now, it's just a couple of tenths. There's probably not a lot of difference, even when you look at it. Checkered flag being held at the start-finish line.
That was a nice tidy line as well for Ariel through that final corner. So I do expect this to be an even quicker time. What will it be, though, as the checkered flag is out for the second round of the knockouts? It's a 1:24.915.
First 24.9 we've seen in this competition, but it took 4 laps to get there. So it's like I said, I just kind of look at it, and I think the conditions, I'm not going to say the track, the conditions are a bit slower. 25.4 for David Dalton. He pushed and pushed and pushed on that lap, and I think lost just a little bit. It's all he could do. I mean, right? You got to lay it on the line.
And I think David Dalton Jr. can be very, very proud of his efforts here at Prodigy Week. I think ultimately, though, for Gustavo Ariel, he'll have a big smile from ear to ear, and he will be battling against Garrett Lowe in a couple of moments' time. Let's throw things down, though, to the pit lane with the drivers now returning their way to the lane. Jen, who have you found down on the box?
The drivers aren't down here quite yet. We're coming down here so we can talk to David Dalton Jr., who barely missed it, which everything on the track seems to be misses. I was watching with Coach Popst, and he was telling me that David needed to make that 4/10 makeup just to catch up, and it just didn't happen in that last lap. So we're going to be down here waiting to talk to David. Everyone's watching from the sidelines, watching on their phone. Show the crew and the coaches and the chief and Primal Racing is down there. They're all on their phone watching the times because we can't hear you all in the booth down here in pit lane. So we're watching on our phones and hoping that we don't hear anything on the track that sounds risky or dangerous. And so I got to be honest with you, sometimes those production drones zip over us and it sounds a little bit like a skid. So it can be a little cautious for a moment. But as soon as David gets out of the car, we'll let you know.
I see Gustavo Ariel trundling down pit lane. David Dalton Jr. to follow as well. Let's see what Gustavo does when he gets out of the car, though. Is he going to go over to the coach, ask for some feedback, or is he just going to
Does he know?
That's the question. He doesn't know, that's for sure, I would assume, because it was a couple of tenths of a second once again.
Yeah. I mean, so is he pulling in going,
did I win? He's not gotten out of the car just yet. Slowly getting the belts unbuckled with some assistance as well. I see the 921, the rear deck cover, looks like it's going to be removed once more. Ariel out, pump of the fist. That was a good job, all things considered.
He must know.
Surely not.
I think. Does he?
He hasn't gone over urgently to ask anyone just yet. There he goes.
There he
now.
goes. Did I do it?
I think he's just got to the realization.
There it is. There's the handshake. Slap on the back.
Randy Popes comes over to congratulate Gustavo.
Look at him. Now he knows. Yes.
Oh, I can't wait to get the reaction from him as well. That will be a really interesting one. I see David Dalton Jr. is getting out of the car. He's talking to Kenton Cook, to Connor Zilic, and maybe getting a bit of feedback from what he's been seeing. And as we see the tires being changed as well, ready for the next matchup to get underway, which again is going to be coming up in just a few moments' time. Let's see if we can throw things down to Jen Moxley once again, because I see her standing by with Kent Stacy.
I just wanted to grab Kent Stacy really quickly because, we heard that the cars are all the same. We know that you made the cars the same. You modified them for the driver's height and weight. But that 91's gotten a couple good runs in it, and I just wanted to get you to weigh in on that. We've had a couple drivers say, yeah, that 91 feels good.
Yeah, I think you're talking about the 93. Yeah, we compared data. We looked at all of it. The differences really seem to be track because the track temperatures are changing. The runs are shorter, so the tires aren't coming up as quick, so the lap times are slower. on these recent runs. But overall, his game was in braking, and the track was better. And we did make a slight brake bias adjustment to compensate for his last run. And we don't really see the differences showing on the data as far as the car being better than the other. They're all slightly different as far as all cars are slightly different, but they're so close. And the driving style is changing a lot because of the temperatures.
And that's the amazing thing, Kent. The fans at home can rest assured the cars are the same. You're pulling down data and you're measuring everything on the car technology that we didn't have, decades ago, that you can actually say, no, they're actually the same car.
That's what's nice. It is nice to have all the data and all the information that we have. So we were able to compare it and look at the top speeds and the acceleration curves, and majority of his time was in the braking zones. So, but the other guys had the same thing. So we were able to compare that. So I think we're good on that. And now I think we're ready for a good shootout here. It's looking good.
I love it. Thank you, Kent. Thanks.
Yeah.
Nice little chat there with Kent Stacey. I see David Dalton Jr. still talking with Kenton Cook, Connor Zilic, and even Jesse Awuji now. So 3 coaches over there helping him out. I've already seen Nathan Saxon getting back into his machine. He'll obviously be going up against Lawrence Beerton in just a couple of moments' time in the next knockout match. And again, if you're just joining us, it's 1 out lap, an extra flying formation lap before the BMW pace cars pull in, and a 4-lap sprint to see, can the driver in front pull away, or can the driver behind close on up?
Yeah, I love the format. You can call it Grand Theft Auto and a chase or whatever you want to call it. To me, it's wheel-to-wheel racing. The only thing it doesn't have is passing. It is head-to-head competition, maybe is the way to look at it. Same racetrack, same exact time, in the same car, the tires that you're responsible for and have been responsible for all day long, and off you go, and it's head-to-head stuff. And there's a little bit of rabbit, and I get you don't want the car directly behind you. You want to be able to see it if they can see you. I think they've done a good job with the pace cars of making sure that has happened. Each driver kind of has an idea of whether they're gaining or losing on the competition. So it's been excellent so far.
Just a correction, I thought it was going to be Nathan Saxon against Lawrence Beerton, but I've just seen that it's Garrett Lowe, the fastest driver in that qualifying session, that's actually gotten into the number 95, and so I think that is the matchup that we will see. Of course, Garrett Lowe, 3 fastest laps in a row that could have put him up towards the very front. Back down to pit lane, though. Let's catch up with David Dalton Jr.
So the first thing David said when he walked up to me and said, I got to go down there and talk to Gustavo. So David, the camaraderie, the competition, right?
Yes, there's so much respect between all of us. It's been such an awesome time so far. That competition that Gustavo and I had, I knew he was super fast, but I had to really dig deep and put together some really good laps. And in the end, over the course of 4 laps, he got me by, I think it was 0.7 of a second. And that's not a lot of time, but he just had the little bit of edge, and it just wasn't enough today. So definitely major congrats to him, and he is the top iRacer in the world, so he definitely has that going for him. So many congrats to him. I'm super proud of him, but I gave it all I had right there.
So many things for you to be proud of today, so many things. And I think the margin was 4/10. I was watching with Coach Popes. Like, we were just hoping you could get that 4/10 in that last lap. And like you said, you had such a short amount of time to get to that.
Right. I knew the start was so crucial. So on those out laps, I was super, super aggressive on the brakes and the tires, trying to get all the operating temps up. So when I go out for the first lap, I can just totally bomb it into turn 1, braking at the 2. I locked up a little bit, so I was committed, but he had the same idea. But in the end, his car and himself and his ability, he just had just that little bit more pace, and I can only say congrats to him.
Absolutely. Let's go do that. Let's walk you down there.
And so as they walk on down, Garrett Lowe is heading out onto track in that number 95. It will be, again, Nathan Saxon that will be doing the chasing, I do believe, as we get the drivers rolling on out. I see Gustavo, I see David as well. There's a handshake going on, a hug in the pit lane as well. Let's see if we can listen in.
Distance or the difference?
You saw me like...
Yes.
every lap, oh my God,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
closing in.
yes. And I thought the same thing. You know, I thought I was just a little bit faster, but in the end, it was
when I stop the car, I feel, oh my God, I lose that one because I also like in the same position, so it's difficult to judge.
Yeah, exactly.
Because 8/10 is or something.
So yeah, we were definitely getting after it. But yeah, man, major congrats to you. Definitely deserve it.
Thank you, mate. That's cool.
Yeah, awesome job, buddy.
Nice to hear, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and that's what David Dalton Jr. said when he got out. I need to go congratulate Gustavo, and that's what you want to see. And again, I said this earlier, you don't necessarily have to be friends. You don't need to send each other Christmas cards and presents and birthday presents and so on and so forth. But the level of respect, they've actually developed somewhat of a friendship. I think all 12 of these participants have because of the environment that they were placed in. Which helps develop the friendship. Of course, it helps develop a friendship a little bit too when they're all from all over the world. You know, they don't have to necessarily fight against each other every weekend, week in and week out in cars yet. We'll see how that plays out in the future. But the level of respect that's been built, I hope, will always be there and always stay between these guys.
Yeah, the reality of sim racing is you can send a message to your competitors after they've crashed you out. You don't have to physically go and deal with the consequences in the paddock afterwards. Again, remember, it's a 4-lap time dash effectively. The drivers will get an additional flying formation lap after this before the BMW pace cars pull on in and leave Saxon and Lowe in control of their cars. Now, believe that is actually Saxon that is in front. It's Garrett Lowe that will be doing the chasing. And interestingly, 2 matchups so far, it's the car in front that's come out on top.
Yeah, I didn't think that was necessarily going to be the case. And so kind of interesting to see this. It'll be, I mean, again, it changes. That is the world of motorsports. There's kind of an ebb and flow to it. You heard Nate or Kent Stacy talking about, you know, the difference in the cars and the racetrack and so on and so forth. To me right now, based upon something that you said about the sunshine down there and so on and so forth, remember, not high horsepower cars. And so I look in that long carousel where it's torque that gets you through. If you've got too much grip, it's like being on an oval. If you've got too much grip, you're actually slower. So you've got to be kind of careful about that. No, they weren't sliding the cars through the carousel. That's not what I'm, intimating at all earlier. But if the car really digs in a little bit heavier, you could lose time. We've seen a 24.9. We saw times faster than that this morning. Of course, the drivers that turn those faster times are coming up right now. Really the measure of the racetrack, I think, we're about to see right now with Garrett out there. Can you match what you did earlier in the qualifying? That's going to tell us what the racetrack is like. The fastest driver that we had in qualifying is now out there on the racetrack.
And Garrett hasn't been on track for about 2.5 hours. I was just going through and looking at the run plan. So it's been a while since he's been in the car itself.
And the only reason I'm not throwing Lawrence in there is I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he was in a different car from when he turned the, 24.1, yeah. So, but he was considerably slower than that in the 95 car, and it's or whichever car he was in, the 94 car. So I personally don't think it's the car. My personal belief is the racetrack has changed just enough that we've seen the speed come back down a little, or come back up a little bit. Time come up, speed go down. Is that right? Did I say that right?
Commentator physics, actually. I think that's.
Oh man, don't get me involved in commentator physics. That's a bad thing.
So the pace cars are ready to peel off and away, and again, it's Nathan Saxon in that 93 that is about to head to that final corner. And watch on the right-hand side, the curb, the blue and white curb that he is about to run past. Not here. It's on the right-hand side of the track. Now, as he gets past this, he'll pick up the throttle, and we'll go racing for the third of our knockout matchups. Here we go. Ready to go.
Yeah, there's a cone right there at the end of that blue and white curbing. That's where you pick up the pace. There's no reason to get antsy and try to go as soon as the safety car or pace car pulls off, because guess what? It's just the gap at the line the first time by that matters. So it doesn't really matter if you get a, quote, jump. But I'll tell you what, Nathan Saxon really read turn one very, very well and was on the brakes really, really late. Remember, he's been out there already, so he knows how this works.
And like you said, he understands this format, what he wants from the car over these 4 flying laps. Margin at the line, 15.507. That's the gap to track.
And I know right where they crossed, directly across from me. I'm going to look at that differential the next time by, see what these drivers can do. 25 flat or 27 flat was the first lap. Yeah. So what can we get?
That was quite wide from Nathan Saxon out of turn number 6. Let's watch Garrett Lowe funnel his way through here as well. That looked a bit tentative, to be honest.
It did. It was a little bit reserved. I expected to see a little bit more aggression that first lap out. And like you said, for Nathan Saxon, a little bit wide. So what are we going to get here from these drivers the first lap by? I'm telling you, the racetrack is different. They need to read it. The question is, this first lap, you're reading it and you're going, is it the tires? Is it the racetrack? Is it me? What am I doing? There's a lot of calculus they need to do right now to try to figure out what needs to be improved. Is it, like I said, does the track have more grip? Do I need to push harder here, less there? There's a lot of time. Goodness me.
1:26.338, right out of the blocks. Garrett Lowe should be coming to the line now as well. Is he going to be in the 27s or the 26s? That will tell us a lot. 27.270. It's almost 1 second slower.
Wow, 0.9 of a second, and that's that track knowledge to me for Nathan Saxon. A look across the way and where they were, and you can tell that Saxon has pulled out that little bit, and that's a lot to make up.
And that's a much tidier turn 6, I feel, for Saxon, and he is running all the way to the grass. 1 second across 1 lap means Garrett Lowe needs 3/10 now on the next 3 laps.
Yeah, looking down the hill, Garrett Lowe now into 6. We said he was a little tentative that first time by. Big speed to the apex this time, picks up the throttle, and a little bit of movement on the car on the way off. That actually looked pretty good because there was a lot of drive forward and a little less side slip, which you want to try to find that balance. The tire wants some bit of slip to it. It needs some bit of slip angle to maximize it, and it looked to me like he had just about the right amount. We've seen more, that's for sure, at the exit there, but that was a good run off the corner.
I've just started to wonder, does Nathan Saxon also have an advantage because his Hankook tires slightly already heated after that first run? Let's see the second time. Remember, we kind of expect it to be down into the 25s, and 1 second shaved off at 25.278.
25.2. And for Garrett Lowe, I mean, this is when you want a radio. You want your crew chief going, man, you got to dig.
You got to dig. 24.9
You got to get this done. Across the line, 25.3.
So he's closed the margin, but still on the wrong side of the stopwatch.
Yeah, he's losing. He's losing time still. 1/10 of a second. It was 7/10 the first time by, and now another 10th. So
some of the people in the chat are suggesting that the cars that have maybe done less laps will have less wear and tear on them. But let's be real, I don't think that's really a case here today.
No, I don't think that's the case. And in fact, you would have to go back and open the book on the car. They've all turned basically the same amount of laps. If you want to play that game, Nathan Saxon's car should be slower.
Because it's heat-soaked a little bit.
Yeah, and he's used it more. It has more laps on it.
Actually, the other way around. Nathan Saxon's car wasn't running in that previous race. David Dalton Jr. was running in the car Garrett Lowe was in.
Yeah, but Nathan ran earlier.
Nathan did run with his tires. That's the other thing.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I'm not a big conspiracy theorist, especially at this level, and trusting the people, the Kent Stacy's of the world, the Primal Racing guys of the world. Yeah, and I can tell you, if indeed any of that was the case, 24/7.
Where is he finding this time? We've seen no one in these knockouts be able to find that sort of speed. And I tell you what, Nathan Saxon has been slowly and methodically building up. He hasn't been the fastest just yet, but he's showing us that right now.
Absolutely. Great run. Remember in his qualifying session, he was the fastest driver to get up to speed. So he was on it big time. Lawrence Herzig was yesterday, and Nathan was today. So that's what we're seeing here, and you kind of saved the best for last. Good run off the corner again, just a little bit of slip coming off of turn 6, really putting the power down. And I got to believe, you're up the way, and you're Garrett Lowe, and you're measuring yourself on those cross points on the racetrack, and he's thinking, what do I need to do? And let me answer any of the conspiracy theorists that are out there. Remember the times that Garrett Lowe said earlier? What were they?
44.5, 44.6, 44.7.
Yeah, so really the fastest car out there other than when Lawrence Harzing got in the 93. So the 95 is the fastest car or one of the second fastest cars.
Hypothetically, yes.
Hypothetically. Well, guess what? He's still in his car with his tires, and he's not the fastest car on the racetrack right now.
It might have been how you manage the tires. Nathan Saxon, not faster still on that final lap, but a 24.808. That is an impressive run in that 93. And for Garrett Lowe, who lost a couple more tenths on that third lap, I think he's going to need a monster run on this final lap. He'd effectively need a 24.1 to even get within the ballpark. It's a 25.033. Congratulations, Nathan Saxon. The drivers in front seemingly enjoying their position.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And those are lap times that we have not seen from Nathan Saxon. Here's the thing. I'll go back to, and Kent Stacy said it, it may not even be the car that feels different. It may be the conditions that suit the driver. Every one of those cars may feel exactly the same. You might take a driver and have him in all four cars and go, no, it's all identical. It pushes here, it's loose here, it's da-da-da. And you put the next driver in and he drives all four and he goes, no, it's loose there and it pushes here. You know, it could very easily be a driving style thing. We're not talking about 3 and 4 seconds difference and this, that, and the other. You're talking tenths of a second. And that typically is how the tool is utilized, not the tool itself.
Yeah, again, if we were seeing gaps that were larger, we'd be thinking, I think, more conspiracy theories. But
you're going to have to sell me really hard on a conspiracy theory here.
It's like that scene from The Wolf of Wall Street. Sell me that pen.
Yeah, yeah.
So someone did point out that Garrett may have pushed his tires quite hard in the qualifying session as well.
Yeah, he had the times, right?
Yeah. And 3 consecutive fast laps as
so
well.
How do you get times?
Use your tires.
Use your tires.
So into the pit lane they will come. Nathan Saxon first. Then, of course, we'll get Garrett as well.
And while I would like to give credit for drivers not using their tires or blame for drivers using too much of their tires, these drivers don't have enough experience to understand whether they are or they're not. And that's not a knock on them at all. They're going out there and they're driving for their lives, right? And so they're going to use everything that they can and then see what they get from it. And maybe it's just a couple of tenths of go fast that you use that you didn't know you did.
I see plenty of comments, though, in the YouTube chat. So thank you so much for joining us on this very final day of Prodigy Week. Whether you're watching on the Racing Prodigy YouTube channel or the Racing Prodigy Facebook page. Let's see if we can capture the reaction down, though, on the pit lane, because Nathan Saxon's in that 93. And I think Randy Popes has just told him, you've come out on top in this next knockout match. Going up onto the jacks, you can see there, still getting out of the car slowly. They're still talking about car behavior, though. Has Randy told him that he's won?
I don't know. Does Randy know?
Surely Randy knows.
You would think Randy would know. I got to teach. There you go. We got a thumbs up. Finally, some emotion. Some of these guys are like statues. It's been hard to get emotional responses from them in interviews, getting out of the car at exciting times, all of that stuff. It's just crazy. Look at this. This is what I want to see.
Let's see if we can go down to the pit lane and capture all of this.
That we're in right now. Nathan, congratulations. You got the fastest time out there. Why'd you come down here first?
It's just good sportsmanship. I mean, he put on a heck of a show in his last session, so I knew it was going to be hard to beat him, so I gave it everything I had in those 4 laps, especially lap 1 was really good. So, yeah, I'm thrilled.
Coach Popes and I were watching your times on the side, and he said if I could talk to him right now, I would tell him, you got it. But you didn't have any idea that you had it, right?
No, I could kind of see him coming out of 1, so I had an idea it was close because just about every lap he was in the same spot to me. I just didn't know what lead I had built up at that point. I had a moment just about locked the rears into 9, yeah, the fast left-hander, and that was a little sketchy, but yeah, it was I drove for that one. That was a lot of work.
Coach Iwoji was saying the driver is able to gain time. So you said you could see him, and it was about a second. Did you ever see the gain that he was getting?
I couldn't. All I saw.
You were getting.
Yeah, no, it was close, and it was hard to tell. I mean, you don't spend a lot of time staring over there, but I glance up and see roughly in the same spot and think, all right, well, this is going to be close. I got to keep pushing, but yeah, it was. I gave that on everything I had.
Let me brag on this guy. He turned 7/10 faster on his first lap. That was amazing effort. And then your second lap was as fast as you've gone all weekend at 25.2.
Yeah, Red's about.
You were 25.0.
Yeah.
The next two, 24.7, 24.8. Faster than you've gone all weekend. So when you needed it, you delivered, and you're in the final.
Appreciate it, Randy.
Proud of you. Keep it up.
We're going to see if we can pop over and talk to Garrett, too. Garrett is doing the interview with the documentary crew, so we want to sneak in here also.
Yeah, just a couple mistakes there, but nothing I really could have done to overcome the gap.
When's the next time that we might get to see you in the car as opposed to the Sims?
Well, for this year, we're kind of done racing, so yeah, he'll be probably next year.
Awesome. And what are you taking with you out of this experience? What are you feeling? What have you learned? What are the tangible skills there?
Yeah, definitely learned a lot. Learned how to race with downforce, drive with downforce, how to make car go fast. So yeah, that's always important skills to learn. Just trying to open up my toolbox, and yeah, it's been important so far.
Awesome. And will you take any of these new friendships with you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's guys I met that I've maybe known but maybe didn't. And so yeah, definitely take those going forward for sure.
Awesome. Cool.
Thank you.
Garrett, real quick for the folks watching online, you know, a disappointing end. You didn't want to end early, right? But are you proud of how far you did today?
Yeah, I'm definitely proud of it. I'm still disappointed. I mean, obviously I wanted to win it. We're all competitive. We all wanted to go all the way in the tournament there. So yeah, disappointed, but yeah, still gave it my best effort, and still proud to be here and proud to have a good run.
How did it feel on the track? Were you able to get a sense that you weren't quite catching up as much as you needed, or that one lap that Nathan had where he got that extra time on you? Could you sense that?
Yeah, I knew the outlap was really bad. I was trying to get the tires up to temp really good, and then when the pace car slowed down, I lost all tire temp, and it just went to 0. So I was trying to get that back as quick as I could on the outlap, but there was no way I was going to overcome, because he got me by a second. I could see it. So I knew it was going to be difficult, but I was laying down the best laps I could.
Now, I'm curious, did you push the tires too hard in qualifying? You got that dynamic lap in qualifying, and maybe that had some impact on this part?
It's certainly possible. Nobody really knows what these hand-cooked tires really do. So no notebook, no knowledge. So yeah, they may have fallen off, they may not have. Nobody really knows.
What a great run, though, and a lot to learn, as you said just a moment ago. You're just learning so much in this whole process.
Yeah, definitely everybody's learning, and we're all kind of learning together. We've all kind of trade tricks and secrets and try to help each other, at least improve. We're all about the same speed, which I've been saying all day. Like, we're all going to be the same speed at the end. That's starting to show.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that insight from Garrett Lowe. He was chatting to the docu-series. Don't forget that you want to be staying connected to the Racing Prodigy social channels to learn about some of that upcoming information. But now, of course, we've got a second semi-final effectively on deck for us now. It's going to be Lawrence Beerton up against Gustavo Ariel. And, of course, the winner of this goes up against Nathan Saxon to close off Prodigy Week.
You know what? I mean, I just listened to Garrett with his interview, and to do a winning interview is easy, right? I mean, it's great. You can stand there, you can talk about how happy you are and yada, yada, yada. For a guy to come in and put the times in that he did and have the expectations that he had, the hopes, the dreams, and to kind of have those go away, I won't say dashed because it was a dream to be here. Just impressed with his composure, his maturity, his answers in that interview, and his moxie in facing something that most certainly is disappointing to him. But he has nothing to be disappointed about. Easy for me to say. He knows that, and yet he is. And he'll get over that disappointment, and he'll, accept the fact that he's done a spectacular job over these 3 days. Still going to hurt. Still going to sting. He'll have the memories from it, but he has absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. That's for sure.
I think Garrett, in particular, probably understands more than most sim racers what it's like to work so hard, to get so close to a championship, to make it into the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series Final Four, be invited to compete at the NASCAR Hall of Fame with the fellow championship rivals, and to unfortunately miss out on the championship to prove that he is one of the best to have ever done it. Look at the faces on screen. Gustavo Ariel, as well as Lawrence Beerton. These two have been amongst the quickest over the course of all 3 days, they've also had a rather interesting dynamic between the two of them where it almost seems as though they're pushing each other further and further.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how far they push each other here. I've wanted to say over the last day and a half that Lawrence has been flying, but it's just such a bad analogy considering the fact that he is an airline captain. So I'll get that little pun out of the way. But it's been his approach that has impressed both you and me. Lawrence Beerton's approach, a very methodical one, much like his career in aviation, and the way he has to prepare and plan for the work that he has. Kind of a different approach as far as that goes. As far as Gustavo goes, he spends his time sim racing. That's his focus. That's his life, right? And so a very different thing, but both very methodical approaches. They're just in very different industries. The idea, though, to me, how Lawrence won his Prodigy Pass to get here, Gustavo sitting at the wheel of a sim rig, racing like mad, and Lawrence probably in the break room at the airport with his iPhone, right?
Playing street kart racing on his iPhone.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he has racing background as a younger person in karts, but the idea that that's a pathway to being here at this racetrack in these race cars is just, I think, super cool. And so in that regard, the two drivers on the racetrack right now are very, very similar as far as their professional approaches and their methodical preparation to their profession, but their path here is very, very different. I mean, it's just bizarre to me.
When you put it like that as well, right? Gustavo Ariel is one of these quote-unquote full-time sim racers where he doesn't compete full-time. That's not where he spends all of his time, but sim racing is where he derives his income from. And that's, if you'd asked me 4 years ago, still a crazy proposition.
Well, yeah, and to me, literally until a few months ago, I did not know that was a thing. You know, I think Connor, my son, has probably said to me since he plays iRacing, there are people that get paid for this, and I'm like, no, it can't be, right? But guess what? I've met them, and they're really good. And here's what's surprising to me about the whole thing. I've said to them, and I understand that several of the platforms, have an arrow that you can follow in this and braking, zones, and the arrow turns red and yada, yada, yada. But to me, I look at that and go, no, I mean, how do you learn? But to each of these drivers that has only competed in the sim world, they're like, well, I just kind of understood the concept of where they wanted me to be. They still don't know the scientific reason. I think a lot of them, they've never been to a 3-day racing school. They haven't had physics explained to them why and this, that, and the other, and yet they're able to perform like this. If they get more information, if they get more knowledge.
If they learn how to communicate some of these things.
Oh, my God. How fast are they going to be then?
And we heard it when Matt Fastenack was up here. Some of the pro drivers who are here were offered the chance to jump into a Radical SR1 and said, no, I don't want to be compared against those guys. They're too good.
I wouldn't do it. Not on a bet. I wanted to go into the sim room with you and have you show me how to drive a sim, but you were obviously afraid that I would be faster, so you wouldn't go.
I mean, poor Raiden.
That's my story. I'm sticking with it.
Of course. Poor Raiden Nichols as well. We let him shake down the cars yesterday at the start. And he's been watching these drivers basically rip into his lap time.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. He's going to hop back in one if they get going too fast here.
So I think we're on to this final flying formation lap for the BMWs before they pull off onto the pit lane. And indeed, there we go. So Gustavo Ariel has just run his way towards that cone that will mark him to pick up the throttle and go launching into turn number 1. Now remember, we saw this with Nathan Saxon. He was confident after that first knockout run, and that first lap was up to speed. Ariel, we expect the same from him. It's Lawrence Beerton who's got some work to do.
Yeah, and we've seen him be able to answer the call, a very methodical process when he built up to speed in the practice times, but when he went out for qualifying, he got up to speed very quickly. He's able to do both. Well, he's going to need to do it quickly here, and really Gustavo Ariel, he's been on the track. He already knows. Obviously, Lawrence has too, but it's been a while. So it's going to be one of those things where the advantage in my mind, even psychologically, is to Gustavo Ariel.
Good exit out of turn 6 there for Gustavo Ariel. I was just watching it out of our broadcast booth. It was a good exit there for Gustavo Ariel out of turn 6. I was watching out of the broadcast booth. It was also a good exit there for the chasing car, though, down out of turn 11. That's where Jan van der Heide ran off not once but twice. We didn't actually get to see it, but he was telling me about his off-track excursion during lunch, and nervous.
Yeah, he was telling me too, and he said, yeah, I picked up the track out board, and I said, where? And he said, turn 11, and I'm like, but it was on the right headlight. That's a right-hand corner, so it should have been on the left headlight. And he goes, no, I hit it with the right headlight. I'm like, he was out there.
Not once, but twice as well.
Yeah.
After he picked up the board, he went wide once more. So, yes, it was an interesting thing.
What do we
Margin,
got?
by the way, was 9.575. I was taking a look at it. Gustavo Ariel, a 125.8 to kick things off.
On the first lap out, that is absolutely amazing. And now waiting for Bearden.
27.5. That was, to be fair, a 25.8. That is a benchmark to set on the opening lap, and it goes to show that the importance of being warm with the car. Again, Lawrence hasn't driven the car since before lunch either.
Yeah, the car's warm. Obviously, the tires may be a little bit cooler. They don't have that internal warmth in them, and the driver hasn't been out there. It's been a lot less time since Gustavo's been out there. Like I said, he still sees it. He still senses it in his mind. And for Lawrence, it's been a little bit later, a little bit more history in between. So Bearden now off the corner, all the way out to the dirt. Good run off the corner. Nothing spectacular, but tidy, quick.
I see all the Primal Racing guys once again stacked up on the pit wall because they are really, really launching it into turn number 1 now. And I do believe there is still a little bit of a tailwind component that they are dealing with. You can still see, though, there is plenty of sunshine through that final corner. Even though the shade has started to trickle down a little bit more onto the racing surface, Ariel will run to the line. Remember, 25.8 the first time around, the fastest first lap that we've seen. Can he find his way into the 24s? Ariel crosses the timing line as a 25.010.
25 flat, and it's the first lap that was the most impressive to me. That is the quickest first lap out. What does Lawrence Bearden have? 25.7, good lap, but 0.7 of a second off of where he needs to be. If he wants to make the gap even or cut down on it, it needs to be even quicker than that.
You see Ariel coming out of turn 3, and the car almost stepped out on him there. They are really, really pushing these machines now. And Gustavo, after jumping into the 124s in his qualifying session, will want to try and do the same. Again, just wide out of turn 6, and a great shot of how close to the grass they get. We often say it's not a matter of inches in sim racing. It's a matter of pixels. Understanding those very minute margins, how far out you can track, and all of these drivers through turn 6 are taking advantage of it.
Tell you what, beautiful braking by Lawrence Bearden into turn 6 that time. As he began to turn the car and the load switch to the left side, watch that right front kind of overslow a little bit. He right on the edge of lockup, so he's really maximizing the braking right there at turn in turn 6. Really laying it all on the line, doing everything he can.
And that's something that Lawrence got some advice from Boris said about in terms of what he wanted from the tire itself. And these DOT groove tires, you don't necessarily want them squealing, but a little bit of noise is definitely what you want to see. Gustavo Ariel, another 1/10 of a second chopped off into the 24.9s.
So consistent right there at that 25 flat, 24.9. Picked up a little bit of time. Bearden this time by 25.7. Last time, 25.6. He's finding the time, but he's losing the race.
And right now as well, with that margin being a 7/10 or so of a second gap, it means that realistically with the previous 2 laps also being advantage to Gustavo Ariel, that margin has grown to a gap to which at this point, as long as Gustavo Ariel stays on the track, he should have the margin that he needs.
Yeah, good run off of turn 6, just nice and consistent. Looks to me like he hasn't backed off per se, but he's just kind of cleaned things up a little bit nice and tidy. Lawrence Bearden just laying it all on the line all the way off turn 6 this time. Good braking, but I don't see the same assault on the corner that I saw from him earlier. And again, it could just be the way the racetrack has changed. Maybe there's better grip coming off the corner there, so you're not going to see that wheel spin and that slide, but not nearly as dramatic as we had seen earlier in the day.
And so as the checkered flag is ready to greet Gustavo aerially at the line, I'll just remind you, in the qualifying session this morning, he did a 1:24.819. So he's very much been able to bring himself back up to that speed. And as he brings himself to the line, he beats that time, a 24.714. Drivers just can't help themselves.
Well, you know, and I said he'd kind of tidied things up a little bit. And sometimes when you do that, 25 flat for Lawrence Beerton. And again, so hard to even say who a winner is. It's easy to say when you look at the clock. You look at the stopwatch, but you look at the performance of these guys, and hats off to every single one of them. I mean, Beerton doing what we've seen him do logically, progressively, pulling those lap times down, but that's not what this is about. This is about laying it down from the get-go. Obviously, he can do the time. That outlap, though, the first-time lap for Gustavo Ariel was spectacular.
And this is what a racing driver has to be able to do, right?
Absolutely.
Some people may say, but Gustavo and Nathan were able to get that additional seat time in the car. They had an advantage. Yes, they had an advantage. But when you're racing, you aren't often going to get into the car just before the race to get a warm-up. Formula One, for example, after qualifying on Saturday, you don't get back in the car before you're rolling the car out onto the grid.
Well, guess what? They earned their warm-up.
Well,
yes. I mean, they worked for it, you know. I mean, yeah, in the runoff, in the last chance qualifying thing, I get that there was time.
Well, the reason that Garrett and Lawrence didn't get to run is because they got buys in the quarterfinals, really.
Yeah.
So it's just part of racing, though. That's what I mean.
I mean, it is. And you look at it and you go, to me, what I just saw, the nail in the coffin in this contest was lap one. And why was lap one that? Well, obviously the time that was gained there, that's from a full-time racer. That's somebody who knows how to go from lap one.
Good point.
Lawrence takes an airplane off smoothly, progressively, and gets to altitude, and then off he goes kind of thing. He has racing experience years ago, but missing a little as of late.
Let's go down to the pit lane. Let's see the reaction from Gustavo Ariel and Randy Popst.
Coach Pope's certainly watching with bated breath as he saw his driver Gustavo Ariel coming down the track. He said it was that first lap of Lawrence Beerton where he just didn't have that time that he needed, and then Gustavo getting better and better with each lap. Definitely excited as he gets out, realizing that he's taken this one.
I think we're going to see the camera try and catch up with Lawrence as well. He's chatting with Connor Zilic, I can see, after jumping out of the car. But like you said, neither of these drivers should, or in the case of Lawrence, he should not be disappointed by the journey coming to an end here.
Well, and here's the thing. I mean, it wasn't that Lawrence didn't turn in the first lap that he needed to. It's that Gustavo turned in a first lap that's the fastest first lap we've seen throughout the competition today. Considerably faster than any first lap that we've seen today, right? I mean, and granted, we can go back through he's been in the car and da-da-da-da-da, but you know what? I'm going to go back to something we said a little while ago, and I'll give back the credit to Deion Sanders once again. You still have to execute.
And as I said the story about Kenton Cook yesterday, right? He got the call the morning of the Indy 8 Hours last year, had never driven the Mercedes GT3
and he executed
at Indianapolis. He had to jump in during a safety car period, so couldn't even get some laps under his belt immediately. You deal with it. That's what racing drivers eventually have to do. Street kart racing is just correctly pointed out, by the way. It is way worse watching any sort of motorsport, be it real or virtual, when you care about the people that are competing.
Absolutely.
It's been a great battle so far, and of course we've still got one of the matchups to come. Nathan Saxon against Gustavo Ariel. Let's see if we can head on down to check in with Lawrence, who's standing by with Jen Moxley.
Lawrence, it was a long time you waited to get out there, and then when you got out there, tell us what happened.
Yeah, you know, I waited like all afternoon, but nevertheless, you know, congrats to Gustavo. He did an amazing job. He was fast all day yesterday as well, and now we managed to put 4 laps together right away. I heard the outlap was already 1.5 seconds off or something from me, so I have to look at what happened there. But yeah, it was hard to get back into right away into that speed, having sit all afternoon. So.
Yeah, for sure. Gustavo pulled off right away, quickly in that first lap. You improved after every lap. So were you getting a feel for the car after that first lap?
Yeah, sure. My fourth lap was almost back on pace. I think the fifth lap would be on pace, and the sixth would maybe be better. But like anyway, it's 4 laps. It's the same for everyone. He got a little practice session ahead, but nevertheless, like I said, he deserves it, and congrats to him.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that happens, isn't it?
Yeah. It's part of motor racing, and you win some, you lose some, and we work harder to come next time on top.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Nice little chat there with Lawrence, who's got plenty of support, not just from the street kart racing community. His family as well has been watching along on the Racing Prodigy channels, and I'm sure they'll be very much looking forward to greeting him back in Belgium and celebrating what an accomplishment he has really been able to do. He is the fastest person, by the way, on street kart racing. I think everyone in the chat from the community has kind of said that. They are so proud seeing what he's accomplished.
I was going to sit down and have him teach me how to do it, and then I thought, no, that's a problem. I'll be sitting around anywhere that I have the time playing with my phone doing street kart racing, and I'm like, I don't need that. I've got enough things I need to take care of in my life. I don't need something else to steal my attention away. It sounds addictive to me. Have you played it?
I have downloaded it, played it a bit. I showed it off on one of the Prodigy Racing League broadcasts. Like you, I just have too little time.
I'm afraid I would really enjoy it. That's the problem.
My problem is just I have a sim rig, a decent sim rig as well. I put too much money into it, to being honest. That because I do too many broadcasts now gathers dust, and all my friends make fun of me for it. I hear the mics active once more, though, so I think Jen Moxley is trying to catch up with Gustavo. Ariel, just before he goes out for the final battle of the day.
Everyone wants to talk to the winner. We got the docu crew here, too, and, you're excited, you're elated. I love to see this. What's going on?
Yeah, it's a lot of going on and a lot to talk. The first heat race with David, I didn't warm up my tires so well, and I struggled a bit on the first lap, so it was a tricky race with him. And now I managed to warm up my tires a bit better, and it was going well. Like I did a great first lap for cold tires, and I think that's got me here, and I'm so happy to be here. I want to say a big thank you to all the Brazilian fans, all the Texaco Racing by Tony Canan drivers. The team is amazing, and Racing Prodigy is even more amazing, and so happy to be here at the final. Nathan and I, we worked together since that day one because he's my teammate here with Randy. So yeah, we work a lot on telemetry data, and I'm still learning the car. We had a lot to learn, and I'm so grateful to be here, and let's make it through to the final. Focus, no mistakes, and maybe we can see you on the top place of the podium. Let's see.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And I've just realized that Team Randy Popes, both of their drivers now in their final, or both of the drivers in this final battle.
Yeah, what's Randy going to do?
Is he going to jump into the car and make it a three-way?
Nah, it's like I said at lunch. I went up to him and said, who wants to win worse, your drivers or you? I mean, because there's bragging rights amongst the coaches that are down there. There is. I mean, they all want to win. They want their drivers to win, right? They want to be the winning coach. And Randy is he's such a fun guy, and he's so just involved with his whole person into motorsport and has been for so long. He's so attached to it, and he's going to be, I guarantee you, it wouldn't matter if his drivers did not fare so well or if they win this overall. He will stay in touch with them from this point forward for the rest of their lives, for the rest of his life. He will legitimately care about their performance and how they're doing in life. And he's a character, but he's good people. He's just really good people.
It was really fun getting to sit down with him on Monday and just chat a little bit as you were doing your sit-down interviews. He joined me in the broadcast, and some really fun chats. Now, curiously, Nathan Saxon, helmet on, docu cameras focused on him, picking up some of the chatter that he's having. Gustavo Ariel, on the other hand, with the Primal crew, helmet still by the car, very relaxed, not really thinking, I think, about what's coming up next. But, of course, we've seen how many different matchups now? 4 different matchups. In all 4 occasions, the driver in front has come out on top. I don't think there's really too much to that. But It's just an interesting stat.
Yeah, it's an interesting fact. I don't, for the life of me, I can't tell you why that would be an advantage. You would think, and one of the questions that we talked about earlier from the driver's briefing was, hey, how close are we going to get to each other? It's not fair that, you know, if the driver behind is real close because then they have a rabbit to chase and so on and so forth. Obviously, the spacing between the two competitors has been about the same, and that worry about having the rabbit have the advantage just hasn't materialized, you know. So really, any way you look at it, it's about putting your head down and focusing forward and getting the job done. You know, wherever that other driver is where they are. You're racing you. Your goal is quite simple. Regardless of whether there's another car out there or not, even if they simply did it like this, go run 4 laps and we're going to take the total. And that's your time. There should be no difference. The lap times that you're turning should be exactly the same, whether there's another car on the racetrack or not, whether you can see him or you can't see him. You know, it's about going out and doing it. Would it be any difference if you went to the Nordschleife and did it there? You know, I mean, you're never going to see the other car there, right? If you're half a lap apart, ever. So just go do your job. And really, you know what? That's motorsport. It doesn't matter if you're side by side and there are 24 other cars, 44 other cars, whatever the case may be in your race. Just go do your job. Put your head down, focus on your line, do your job, and you come out on top or close to being on top, right? I mean, but that's what it's all about. And some days you're the windshield, some days you're the bug kind of thing. Nobody hears the bug. You might bounce off the car, you feel like, or whatever, and one person's going to come out in the top spot. But, you know, I've said this repeatedly. Every one of these drivers has done such an amazing job. So surprising to me to see what they've been capable of doing. I would have told you there's no way. Absolutely no way.
I think Jen Moxley has gone over to the gaggle, and let's see if we can eavesdrop on their conversation once more.
3-4, I think. You're sending it through those S's. I love it. Up on the curb, that, yeah.
Send more.
Just be careful what you wish for.
123. Do the cars feel the same as they did like yesterday, day before?
I think yes, for me, yes. Oh, the track is so different, so it's completely different car. Like on the morning, on the afternoon. We have this in our racing because we have some track temps there, but it's nothing compared like like we improved like 1 second in one day, like and the day is still different even on the afternoon. So yeah, maybe we can see some 24s on the final as well, and let's see.
I agree. Besides braking, I think braking is better today. I don't know if it's just track has more grip, so you're not locking the rears as easy. That's part of it. That's definitely part of it. I think finally got that nailed down or something. But that feels a lot better.
Maybe it's rubbering up. You know, it's been all Hankook race tires for the last 3 days. We don't know what was out here before we got here, right?
Maybe it's Randy. Randy's our coach. He's doing an amazing job.
Yeah, what a coincidence. Yeah.
At night, I think I saw him out there gripping up the line for us.
Going some Coke syrup down.
Yeah.
It's like Randy on the track walk saying, terrible! I was, that's terrible. That's really terrible.
My whole career, the main thing that really made it work for me, Gustavo, was dumb luck. I got a couple of good guys. But you know what? Everybody's good. Everybody's good.
Yeah, everybody improved a lot.
It's cool to see you and Nathan in the final.
It's like it's amazing because like Garrett did 24.5 and Loris did 24.1 and he's not in the final. So it's amazing how the competition is going on. My best now 4.7. So yeah, it's not about lap times, but it's about consistency.
Different when the pressure's on.
Yeah, when the pressure's
on. When the pressure's on, it's a whole different thing.
I think you both turned your best laps of the weekend in that last heat race.
Yeah,
right?
Our best laps of the
24/7 for both of you.
Yeah.
The same.
More to go.
Yeah. It's close.
Looking down on pit lane and the conversation's still going on, and you listen to the drivers talking about the track and how it's changed, and talking about braking maybe a little bit better, and we were talking about that. If there's more grip in the racetrack, and we were talking about actually losing some time in the high-speed corners because the car has so much good bite in it, but they're gaining the time in the braking zone. That's one of the things that we thought might happen today once the track warmed up. I think this morning the brake bias off just a little bit. Now it's on, and the lap times are coming down.
So the drivers are going to make their way into the cars. Gustavo did also point out something that you and I had talked about, I think, today, in that the way that the track has changed with the conditions, nothing like what he's experienced on the sim before.
Yep.
That was a comment that he made. We're joined up here in the broadcast booth, though, by a special guest. Mazda Motorsports has been watching and loving everything about Racing Prodigy and this Prodigy Week. And Josh joins us now. Josh, tell us what your thoughts are about what we've seen so far today.
You know, this has been a fantastic event all day. I think you're right. They've been chasing conditions for on track. And, sun on the track, nice cool day, and we're seeing some times improve. But this has been an impressive event all day here today. Was happy to be here and happy to be invited by David Cook.
And of course, Mazda has a lot of history with this sort of thing. Of course, the shootout has been such an integral part of the development program. iRacing drivers used to be a part of it as well. So Mazda has an understanding of what sim racing really means.
A little bit. This has taken it a little farther than we have. Glenn McGee was kind of a good prodigy, so to speak, of development from sim to real, and certainly this is what we're keeping our eyes on as this grows and blossoms in the future. We really hope this is successful for Racing Prodigy.
And of course, Nathan Saxon into our final here. You're very familiar with him.
Absolutely. A little kind of rooting for the home team a little bit, right? But he's doing well, and he's going to be in our shootout here in a couple weeks as well. So, talent doesn't go unnoticed.
That's
here.
the second year in the shootout as well, isn't it?
Absolutely, and we continue to invite people back like that. We consider it a learning process, and I'm sure something similar we'll probably see some similar faces as well in the future.
And you've got a couple of shootout programs at different levels. Is that correct?
That is correct. So we have now the MX5 Cup shootout has been the one established since 2008, and that's one been long ongoing. In the past couple of years, I think we're in the fourth year now, is the Spec MX5 shootout, which is a little more of a grassroots program where we're pulling karters and some e-racing and some quarter midget drivers and some of those early avenues of on-track experience into a grassroots program that we've kind of put together a factory team for the Spec MX5 cars.
Well, and I think it's funny because you talk about talent doesn't go unnoticed. I just happen to know Camden Hibbett, and sim racer, and had been involved with Racing Prodigy with helping develop some of the stuff here, and part of the one of the shootouts for you guys.
Absolutely. We just invited him this year to the Spec MX5 program, and we really wish him luck. And we just announced this year that we're upping that program to 3 possible scholarships, so a total of 12 finalists, which is up from 9 of last year. And we're going to have 3 factory cars running around in Spec MX5 for 2024.
What's the maximum age range on that?
So it's club racing.
Because I'm asking for myself here as well. Either that or street kart racing. They've invited me to do it here, and they've said they'll let me win. So I just want to know if you'll let me win a shootout scholarship. Have some pity on the old people, right?
I don't know if that works well for the format, but I see where you're going.
One thing that I love about the Mazda Motorsports ladder is the fact that it's about developing the racecraft as well, right? I look at those MX5 Cup races and you don't get better racing than that, do you? Really?
It really is impressive, and it's very interesting and entertaining to watch when an IMSA weekend happens and all the other race series stop to watch the Cup race. I think that really showcases what talent is really brewing in that series, and everybody's keeping an eye on it.
And the racing is so good. It's one of those things. I know Hinch jumped in for a couple of races, James Hinchcliffe. Fellow NBC commentator and obviously very well-known IndyCar driver, former IndyCar driver. And so it's one of those things that people want to be involved. Someone like James doesn't go, oh, yeah, I'll go do that for you guys. Yeah, I'll do it. He does it because he wants to go do it because
Absolutely.
It's fun.
Absolutely, and we even got an opportunity at Martinsville to test, and
that was wild.
We got Dale Jr. in the car, Bobby Labonte drove as well, and a handful of others, and everybody got out of the car smiling faces, and it was like, all right, these cars really
So
could
you gonna
work
do
in an
it?
oval. It's certainly in the talks. We haven't anything final yet.
I heard that there was an oval setup on one of the cars, and the other one was pretty square, a road racing setup, and the oval one was like, you know what, boys?
It was hooked up.
It's good.
So
It's good.
we were also simultaneously doing a little bit of tire testing as well. So it was a dual duty test that day.
That's copying from sim racing, by the way, because that's the sort of idea that you trial in sim racing and you think, you know what, let's try it in the real world.
Yeah, if it works, it works, right? And that's really a testament how good some of this sim stuff has gotten, with the scans of tracks and really diving into the details of the cars. So I think it's only up and up from here.
And obviously Nathan Saxon and Gustavo Ariel on track right now on their warm-up laps. They'll get those 2 laps to get things up to speed and ready to go, which allows us to keep kind of talking about some of y'all's future plans. And I know especially the MX-5 race at Daytona, the drafting there is absolutely insane. And that's where everybody stops. The garages go quiet and everybody goes out to watch.
Absolutely. The no hard top really kind of works to a fair or unfair advantage depending on which position you are in the draft, but the draft is very big in those cars there. It really showcases at Road America as well, the same reason.
Yep.
But Daytona and that kind of that ambiance of the bowl of Daytona, especially those cars with open exhaust, it's certainly a spectacular race to watch, even kind of into dusk and into night when we finished one of those races during that weekend.
And it's crazy. They're so close together, and the drafting is so important. You feel like you're watching the Daytona 500, and then you go, oh, yeah, they got to go through the infield, and then they're back up on the banking, and you go, here we go again. Oh, no, we got to go into the Le Mans chicane, and then out, and here we go again. It's just a ball. And the talent that it develops is remarkable.
That's really where the Racecraft comes into, because that's one of those things. You do not want to be the lead car coming out of the bus stop into NASCAR turn 3 and 4, because you're kind of a sitting duck in those cars with how big the pocket is for the draft. And it really showcases where people are playing that chess game.
And on the tighter road courses, it really kind of gives you that education of momentum. You've got to learn how to roll speed through the corner, not rely on horsepower to cover up your mistakes and that kind of stuff.
Exactly. The release of the brakes and how the cars kind of pivot on the nose, you can really manipulate that. And even with the sequential and doing the auto blip downshift, there's still some talent to be played there with heel toe and understanding how that manipulates the balance of the car, which I'm sure is still relevant here with these cars this weekend.
And of course the MX-5 such a rookie series, a ground route series for so many drivers, but in the same way it's a ground route car for sim racers. In iRacing, that's what every road racer starts with. As we see these sim racers continue to work around the track, what do you see in the future as Racing Prodigy looks to continue this journey? And I'm sure other people are watching and seeing how they can get in on this.
That's really part of the discussions that we've certainly had with the group at Racing Prodigy is what is our involvement. Does a cup car play into here? Obviously a cup car plays in on the sim side, and is there opportunity there in the future, and certainly all up for discussion.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Josh. It's been really nice to have a quick chat with you and to learn a bit more about Mazda Motorsports, but we've got a final shootout to go. I'll ask you for a prediction here, and I think you've got to be biased here. Who comes out on top?
I do want to be biased here, and I'm rooting for Nathan, so we'll see how this plays
out.
No,
really?
Thank you for having me both, though.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're welcome to stay here in the booth and watch this, because it's a lot warmer in here than it is outside. I walked outside for lunch and was like, I don't think I want to go outside again.
No, I ran back into here. I was like, get me out of the outside and the wind, because it's been 20-mile-an-hour gusts of winds on occasion. So there's a lot smaller of a gap between these two cars. They are physically going to be able to see each other. This is going to be intense.
Yeah, it's interesting. I can't remember which driver it was that said, hey, when my pace car slowed down to increase the gap, I lost a lot of temperature in my tire. So, you got to kind of play that. There's the gap right now. Yeah, a lot closer than it has been. Both of the BMWs now on pit road, the first of the two Radical RS1s in the acceleration zone, on the throttle, off we go. It's going to be Nathan Saxon that is in the lead car, Gustavo Ariel in the second, and all day long the leader has had an advantage. I have no idea why. Let's see if it plays out on this one.
And both of these drivers have led their respective matchups. The margin, 9.703 seconds to be very, very precise. Gustavo Ariel launches it down through the opening corner as he tries to hunt down Saxon, who's up through turn 3, and we're just watching him take that wide arc from the top of the hill. That looks very tidy.
Very nice. Car really underneath him through there, down into turn 6. I need like lizard eyes out both sides of my head and trying to watch him.
Oh!
Oh, big slide.
That is going to be at least 0.3 of a second lost there. We'll watch Gustavo Ariel in through turn 6 as well from the broadcast booth.
Oh, he's got it too.
There is a little bit of sideways slip going on.
Both of those drivers pushing harder on the first lap than we've seen in a while, and I think both of them crossed the line a little bit. It's really interesting, the different approach to the turn 3-4 complex. Gustavo Ariel runs a tighter line all the way through it, and Nathan up a little bit more in the middle of the road, later apex to get the run off the corner. This is going to be interesting. I'm not sure it's 0.3, but we'll have to wait and see.
I guess I was thinking maybe with a bit more power. This lower power, maybe you don't lose so much momentum. But again, just through that final corner, so much more shade than what we saw even 30, 40 minutes ago. And for Saxon in that 93, again, we want to see potentially a 125, a high 125 at the line.
26.
It's a low 126.
All right, what's Gustavo have? He's the one that laid down that first lap that was so impressive last time. Boom,
and again,
25-4.
It's a 0.9 of a second advantage there for Gustavo Ariel on the first lap. The gap is already down to 8.8 seconds.
All right, so right now, Nathan Saxon, he's going to have 3 laps to get that back, right? So it can't come all at one time. He's got to realize that. All right, I just need to find my rhythm, get it going here. It was turn 6 that kind of bit him on that first lap. What's he got this time?
Oh,
nice, though. Nice. Just that nice little slide off the corner. So much tidier than it was the first time, but kind of blood in the water for Gustavo Ariel. Great run off of turn 6 as well. He's closed that gap, and it's not by a lot, but it's by enough that he senses it. He sees it.
Both those drivers have understood how to bring the car's momentum while sliding it through turn number 6, and it's quite impressive as well the way that they've adapted to this Radical SR1 with its downforce levels that not many of them will have really experienced. Again, Saxon will be the first towards the line. We want to see potentially a low 25, if not into the 24s on the second lap.
He's got to answer right now. You know, you look at the gap that Gustavo Ariel was able to close. Like I said, he's not going to get it all at one time, but he's got to get it in chunks. He needs some here.
24-9.
Nice. That was the way to answer. All right, so what is Gustavo Ariel going to have? Going to be it's a 24. He gained another 0.2 of a second, not going the way Nathan Saxon wants it to go.
But Gustavo Ariel a bit wide and off the apex at turn number 1. Will that cost him through 2, 3, and then 4 as they switch back down towards turn 6? There's Saxon a little bit wide initially and bringing it back down in through turn 3
That
and 4.
is the difference in that line that they run. You look at Ariel through there. He's going to stay tight on the curb. Meanwhile, Saxon through turn 6, good run there. Focus forward. I think he got a little better forward bite that time through.
Let's see if Gustavo Ariel can join him in the same way. That also looked like a very good exit. And again, I've just looked on the exit of the pit lane. Everybody has gone to the side of the track right now.
There are more people than there were earlier. It's as we get further into this and that championship is on the line, more and more spectators moving to the fence.
Oh, I'm nervous. We're going to have one more lap after this, of course, but the margin last time by 8.622 seconds. Remember, 9.703. The margin come the start of this knockout race, and so currently Gustavo Ariel is on top.
And? Do the announcer math.
Oh, no, don't make me do that.
Not now. Don't make me do it now.
I've already struggled enough with my mental math today. Here comes Saxon, though, back to the line.
24.9 last time by, 24.8, so he's still going quicker. He found another 10th. What did Gustavo Ariel have? The mistake he made in 1, did it cost him? It did.
And so that's 0.2 back in favor of the 93 as we cycle on to this final lap. So the margin back above, 8.88 seconds. But now it's a 9/10 delta that we're looking for.
I think this is going to take a mistake for Gustavo Ariel if Nathan Saxon wants to move on. What's he got? All he can do is focus forward. Remember, he has no information in the cockpit other than kind of checking his line of sight when he comes out of turn 1, other places where you can kind of get a glimpse of your competitor.
That was another nice exit out of turn 6 for Nathan Saxon and Gustavo Ariel as well. I've got to say, you were impressed yesterday. Are you more impressed today?
Yeah, I am. I mean, because they're both answering the call here. It's one of those deals where the outlap is the one that's critical. And I got to tell you, you take that forward into professional motorsports, in-laps and outlaps on pit stops, in races where you do pit stops, in-laps and outlaps are the absolute key to winning races.
And so as we run our way back towards the line, again, 9.703 seconds. That is what Nathan Saxon is trying to build the margin back up to. He will rise his way to the line, closes out Prodigy Week with a 1:25.071. Gustavo Ariel will need to set closer to a 1:25.9, although I didn't see a checkered flag flying.
I didn't either. At 24.9 for Gustavo Ariel that time by.
And so we will try to figure out what exactly is going on if we are done and dusted, but it would seem as though, at least for the time being, Gustavo Ariel is looking comfortable. We do seemingly have the checkered flag getting ready to be flown, so they're getting an additional lap, it would seem.
Well, you're thinking go, 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 go. You know, don't slow down until you see the checkered flag is what you always tell a race car driver. Certainly, I don't think they would have been counting laps going, okay, that's it, I'll pull in this time by. So run until you see the flag.
And so we'll get another sense of the lap times as we work our way around. A nice way to close things out, though, for these drivers. The final chance for them to ring the Radical SR1 around the Atlanta Motorsports Park, because, of course, it's going to be a long wait for some of these drivers to build up to the second Prodigy Week planned for April of 2024 to see who else will get this opportunity to shine on the E2Real pipeline. Out of the final corner, though, seemingly for the final time, it's going to be Nathan Saxon in that number 93 that brings his car back over to the right to see the checkered flag in the final knockout race of Prodigy Week. It's going to be a 1:24.828 to close things out. Found a little more time at the end.
Yeah, really nice lap there. Nice and consistent, quick lap times down in that 25 flat range. And Gustavo Ariel a little bit slower, about a 10th and a half slower, but it's not going to matter. The lead that he had built up is going to stay. But both of those drivers putting in really, really strong performances.
The margin at the end, 8.724 seconds. So the winner of this final knockout matchup, it's Gustavo Ariel, the Brazilian, representing Texaco Racing by TK. Yes, TK stands for Tony Kanaan. I bet TK's thrilled with this.
I was going to say, I guarantee you, who knows? I guarantee you it's being monitored by Tony Kanaan.
I can't wait to see this reaction as well when the cars come down onto pit lane, both for Nathan Saxon and Gustavo Ariel, because I'm assuming, much like we saw previously, Nathan Saxon, Gustavo Ariel going to go over to one another and congratulate one another.
Yeah, really, I mean, just heady performances. And like I said, the difference, the outlap, that first time lap. I mean, we won't call it the outlap, but it's the first time lap, right? And that's, like I said, in professional racing with pit stops, that's what it all comes down to. If you can get in that lap before you come in the pit lane, if you can be clean of traffic and run a qualifying lap, you can make up some time. If you're good with cold tires and full fuel when a car feels unsettled and a little bit unsure, you can gain time on competitors that don't have that comfort. So, you know, right now, Gustavo Ariel comfortable, obviously, in the car on those first laps.
Let's go down to the pit lane then, because Jen Moxley wants to chat to David Cook.
Why that last lap? We had 4 laps. They did 5.
I don't know. I guess we got a little excited. We missed the checkered one early, but it didn't matter. We've got Gustavo Ariel from Brazil as our winner of the SR1 competition. Unbelievable drive by both of them. Very consistent, but unreal by Gustavo getting out of the gates.
You said you've seen a lot of heats in your career. You've also developed a lot of drivers in your career. How do you feel right now?
Well, it's unbelievable. We got to the end without a crash. The consistency, the speed is fantastic. From a mobile winner being in the top 4 to wheel and pedal to beating real-life racers who's going to the Mazda shootout, the competition was unbelievable.
And friendly competition also, and camaraderie and family and just complete celebration. It's so beautiful to see.
Well, I love the energy. Love Gustavo's energy. Nathan's going to be a little sad, but he's a trooper. This is fantastic. What a great way to end the Prodigy Week Part 1.
I'm going to run over and see if we can grab Gustavo's. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jen. We'll see now if we can catch up with Gustavo. Helmet still on.
The drivers are excited, and Arjuna, things don't always go as planned when you're in motorsports, and they certainly don't always go as planned when you're in production. And we've combined all of those things to be here today. Gustavo, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Just want to say a big thank you first to God, second to my girlfriend, and third to my team, Taxico Racing by Tony Canam. All the effort for qualify for here was difficult, and my teammates helped me. So yeah, without all these three people and everyone who supported me, my friends, my family, my family girlfriend, and they helped me a lot to be here, and I'm so happy. I want to say a big thank you also to Furia, and I'm racing with these guys in Denmark, so they came here to participate, and I'm so happy that I won. I was not the quickest out track today, but the consistency was the key. Since day one, working, the fitness test was good as well. And I'm happy. I'm happy to do smooth and every part. I had a bit of momentum on the turn 11 in this last run on the third lap, but yeah, I managed to win. And Nathan was so fast as well. And we're working, as I said, a lot since the first moment, because he's my teammate with Randy. Randy did an amazing job, all the guys here. And I want to say a big thank you to Racing Prodigy, all the guys here, Ken with his amazing content, and everyone who is here. And it's my first time in US, and I didn't know the track even on a sim, this track, so I trained like 2 weeks ago starting, and I won. So what I had to say, I just want to say a big thank you, and I want to be someone in the future to give this opportunity to the other sim guys who's beginning, and yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Where is the emotion that we saw when he's got a light switch? He gets out of the car, he stands up, he's pumping his fist, beating himself in the chest. Jen goes over, he takes his helmet off, and he goes, "Thank you." It's like he turned off the emotion switch. I just don't think he knows what to do. I think he's just overwhelmed. But he thanked all the right people and in the right order. Just awesome stuff. And good to see Nathan over there once again. And Randy Popes is probably spraying champagne and already. He's already made it to the podium, and he's spraying champagne. It's like, wait, Randy, you got to wait for everybody else.
So I think we're going to get a quick podium ceremony going on as well. Some sparkling liquids will be, I'm sure, popped and fizzed around with the drivers. The only thing is, I've just realized those racing suits, they're going to get dirty. They're already a bit dirty, but they'll get sticky.
They will get sticky, and you wonder about how long it's going to take to get back home, because don't put the wet, sticky racing suit in a plastic bag and then put it in your luggage and pull it out 3 or 4 days from now. It's just, trust me, that's not something that you want to do.
Yeah, I still remember sneaking up onto the podium for the Indy 8 Hours last year and just seeing how much fun those podium celebrations were. I can't wait for these drivers to experience it themselves.
So with all the education that these drivers got, they learned about fitness, they learned about diet, they learned about media, they had all kinds of lessons. Was there a victory podium lesson? How many of them know how to not shoot somebody with the cork and how to hit it on the podium
without breaking the bottle?
Without breaking the bottle and all that? We'll see. Oh, there's no cork.
Oh, that's even easier.
All right, that's good.
I guess we do have to account for the fact that we have some underage people in the community as well. Of course, Ciro Zambridge just got his provisional license as well.
Well, there's some, non-spirited beverages that have corks in them still. So,
really?
Yeah, you can get sparkling grape juice like that do have corks. So
I need to talk, but who am I giving the mic to?
Good that we haven't given them weaponry.
So as the drivers stand up on the podium, you can hear some of the background chatter going on as well as they run their way through. It seems as though it is Nathan Saxon, of course, second, Gustavo Ariel first, and then Garrett Lowe as well as Lawrence Beerton sharing the third step on the podium. Yeah,
I think when you look at how this breaks down, that makes sense to me. And you know what? Every one of them deserves to be there. Really all 12 of the participants ought to be celebrating with them out there right now. And I think they are. They're all standing down there to celebrate. wishing that they were standing there, but celebrating the fact that they were here and a part of this very first ever Prodigy Week for Racing Prodigy. And what a 3 days it was.
And here we go. They're going to spray it. And let's see if they've learned how to spray the champagne.
Yeah, I think they know. They got this.
Gustavo poured a little on his hair, then drank a little bit as well. Garrett Lowe's getting in on the fun.
He's like, hey, Lawrence, give me that. I don't have my own bottle. I need to borrow yours.
Oh, but look at the racing suits.
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff.
Someone's going to have some fun with the laundry.
What a way to celebrate. Garrett, give us a recap.
Yeah, it's been an incredible week, incredible experience. I think we all feel the same way, no matter win or lose, or third or fourth or fifth. That's cold. It's 45 degrees out here. I hope you guys realize that. It's cold. Yeah, it's great to be here. I think we made a lot of people happy and a lot of people proud, and I'm glad to be a part of this group.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. All right, your turn. Give us a recap on this wild 3 days.
Yeah, what an amazing experience to have those 3 days. It's exceptional we could have this, and lots we learned, and by all the staff, experts in their job, and we learned so much. Thanks to Racing Prodigy. Thanks to giving the opportunity to all. Thanks for opening it up and giving all these chances.
From a cell phone to the podium.
From a cell phone to the podium, really, yeah. I was playing on a mobile phone, and here I am against the best sim racers on all platforms. That's amazing, yeah.
Congratulations, Nathan. All right, give us a recap of how now that you've had time to decompress about the win.
It was super fun. It was all about that first lap. Gustavo did a great job there. I mean, he earned it. That was certainly had to work hard for it, but I mean, I just got to thank Racing Prodigy. I'm so thankful to be here. Pit Fit Grid, Aztec Sim Sports, Sim Lab. I'm proud to support the Mazda family here, kind of represent them. Me and Garrett did a great job representing the U.S. here in Atlanta, with a bunch of different countries represented. But super thankful. Thank you to David, Matt, everyone that's involved in this. This has been truly awesome. I was getting a little choked up on the cool down lap there.
Choked up? No, we didn't see that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I hide my emotions a little bit, but I mean, that last lap, it's like, it's over. It's actually over for the week. So, yeah, it's driving these Radical SR3s that Primal Racing School puts out, and there's so much grip, and they're so much fun to throw around this track.
It's almost as if you all had a year racing contract in 3 days. You got all the experiences. Gustavo, final thoughts as we wrap it all up.
Well, again, I want to say a big thank you to everyone. It's so good to be treated like a racer, because some guys disrespecting racing, and to come here to share everyone, all the legends here, ready to helping you with all this stuff. This is so valuable, for racing, because we always learn. Don't mind the age, you always have something to learn, and I learned a lot this week. And yeah, I'm so happy again, and I want to say a big thank you to Racing Prodigy. And I want to everyone had this experience to fly by on the straight with some racing car, and yeah, I'm so happy. And I want to say a big thank you to all the sponsorships, Perifit, Aztec, and Grid and SimLab. Thank you so much, and yeah, I'm happy. Thank you.
Congratulations on taking the whole thing. Congratulations to these professional race car drivers. We're going to listen to the coaches next, our legendary coaches that have also been here for 3 days, mentoring, coaching, sharing advice, and cheering on. Coach Awuji, we'll start with you. I'm just going to give you the mic and you can pass it on down.
All right, got the mic. All right, it's been an absolutely incredible weekend with these drivers here and everything they've been able to do to go from this whole virtual to reality and show it is possible. I mean, some of these guys have never even stepped in a race car before. Some of them have a little bit of racing experience, but they came all here together. They went against each other, and today wasn't about the fastest lap, right? The fastest people today weren't even in here in the finals, and we had someone who persevered through, who truly showed that life rewards those who stay strong enough, long enough. Sometimes it's not about having the most talent or the most resources or the most anything. Sometimes it's about just persevering and pushing through, and these guys showed how they did it today and the last 3 days and learned a lot, right? They went through the full package. It wasn't just about driving on track. It was getting media training, going the physical part, learning how to get their bodies right, their mental right, everything, and they did it. They showed it, and now they're sitting here on the podium. Super proud of these folks, and they did absolutely amazing this entire week.
Yeah, reiterating what Jesse said there, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here the last few days and really just experience what these guys are getting to do. And, you know, some of these guys, their first time on the track, and, you know, they came from sim racing and, you know, made the transition into real cars seamless, no issues at all the past 2 days in these cars. And, you know, that's really, really impressive from these guys. I've had my expectations blown away. So, you know, it's been an honor to be here and to help these guys, and, you know, just the smiles that everybody had on their face, and the amount of joy that they were able to share together, and the sportsmanship, everything about these 2 days have been really special. And you know, the things that these guys have been able to learn, life lessons from all the coaches and everybody involved. It's been truly a pleasure to watch, and I'm glad I got to be a part of it.
When I started racing, there were no cell phones, there were no computers, there were no video cameras, and the technology has advanced to a point, and these gentlemen have shown us that sim racing teaches this and requires the same qualities that we find in real cars. I also have been blown away, like you, Connor and Jesse, and it was fun to work with Max Pappas, and Boris said, real car drivers with sim drivers who can get the job done. And Gustavo said that he hopes that this helps give more respect to sim racing. Prodigy Racing is giving an opportunity for sim racers to earn that respect and to show how good they are. And boy, did we see that this week. Well done, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. It took a lot of people to make these 3 days come together. We've had a lot of people here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Congratulations to these drivers, of course, but congratulations to the drivers who aren't standing up here, who were selected as the 12, who made it to Prodigy Week. And we're going to take it back up to Arjuna and Brian to wrap this big endeavor up.
And indeed, what a journey it really has been for not just the drivers, but in the entire Racing Prodigy team. Of course, we started this journey earlier this year with the first Prodigy Racing League tournament, but this has been a while in the making.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while in the making, and once again, credit to David Cook and his team, the vision that they had, and not only the vision that they had, a lot of us have visions, right? But then you got to build it, and you got to make it reality, and they did, and I think it's come off better than anybody ever expected that it would. Hats off to Gustavo, but really more than anything, that quote at the end that that Randy just mentioned, it brings respect to sim racers. And he said, the other thing he said that I thought was awesome was, "Thank you very much for treating us like real racers." Dude, you are a real racer, and if there was ever any doubt about it, you proved it. All of these guys did. I think every participant here, big congratulations to all of them. They came from all different experience levels, and they all were very, very impressive.
And as David Cook said in the drivers' meeting at the start of the day, even if you aren't the fastest driver at the end of today, that doesn't matter. It's building up to next year, to the Prodigy Draft. We want to see the evolution, the improvement for these competitors.
And I guarantee you, and I know this as a race director, I can stand in front of a room full of current racers and say, it's not about being the fastest today. It's not about, and none of them will hear a word of it. And so it was refreshing to actually say those words or hear those words spoken to these drivers. And they took it all to heart. They did everything that was asked of them and more. Just a really, really impressive performance by all.
And of course, you will want to stay connected on the Racing Prodigy YouTube and Facebook channels, because there's plenty more information to come. And social media will be a place to learn about all the upcoming tournaments, because the plan is, hopefully, to do this again in 2024. April is the goal for Prodigy Week 2 with even more drivers. And as Matt Fastenacht was talking with us earlier, the goal really being a Prodigy Racing League. Gustavo Ariel, he told me after he won his Prodigy Pass, all he wants to do is drive a car. It doesn't matter whether it's real or virtual. He wants to be paid to drive fast. Today, he proved that he can do it. The 11 other Prodigies proved it as well. And now we're going to go and find out who else is there waiting to be discovered.
think about the numbers. You know them better than I. The number of gamers in the world, the number of gamers, it's in the hundreds of millions. And then there's a large percentage of that who play or exist in the sim world of racing. That population is massive. How many prodigies are out there?
That's what we're going to find out. For now, though, it's time to close things out. There's too many people that have made all this possible behind the scenes. So to our production team, to the entire team at Racing Prodigy, Primal Racing, Pit Fit, The Racers Physio, SimLab, Grid Engineering, Asatech. I'm sure I've missed a couple.
Wow, how
there.
did you remember all those?
I'm sure I missed a couple as well. Seal Productions as well, our production team behind the scenes making this all happen. Thank you so much for joining us as well. We couldn't do this without you, our community, and you are the people that make all of this happen. For Brian Till, alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, Jen Moxley down in pit lane. Thank you for joining us for Prodigy Week Part 1. We can't wait to see you in 2024.
Prodigies are born. Some wait in the wings, ready to lift off. They just need a platform. That platform is here. It's time to change the game. Now is your time. You come from all walks of life, from all over the world. You've been through every bump in the road, wondered if it's worth it. But you're fueled by doubters. You've put in the long hours, thousands of laps, given all that you have. It's your time. 12 prodigies descend on one location. 3 days of intense competition lie ahead. This is where you show your mettle, your skill, your heart, to prove that you are destined to be legends. The opportunity is right in front of you. Take it. It's yours. Prodigies are born. Some wait in the wings, ready to lift off. They just need a platform. That platform is here. It's time to change the game. Now is your time. You come from all walks of life, from all over the world. You've been through every bump in the road, wondered if it's worth it. But you're fueled by doubters. You've put in the long hours, thousands of laps, given all that you have. It's your time. 12 prodigies descend on one location. 3 days of intense competition lie ahead. This is where you show your mettle, your skill, your heart, to prove that you are destined to be